Good morning, everyone, all my friends, dear people. I'd like to thank you for taking the time and paying your own way, and for your years of paying for your own research. You're going back and forth across the country speaking. I'm looking at Samuel Blumenfeld in particular right there, Cindy Weatherly, Beth Trotto, all my old research friends. You've got Kelly Nelson, Polly Anglin. These are our Bettina Dobbs, who I worked with we were considered very kooky, right, Bettina? In the 70s. Anybody who knows what's going on is considered a kook. And so I always say when they call me one, thank you. We're in good company with people like Solzhenitsyn, and you can go on and on and on with the great patriots across the world who were considered crazy. I wonder if there are any others. I forgot there's some new people on board here, and I'm very happy to see them as well. I hope I haven't forgotten. Oh, Mary Thompson is there. Probably not the oldest person. She's probably vying with me. But Mary, I think, has probably been involved longer than any of the ones I've mentioned. And she'll be speaking to us in regard to the origins of the system, the planning, programming, budgeting, management system out of California. She was there, and she went up against it at the legislature, and she wrote a marvelous article that's in my book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. So I want to thank you all, and I hope you understand how important you are. We are the remnant. We don't get paid. We're not with a tax-exempt foundation. We don't work with George Soros. We don't work with Rupert Murdoch. And I could go on and on. We don't work with William Bennett. We don't work with the neoconservatives because they are the Trojan horse at the moment. They are introducing the charter schools, the school choice, and we have to understand that although many of them may not understand what they're doing, they are the Trojan horse to change our form of government, believe it or not, through unelected councils. The unelected council system, very important. That's the Soviet system. They start with charter schools, which is a large hunk of our economy, education. They can move into charter schools as school choice, and it's a huge amount of money that's going to be involved there. When you've got that part of our economy controlled by unelected boards, what's to keep Americans from saying, oh, well, hey, why do we have to have a county commissioner elected? Finally, why do we have to have a state legislature? This is just great. And a lot of Americans now are so upset, rightfully so, they're going to say, oh, well, I can't stand my elected officials. I mean, who could be worse? Don't let it happen. Don't let charter schools happen. You've got to stop them across the board. And we have marvelous people here today who are going to explain this. Pat Huff, and he's been in education for 35 years. We've got other people who understand this, Cindy Weatherly, Mary Thompson. A lot of our conference is going to be dedicated to that very issue of school choice. Did we ever dream that that would be the case? Let me give you a good quote from a top person in education, way up high. At the top, the NEA is in bed with the international, Rockefeller and all of them, at the top. The teachers themselves do not have the faintest, most of them, what is going on. Now, Marjorie Liddell, you may never have heard of her, but she's a very close associate of William Spady, who gave us outcomes-based education, which is Skinner. That's direct instruction, which the conservatives insist is not Skinner. It is Skinner. We have boxes and boxes and boxes of research on direct instruction. It's Skinner. It's Pavlov. It's Skinner who said, I can make a pigeon a high achiever by reinforcing it on a proper schedule. This system went into the District of Columbia schools in the 80s. There's a wonderful article in my book. It's on my son's website, AmericanDeception.com, Washington Post, where this assistant superintendent said, if you can get a pigeon to fly up there and drop a bomb, why can't we do the same thing with the Mastery Learning Direct Instruction program? That's what's going in. Our people know. So anyway, this is very important. I'm going to now read from the basic book here. Thank heavens for Carnegie. Sometimes they make it easy for me. The Carnegie Corporation is deeply involved in what we're looking at today and has been since at least 1934. They, at that time, decided, they had all of these educators who'd been back and forth to the Soviet Union, that our system didn't work. We needed to change America to a planned economy. So they put together this little book, Conclusions and Recommendations for the Social Studies. Report of the Commission on the Social Studies, the American Historical Association. And the staff were Mr. Craig, George Counts, who many of you may have heard of, Mr. Kemmel and Kelly. There were 4, I believe, who refused to sign off. The rest of the Commission on Direction is, I'm not going to read all these. You can find this book, which is great. It's on my son's website at americandeception.com. Type in conclusions into the search engine. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is page 16. It's an incredible book. A professor of British socialism referred to it as a call for a socialist America. And I'm going to read from page 16 and 17. It says, under the molding influence of socialized processes of living, drives of technology and science, pressures of changing thought and policy, and disrupting impacts of economic disaster, sort of like now, they're using the same thing, right? There is a notable waning of the once widespread popular faith in economic individualism. And leaders in public affairs, supported by a growing mass of the population, are demanding the introduction into economy of ever wider measures of planning and control. 9, cumulative evidence supports the conclusion that in the United States, as in other countries, this is 1934, okay, think about it, right after the Depression, interesting. The age of individualism and laissez-faire in economy and government is closing, and that a new age of collectivism is emerging. This is a little sentence here. I'm not going to go on much more. It's unbelievable, unbelievable book. But this just says, in any event, the Commission is convinced by its interpretation of available empirical data that the actually integrating economy of the present day is the forerunner of a consciously integrated society in which individual economic actions and individual property rights will be altered and abridged. All right, now this is the key, the jewel. Since then, Carnegie Corporation, every 5 years, they've made it really easy. I always say it's like, what is it, Hansel and Gretel that go to visit grandma or something and they drop the breadcrumbs? Well, Carnegie did that for all of us. Huh? Every 5 years, they have funded, tax-exempt. Our money has gone into testing, the NAEP, National Assessment. It's gone into the Education Commission of the States, which was a regional entity which allowed a central office in Denver to have a legislator from each state legislature, the Education Committee, serving on that, 50 of them. They would take the draft legislation back from Denver and implement it around the country. That's why we have people talk about standards. It's a joke. I mean, that's a diversion. That's part of my seven-prong fork. The standards, the Maine Common Core, and all that is just a diversion from what I'm telling you today, which is the Carnegie Plan. I mean, do our people really think that once you get those wonderful standards that actually came out of my office anyway, you're just choosing from what they've chosen, that the Commissioner of Education, Superintendent, whatever he is, Arne Duncan right now, he's going to get a message from UNESCO or the UN saying, change the standards. And the next morning, with a computer, push a button, every state has their standards changed. I don't know why our people have wasted 3 or 4 or 10 years on standards. It doesn't make a bit of difference. Do you trust the Department of Ed? Do we really trust my old office? Oh, you shouldn't trust my old office. You should see some of the documents that came out. One of them, Project BEST, Better Education Skills Through Technology. You know what it said in there? What we can control and manipulate at the local level. It says task force members, content of curriculum, etc. Everything. Okay, so just remember that don't get diverted from the major problem, which is international control through computers of all of us, as Orwell said. Our governor is in bed with the Heritage Foundation and pushing the charter schools. And the Heritage Foundation, believe it or not, this wonderful conservative group that gets all the old ladies in tennis shoes, just like me, to send big bucks to them, drafted the North American Free Trade Agreement. How many people know that? Well, no wonder we have hundreds of thousands of jobs gone out of this country because of Heritage. Now, are we going to follow Heritage down that path to charter schools, which is going to give us the Soviet Polytech workforce training system? Of course, that's what Heritage wants. Look, you've got Obama's Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, here on the left. We'll call him a leftist, right? And you've got, and he calls for school choice in charter schools, right? You've got Heritage Foundation, all the neoconservatives who tell me I don't know what direct instruction is and we got to have direct instruction. Sure we do, because that's school to work. That's Skinner, okay? So we got on the right, we've got Heritage Foundation, all the neocons pushing school choice, charter schools, and guess who we have in the middle? We have our old friends, our good buddies, Rockefeller, etc., Council on Foreign Relations. They are supporting school choice. Now, if I stopped right now, you wouldn't have to have any more information from me, basically. So we have no friends except ourselves. And we are the remnant, and we are going to do something about this situation by making it go global. Because I know my office in the U.S. Department of Ed funded multi-million dollars going abroad to not just wasting our tax money on our own stuff, all over the world, wasting our tax money, sending to UNESCO in Hamburg. Let me point out right now, this is a UNESCO program I'm talking about today. It's a United Nations program. I don't have the latest statistics, but the leading advisors for UNESCO were either Russian communists or Eastern European communists. Now, all 20, all. Think about it. That is where our curriculum is coming from. We're putting in the Soviet system. Now, you've all heard about Norman Dodd. I think most of our people have. Norman Dodd, the research director for the investigation of the tax-exempt foundations in 1953. He's a marvelous man. I knew him. I met him in Georgetown in Washington in 1981 over dinner in a restaurant. I had never heard this story before. And I really didn't want to finish my meal. He told me about how he had to go up to New York as part of the investigation of the tax-exempt foundations and to meet with Rowan Gaither, the president of the Ford Foundation. And he was told by Rowan Gaither that the foundations received their instructions from the White House. That was Dwight Eisenhower at the time, but they'd been getting these instructions ever since World War II. Oh, it came through OSS, had a lot of involvement in this as well. So the instructions were to change America through all their tax funding, which they continued to do, like Carnegie I was talking about every 5 years, change America so it could be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Now, people will say, oh, but the Soviet Union is dead. Communism, no, not at all. It was all planned. We know that. We've got Anatoly Golitsyn's book, New Lies for Old. We've got the proof from the former Soviet officials who were involved in the planning of the phony fall. So, but they had to have that happen because they had to get rid of that enemy to have a new enemy. So then we have terrorism now. We've got the new enemy. And it's constantly moving us forward, keeping Americans terrified of whatever enemy we create in order to move forward. That's the dialectic. You know, create the problem, people scream, impose a solution. So anyway, Norman Dodd told me that. You can imagine, I mean, I really didn't believe it. I just couldn't believe that such a thing, even though I had worked in the State Department and Soviet affairs. My background is Department of State and U.S. Department of Ed and local school board member. I'd lived all over the world for 20 years, and I'd seen what went on in Vietnam and China and the torture and everything else, but I still couldn't believe that the United States had a plan to merge with the Soviet Union. Now it's China, too. So we have all these agreements with the Soviet Union, with China, et cetera, that call for a merger of our educational system. It's all school to work. It makes it easy for you. You don't have to worry about, math and science. That's the Soviet system. That's the STEM program. There's a good article in my book that was, that I think it's also on my son's website, American Deception. These educators who went to the Soviet Union in 1959, they were sent there by the Commissioner of Education at that time, Jurtik, and they came back. We've got the report, and it's an absolute identical agenda to what's going in the United States right now. And at that time, I'll tell you what it is. It's Pavlov, it's Darwin, it's learning technology, engineering, science. It's no grades, no competition. You read that, that's what's going in right now. Now, Norman Dodd knew that. A lot of people involved in many of the investigations in Congress, they were called before Congress, communists in the education system. They knew it. Bella Dodd knew it. That great book, School of Darkness by Bella Dodd, who was head of the Communist Party in New York City, at the education section. So I hate to tell you this is what's going in. And there's no question in our mind. We researchers sat there yesterday with the boxes that were used, of research used for my book that I finally opened up after 10 years. I had them in the barn. And we just went, oh, especially about Skinner. Especially about books like this, out of the Cambridge Center for Behavioral Studies. This is all direct instruction. This talks about Thaddeus Lott in Houston, the direct instruction, that our conservative change agents, we call them, like Donna Garner, are telling everybody Charlotte's wrong. It's not Skinner. Direct instruction is pure phonics. No, teach our children well using Skinner, Pavlov, operant conditioning, rewards, punishment. So they're really not right. But they've been so successful that maybe we wouldn't have had this conference if they hadn't been so successful, because I keep going after Skinner. Once we allow this to happen, not just to our children, but in our communities with community-oriented policing system, where they give community people rewards. Once we allow it to, we're going to be nothing but animals to be trained. And we will have no conscience, no soul, no thinking, no nothing. We will be, as C.S. Lewis said, he said, once training beats education, civilization dies. He wrote The Abolition of Man. He understood this. We are dealing with something more important than anything we've ever dealt with before in this country. We've lost hundreds of thousands of men in wars abroad. For what? To end up merging with a communist, atheist system that believes that man is an animal. And it's being spread all around the world. We're making sure, I remember Goodlad, he was all over the world, John Goodlad, major change agent, trying to change the classical education system that they had all over. This was Thailand I'm talking about. Had a hard time in Germany getting rid of it. But this has been going on for about 50 years. We've got all the research. I'm going to talk about this because this is homeschoolers who better watch out. In my old office in the Department of Education, I was senior policy advisor in the United States Department of Education, Office of Educational Research and Improvement. And let me point out that I had no reason to be there credentially-wise, but they were going to get rid of the department. Remember Ronald Reagan promised that? He could have done it. Don't you let all those neocons tell you he couldn't do it. I knew he could do it. He allowed the firing of one of the finest educators I've ever known, Ed Curran, the head of the National Institute of Education. When Ed Curran recommended his own office be abolished, Reagan allowed him to be fired. But anyway, when I was in the department, usually it would be the head of Columbia University or Stanford who would be in my office, my job. So I had access to everything, all the old plans and all the new. And folks overseas who are watching this, you're getting absolutely everything we've got, because this is the international global curriculum that is on the computer, and there can be no deviation from it, and it's lifelong learning. It will be under the umbrella of the school district, run by unelected councils, and I'm going to point out right now, we have someone in the audience who told me about 20 years ago, and I never forgot it, that she went to a community education conference in Washington, D.C., and it was not, most of you don't even know about community ed because they don't call it that anymore because we got onto them. Remember, Bettina? We caught them in Maine, and we stopped it here. That is, community ed is it's been planned for years by Mott Foundation in Michigan. It started out. And that is putting all services, leisure, health, everything you ever heard of, even taking grandma to look at the leaves in the autumn, under the umbrella of the unelected school district. And that's lifelong. And it's all computers, etc. So when I read this to you, I'm going to give you a little quote from the head of the Office of Libraries and Learning Technology in my office, Malcolm Davis, very nice guy. In 1981, he showed me computer courseware for mathematics, NEA curriculum. And I said to him, Malcolm, gee, that's great. You know, you don't even have to go to school for that. You could have that at home. And he said, Charlotte, in the future, all education will take place in the home with a computer. And I thought, well, yes, but he said, the school will always be used for socialization purposes. That's the brainwashing end of it, right? And all of us, not just students, all of us under the umbrella of school is subjected constantly to brainwashing. Now, here is, under the Bush administration, I think it was Lamar Alexander, I'm not sure what year this was, it was the New American School Development Corporation that was set up with these, which was a public-private partnership again, which no accountability if you have a public-private partnership. The best you can call it is corporate fascism, right? That came under Reagan, the White House. I served as a liaison with that group in the White House, and I asked them, what are you doing? And they said, well, I said, isn't this corporate fascism? Oh, I don't think we ever looked at that. That was when our system broke under Reagan with Ed Meese, Weinberger. They set up the public-private partnerships ostensibly, well, what they said was, we've got to get rid of the free enterprise system. That's a Washington Post article. We've got to go the way of Japan. So that was under Reagan, too. So here we are. This is the result of it for homeschoolers. It says, the New West Learning Project, linking resources using innovation and technology. And it says in the middle, the New West Learning Center, and then you have private schools, homeschool, alternative schools, and higher education, public schools. In the middle is the center, the control, and it's all controlled by computer. When we're talking about computers, that means that lifelong, the data collection, you know it. I think, Rosa, you're into it. Rosa Koire's with us today. Rosa's presentation fits. People might wonder why we've got UN Agenda 21 and education together. They fit, just, they cannot be separated. So we're going to have Pat Huff. He's going to talk about farewell to this wonderful little school that had all its books removed from the library and the computers put in instead. It ripped the community apart, and Pat will be talking about that. And then for teachers, Thomas Sticht, who was with William Spady, very important man with Skinner, Mastery Learning, etc., and all the kids in the DC school district, absolutely fell apart. The school fell apart after this program that Spady and Sticht put in. And the Washington Post in 1987 paraphrased Sticht's comment, and it follows. It says, many, and think of this in terms of the corporations that are running our whole life now and want all the charter schools. They're putting in all their horrible charter schools. He said, many companies have moved operations to places with cheap, relatively poorly educated labor. What may be crucial, they say, is the dependability of a labor force and how well it can be managed and trained, not its general educational level. Although a small cadre of highly educated, creative people is essential to innovation and growth. Ending discrimination and changing values are probably more important than reading in moving low-income families into the middle class. Now, you could say that's not just Thomas Sticht. That's the whole philosophy of the corporate sector and the change agents in education, all of whom are working out of the UN Office of Economic Cooperation and Development, World Bank. This is what we're looking at. We are considered nothing but insects to those people. They will run the world. They will absolutely control us with the computer. If that quote doesn't send chills up your back, I don't know what will. Now, for teachers there, I also wrote, Soviets in the Classroom, America's Latest Education Fad, which was also boycotted. All these books I wrote were boycotted by the conservative movement across the country. Back to Basics Reform, written in 1985 when I got out of the department, only 39 pages. That was boycotted. Phyllis Schlafly, every group, LaHaye, you name it, boycott Charlotte. Then came, I thought, well, I did 39 pager, I'm going to do a 700 pager now. So I did, boycotted again. They first said they couldn't understand Back to Basics. It was the 30, and Cindi Weatherly told me that the butcher down the street in Georgia had read it and said, I think that I understand that book just fine. Right? So anyway, then I wrote Soviets in the Classroom. They didn't understand that either. It took 4 years to get that out. Robert Morris, a great judge from New Jersey who had been an investigator in the Congress of the communism in the schools, he became the head of America's Future. And I tried to get America's Future to publish it. No, 4 years after I wrote it, Morris found it in a drawer. He called me, he said, Charlotte, what's this? Soviets in the Classroom, America's Latest Education Fad. That was all about Reagan's agreement with Gorbachev to merge the two education systems. And so he published. That, I'm just telling you how complete the boycott of our people has been when someone like Robert Morris, a judge from New Jersey, who had been involved in the hearings about communism in the schools in the 50s and 60s, he did not know. And we paid $5,000, our little group, I think some of these people here, $5,000 to put an ad in the Washington Times, full page on exactly what the agreements were all about. Carnegie Corporation, Velikov, signing agreements with the Soviet Academy of Science to develop computer software for critical thinking for first graders with the Soviets. Thank you. That's really good stuff. So anyway, I'm going back and forth on this in a bit because I want to connect things for you in your mind. And now for teachers there, I'm going to read you something that has bothered me for years. This is a high-up change agent, outcome-based ed journal in 1990, and his name is John Hillary. This was devoted to a discussion of outcome-based education and the problems associated with its implementation. This is for teachers, huh? Okay. Teachers, administrators, and community resistance. This outcome-based ed published a remarkable article entitled Paradigm Change, More Magic Than Logic by John C. Hillary. The reader, you all should remember that the manipulation of classroom teachers and administrators discussed in this article is standard operating procedure in most schools undergoing restructuring. And I want to thank every teacher in America, every public school teacher in America. I've completely changed my whole thinking about public school teachers. There's some that are very far left, very rotten. They haven't gotten into that. Maybe they've even joined the conservatives now, because if Arne Duncan is in with the left, okay, fine. With the right, they have. But the majority of them have kept what I have been talking about today with Skinner, the absolute lifelong use of operant conditioning on all of us for the totalitarian society. They have kept that from happening behind closed doors. And I want to thank them. It should have happened shortly after I was fired from my job in the department for leaking the document that talked about technology. It should have happened around then. They were planning on putting the system in. So they were very successful, these public school teachers who don't dare say anything and they hide. And a lot of them have resigned, gotten out. Some are hanging in because they've got, whatever their job, and it was over with. But we're going to read this. This is what they've gone through. And a lot of it comes out of the National Training Labs in Bethel, Maine, which is the #1 laboratory set up in this country in the right after World War II, okay, National Training Labs. This is for sensitivity training, breaking people down, weekly retreats all over the world now. I know a friend of mine worked in the Bank of Brussels about 20 years ago. She told me when I showed her my little book, Back to Basics, Reform, and she said, oh, Charlotte, this is in the bank. She said, I have to go for training every Friday afternoon, and I hate it. So this, what we're talking about today, is not just school, it's banks, it's corporations, total quality management, it's all that. So Hillary says in this article, the deeper changes that frustrate leaders and threaten followers are planned second-order changes. These changes intentionally challenge widely shared assumptions, disintegrate the context of organization, and in general reframe the social system. This in turn generates, for the poor teachers, widespread ambiguity, discontinuity, anxiety, frustration, confusion, paranoia, cynicism, and anger, as well as temporary dysfunction. Such trauma often builds to the point that leaders abandon their efforts. Hooray! You know, we got that change agent. He's going out of town. Out. Lock him up. Lock all of them up. I mean, they put a guy down in D.C. who steals a television to pay for drugs in jail for 5 years. And John Goodlad and all these people, I called for them all being locked up at the Protection of People Rights Amendment hearings in 1984. Public testimony. I said, lock them up. No, they just get paid more and more money. These horrible people destroying our children, our economic system, our whole country, and they get paid. Our money, huh? All right, so such trauma often builds to the point that the leaders abandon their efforts, not often enough. The most disruptive changes, second-order changes, on the other hand, call into question the entire context of organization. Such multidimensional changes not only challenge the content of each domain, but also disrupt the alignment among them. Paradigm change is therefore not only traumatic in and of itself, you know, why do these people write these things up? They're so sure of themselves, but also challenges other attributes and disintegrates the relationship among all domains. The eventual outcome of such change is transformed or renewed organization. The new vision for schooling suggested by contemporary educators represents a significant second-order challenge to school organization. The leader of planned second-order change will be regarded as out of context by the organization. If he thinks and behaves in accord with a vision that requires second-order changes, he has no choice but to violate or challenge the established culture, mission/purpose, and paradigm of the organization. From the existing frame of reference, such behavior will be seen as illogical. Powerful and pervasive psychosocial forces will bear down on the renegade in a relentless organizational effort to bring him back into alignment. Unless the leader succeeds in progressively bending the pervasive frame, persistence is increasingly risky. During second-order change, the organization must face and hopefully pass through a period of widespread psychological ambiguity, social disconnectedness, and general confusion. This guy really repeats himself too, huh? The requisite disintegration of the existing culture, mission, purpose, and paradigm disrupts the organization's frame of reference. During this time, there is little or no clear and consistent context to guide the thinking and behavior of members. In social systems, this condition produces dysfunction, anxiety, frustration. He keeps doing this. The instigator of second-order change must consistently behave in ways that will not make sense when framed by the existing context. With time and leadership, the organization environment must move from initially and naturally selecting against the innovation to selecting for the innovation. The extinction of the old way of doing business is the desired outcome. Hence, and with time, the risk should gradually shift away from the innovator and toward those who persist in holding on to the way it has always been. Now, look, you can apply that, not just education. That is across the board. That is the attack on the individualist American, their conscience, their soul, everything. When I was a school board member in Camden in 1976, I was taking very strong stands on things like, you know, basic academic education, all these dumb programs that have education hanging off the end of them, like drug ed, death ed, sex ed. And they're all geared to change the children's values. All these programs that sound so good I mean, well, hey, wait a minute. If you show kids all about sex, you show them all about booze and drugs and everything, they want to try it. And so the programs did just the opposite and were geared to do so. And I have proof in my book from the Guidance Counselor's Journal saying that those programs were geared to do just exactly what I said. Now, anyway, so I get a call from a retired teacher, a master teacher, lives in our community. She said, I really like the stand you're taking on these things. You seem to understand what's going on, but I don't think you understand one thing. I want to pay for you to go for some training up in Searsport, Maine, to become a change agent. And I said, what? And she said, well, you'll find out. So up I go. She pays me $100. That was a lot back in 1976. I go up, and to make a long story short, the facilitator whose program came out of the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and was funded by the office I would subsequently be working in at the U.S. Department of Ed. He had his big book, which we all got a copy of it, that thick, case studies of how to get these resisting parents to accept these wretched programs coming out of the National Diffusion Network. The whole country was being immersed in these programs out of 1965 that had nothing to do with education. We were taught by him to identify the resistors in the community. So I just went, I just lived around, gone around the world, Vietnam, North Korea, China, that sort of thing. I'd talk to people, refugees out of those countries. They talked about their grandfather having his head cut off when he resisted the regime in Vietnam. Chinese woman, her grandfather was a pianist during the Cultural Revolution, hands cut off, resisting. And here I'm being taught to identify the resistors in my community. Of course, being taught to identify myself was enough. We were taught to identify the important people in the community. Rotary, Chamber of Commerce, Garden Club, you name it. Go to them, tell them these programs are so necessary, and get them on your side. So I wanted definitely to mention this to all of you. It is terribly important. It's important to go overseas because Hong Kong, look at those parents there. How come they can resist and revolt in Hong Kong against what the Chinese Communist regime, which they're unfortunately under now, but you read about that, didn't you? The parents are all out in the street because they don't want the Chinese Communist curriculum. Don't forget, we're getting the Chinese Communist curriculum. Don't forget what Beth Trotto told me way back when the community educator answered the question from the other community educator, what is it you're talking about? What can you compare this to? And the community educator answered, this is a conference with 1,000 of these guys there and girls, said, the system is communist Chinese. That's back in 1975 or something. This is Chinese communism that they're putting in. It's Russian too, they copied it from the Russians. So I just wanted to talk about the change agent thing because it's very important, and you're all resistors and you've all been identified. And so you ought to tell your friends that when they come, to try to get your friends on board or change their mind, this is a good case study of where it came from. Out of the University of Michigan, U.S. Department of Ed funded, still being funded. I do believe that I didn't even use my speech, I never do, but I think that I pretty much planned. I never do, it's right here. But I think that I have covered it better than what I wrote down, basically. When I get on my horse, I do that. Someone passed me a quote the other day that I lost, which is where I don't lose them often, but it was from Tolstoy. And the quote said that the most really intelligent, practical people who get ahead in life and make an effort and have their own livelihood, etc., they're usually not highly educated. And I've come to that same conclusion. I think that these professors and all at the top tell us what to do. No, we've got to understand that we have been given by God a great intellect, all of us. We know what's right, we know what's wrong. And we know we have a responsibility, we do, not just to the children ahead in our own country, but I say that's why this is called global. I want all the people out there to understand the role, I'm sorry to have to apologize to you, of the United States in promoting this agenda all over the world. OBE is everywhere. The school to work is everywhere. Of course, they've had it. Many of them are communist socialist countries anyway. Our education system, and I saw it, I saw all the grants going out all over the world. I was really upset. And so I want the people who are watching this disc, and I hope it will be widespread, to understand this is our last stand as human beings, individuals with a conscience. Because, as Dustin Houston said, it's a quote I almost forgot, it's a good one to close with, in regard to computer-assisted teaching. Did I say it? I'll say it again. The head of World Institute for Computer-Assisted Teaching. Won't it be wonderful when the child in the most remote area of the country or world can have the benefit of the world's finest psychologists, these are people I was talking about, on that computer, and nobody can get between the child and the computer. Thank you very much. Here I am back again, folks, abroad, everywhere, Southeast Asia, Belgium, my relatives, etc. I'm Charlotte Iserbyt. I'm the author of The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, which you can get at Amazon.com, the updated version and abridged. And you can also get the free download, which is fantastic, on the internet at deliberatedumbingdown.com. And it's so easy to use. All these quotes you've heard today are there. Okay? So easy. Go down, scroll down to the index once you've got it downloaded. Find it, look what you're looking for, then go to the page number, cut, paste, send to your superintendent, send to your school board members. I forgot this morning my favorite little story. After having beaten up on Americans in radio interviews, etc., over the years, one day I was so tired, I would say to them, when are you going to wake up? Don't you understand what I'm talking about? Please believe me. This is true. Call me. I'll send anything you want to you. And so I sat down, and all of a sudden I had this message. People always, you know, if you say I have a message from God, they'll always say, oh, you know, she thinks she's pretty important. Well, I had a message from God. And I just started writing. The title was The Devil's Seven-Prong Fork. And it's now called, it's got 8 prongs, and I'm going to have to make it into a big rake or something, because it's getting bigger and bigger. But anyway, this all came to me, and I'm just going to help you understand why some of us even myself, have not understood what's happening to us, how they're taking this country down, they're taking the world down for this small elitist group of journalists, UN people, NGO people, tax-exempt foundation people, conservatives, liberals, all. This is that small group. They've been at it ever since 1934, and I read the Carnegie book, okay? You have that quote. All right, now, the first one is gradualism. I suppose that's the most important. You know, the frog in the cold water. So let's say 1934, Carnegie decided to do what I told you this morning, to change America's wonderful free economic system, which has brought millions of people to this country to experience upward mobility. They came here for that. Carnegie didn't want us to have it. So they're going to use the schools to get rid of it. And I read you the quote. All right, so gradualism. So they're not going to do it fast. They couldn't have told people in 1934, hey, Americans, you know what? We're going to scrap our economic system. You know, nobody likes it. We're just going to put in a planned economy, just like the Soviet Union, because they'd all just come back from the Soviet Union, these same people. They thought it was great. So they're not going to do that. So they do it gradually. Year by year by year, Carnegie stays with it. I told you all the different funding, all the way up to Mark Tucker, going into Kentucky, going into all these states in the 90s, destroying academic systems that were not that bad. In fact, The Nation at Risk was a phony report. An admiral requested the Sandia Institute to check on the statistics for A Nation at Risk, and they were pretty phony. So they needed the crisis to move on and on and on to destroy our economy, to give us a planned economy, Soviet system, school to work, which is going in right now using school choice charter schools on elected boards. Regional government is communism. I have a letter, Zeitlin letter, in the Communist Daily World. He says, it's a shame we don't move faster with regionalism. Works so well in the Soviet Union. So when you hear that, that's regionalism is communism. That's what they're putting in. So charter schools, unelected boards, that's regionalism. Total power control. So anyway, you understand gradualism. The frog is now totally boiled. All right, semantic deception. The use of words that sound so good to all of us. Basic skills, reading, writing, arithmetic. Well, we've got all these educators like Harold Shane. Basics, no, that's not what we think. He tells us, educators, change agents, that's understanding the Constitution is outmoded. That's understanding that globalism is the way to go. It's understanding we need sustainable development, whatever. That's semantic deception. And you could think of many other things like, for instance, critical thinking, decision-making, direct instruction. Talk about semantic deception. It sounds so good. I mean, I still have friends who are good teachers who can't get it. They say, well, that means just teaching in front of the class directly. They don't know that it's Skinner. It's operant conditioning. And it fits beautifully. There's no system that fits in the computer for software for education other, I think, challenge me if I'm wrong. It goes in the computer software other than Skinner. And he said it. He said, it's my box. So that's direct instruction. And out of the ADI out there in Eugene, Oregon, or wherever it is, Engelman. That's Engelman, his staff. One of them admitted to one of the conservatives that kept going up against me and saying, Charlotte's wrong, she's wrong, she's wrong. That gal, good for her, Barb Tennyson, called the office and was told by that office, Charlotte Iserbyt's right, it's Skinner. They use reading. Isn't that interesting? Because that's the core. That's the whole thing, reading. They use that, upsetting Americans with whole language. Sam's going to talk on that. They used all these programs so kids couldn't read, and then it got to the point where they would accept anything, even direct instruction, Skinner. Those two words, direct instruction, that is semantic deception, and it has fooled everybody. Now we have Hegelian dialectic, you know what that is. Create the problem, people scream, impose a solution. For people who don't understand Hegel, what he is all about, or my husband, at one time, we were first married, I did the laundry, and I threw a red sweater in with his white shirts. And so his shirts were pink, and my sweater was that big. And I didn't know anything about Hegel at that point. But when I finally learned about, you want something, so you create the problem, then people scream, and you impose the solution they never would have accepted. I thought, but I didn't have to really think hard. My husband said, don't you ever dare do laundry again. And I never had to do laundry again. So what if I hadn't wanted to do laundry again? What if I'd been someone who understood Hegel? I would have just done exactly what I did. Throw the red shirt in with it, the red sweater in with the white shirts. And I find audiences understand that better than going into Hegel. All right, now, media control, total control of the media. David Rockefeller admitted at Baden-Baden, Germany, the early part of the century, to the top media people. You know them, CBS, ABC, NBC, Rupert Murdoch, Fox, whatever, Washington Post, Times, etc. He said, thank you for keeping our plans under wraps. Now, brainwashing in the schools, that's the global agenda. It's been going on, ever since 1965. There are people here that came out of ESCA, basically, mostly, because the teachers refused all the way, and they still refuse, to teach so much of this curriculum. But that's been the brainwash with all of the, now we're getting into competency-based, as Cindi was talking about, individual education plans. You could follow the child so easily. It sounds good, doesn't it? Each child's going to have special attention. That's what parents thought. No, it was so they understood every single thing about that child. And it will be going in the computer, has nothing to do with academics. Now, you have the left and the right the same. That's the smartest thing of all. And Quigley said it in Tragedy and Hope. Quigley was Clinton's mentor, President Clinton's mentor, and he wrote in Tragedy and Hope that the elitists, the financiers and all met in the late part of the 20th century. They had to figure out how are they going to get what they want, basically. So they're going to control both parties at the top. And that's what we have. At the top, there's no difference. And we've learned that. It's very sad, but we've learned it. Now, then you have the left and the right the same. Then you have Skinner, and that's the method. And that's what I go after If you forget everything else I've said today, don't forget that, because we're not animals. They don't want us to think. They don't want us to be individuals. They don't want us to speak out. They want all of us to go away. And we're not going to go away until we die, because we're human beings. And human beings really do like to survive. Yeah, and we have a conscience, and we care. But a lot of people don't understand this anymore. So that's my devil's. It's got 8 prongs now, okay? 8-prong fork. You yourself, when you give speeches, you can add prongs. There are a lot of subjects out there that are very important. I'm not saying they're not. I don't think standards are important, because I know that you can do away with them just as fast as I can go bing with my finger. Please, folks, don't you understand that? There are parents in Maine, and there are teachers, math teachers, good people. They think that these standards make a difference. They don't make any difference at all. First of all, they were all written up in the late 70s, the goals collection out of the Northwest Regional Lab, where they sent out 18,000 different standards to every state. So, look, if you call it standards, outcomes, goals, competencies, it doesn't make a bit of difference. They can change it overnight. Please get that word out to people in Maine and get them to start focusing on kill charter school legislation, because we want to hold on to our elective form of government. Charter schools have unelected boards. Unelected boards are councils. The council form of government is the Soviet form of government. All right? We were talking about diversion. It's not just that. It's other issues as well. Issues I would ordinarily have been very concerned about. But we can't afford to be diverted anymore. There's only one issue, and that's remaining human beings with a conscience and a soul. Don't go near anything else. I don't care how important you think it is. Talk. We're losing our individuality. We're losing our humanity. We're going to be trained as animals. We need your help on one issue, that. C.S. Lewis said it. When education is beaten by training, civilization what? Dies. Just keep saying it over and over to people. Put it in your letters. Put it everywhere. And to ask them, please stop fighting standards. Please. Thank you.
I'll try to account for the 20 years in between the White House Conference on Families and Charlotte's endeavor. And I'd like to go back to the beginning of that, if I may. The White House Conference on Families was a unique experience for me, because I was a mother and a wife, and I accidentally happened to see an announcement advertise the fact that we were having the White House Conference on Families, and locally at the University of Georgia, we were going to have a statewide meeting to select delegates and to talk about proposals. And so I thought, well, you know, and it says people who had families and were interested, feel free to apply. And I thought, well, you know, that looks interesting. So I did get in touch with the number, and the next thing I knew, they did send me a little message and said that I fit the demographic. They had room in my demographic. I was not acquainted with government propositions, so I didn't even know I had to fulfill any sort of requirement for a demographic. At any rate, they said that I could come to the statewide conference. And I began to think, that was my first introduction to, there were things going on in my government that I didn't really understand. And I should have understood. I should know these things. And so I began to sort of go through the process and find out how this worked. At that time, I must tell you that Carter, of course, was our president. He was from Georgia, and I'm from Georgia. In addition to that, our sitting governor at the time was from my hometown, and I had known him growing up. And so when I found out that you had to be in touch with the governor's office to do certain things, I thought, that's no problem. Yeah, I know George. Then I found out there were lots of hoops out there that had nothing to do with your personal relationships or your background or anything else. And that's when I found out that dealing with your government is not always easy. And in that process, I wound up being a as it turned out, a government-appointed representative. I'll have to tell you, going through this process, you learn all sorts of things. I learned that we were going to use a Delphi process. I didn't know what that was. But we do have a marvelous group of libraries there at the University of Georgia. And so I went to the science library, checked out the book on Delphi process. And as I started to read, I found out that it was a way of manipulating, conferencing, and manipulating groups of people into accepting points of view. And that made me very angry because I didn't like the idea that I was going to be manipulated in any way, shape, or form. But that helped to arm myself that way, and I began to share that with other people who were going to be going and let them be armed the same way, so we would know what we were up against and know when you agree and when you don't agree, and how far you go in agreement with somebody that doesn't have your same point of view. So going to Baltimore with the national conference, I decided to go into the education section. My background was drama. It was not education. I had no idea what was going on, except I had a child in school, and that affected me. Education affected me, and it was going to affect my children. So I went and found out that they had all sorts of plans that I had never heard of that had nothing to do with my child being educated. And so it's in that process, we found out, too, that our government did all sorts of interesting things. When we showed up in Baltimore, people I had never heard of and did not know from Adam's house cat knew me by name and face and greeted me without a name tag in the hallways. And that kind of made me feel a little strange. So I know that there were tapings and other things that went on to arm these people with information about us before we ever got there. And that was disturbing. That was back in 1979. But at any rate, I found out that these people who came from all over everywhere, all the organizations like NEA and anybody that had to do with children were armed ahead of time. They had had previous conferences, breakdown conferences, and had already had these position papers. We were issued books that had position papers of all these organizations. Well, if you participate as a citizen, there's nothing in the book from you. But there was supposed to be a certain percentage of people who were citizens who participated in this and who had no background with other organizations. Now, this goes on all the time. This was not unique. This is what happens with every, federal conference about any particular issue. And you have local input, but the overriding input is with your organizations. After that, being the greenhorn that I was, I did not know that when I got upset over that, my local congressman happened to be coming to town to make a speech. And I called out at the country club, and I said, would you ask him to call me while he was out there? Well, he did. And I asked him some questions over the phone about this conference. And he said, well, we really didn't know that much about it, but he would look into it for me. And I said, wonderful. And I gave him some points of view about what had happened to me and so forth. And he was very helpful. I did get an opportunity for him to talk to the fellow that ran the conference. And then I found out, he says, why don't you talk to your local legislator? I said, good idea. Didn't know who he was. Found out right quick who my local senator and my local legislative representative was. And so I wrote out a letter to them both, went to their offices, made an appointment, and talked to them and told them what had happened to me and how I happened to step back from being elected. I actually got elected, but I tied with the bottom person in the conference that day. And so I had to say that I would try to be a governor's appointee. And the man who was running the conference, who really didn't like me because I had talked with him quite often at his office in Atlanta, he said, I'll have to have this was on Saturday afternoon, I'll have to have your resume in my office at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. We're making selections. And I said, Randy, because I had stepped back and let the person I tied with go ahead and be elected because I thought I could get appointed. And he said, 9 o'clock Monday morning. And I said, you've got it. And I went home and I wrote out a letter and I've made copies for my local representatives, and I sent it by Western Union, and it was on his office desk Monday morning at 9 o'clock. And I was sitting in my state senator's office that morning at 9:30. And my state senator happened to be an extremely powerful man, which I was happy to find out later, because he picked up the telephone. After I told him what I had been through, he picked up the telephone and called this gentleman and said, "I've got a lady here in my district who seems like a reasonable person. She's a local person. She's been involved in things. And you should have her resume there on your office desk." And he said, "I think she ought to be part of this group." Well, there was this big, long silence on the end of the line. And then I could hear him over the phone talking back to my senator. He was not happy. But I wound up being an appointee. And I found out that's how you do things. And that led to years of being involved in citizen lobbying, because I found out if you want to have your voice heard, you need to go and talk to the people in charge, and you tell them what you want them to know. And most of the time, they don't have the information you do, so you owe it to them to go and share your information. And I never took them to lunch. We did not go on golfing outings or anything like that. But at any rate, that was my baptism by fire into what's happening in education. And in so doing, I did manage to connect with other people in my state who were involved in national groups, which I had never been involved in before. And I met a number of them. They were wonderful people, and I got to know many of them extremely well, worked with some of them for over 20 years. The story there is, as long as you're on the same page and you are a team player, then you're all right. When you suddenly began to realize tuition tax credits, vouchers, and charters are not positive, you do not go there, and you say that over and over and over to your legislators, and you say it to the people that you're working with. Most of them say, "Okay, yeah, right, because you know about that, I don't know about that, you talk to them about that." Fine. But then, at that time, when Reagan went out of office, and I'm sort of skipping around here, the national groups from D.C. started putting themselves down into the states. Heritage opened their Georgia Policy Center, and they have those every state has one. Heritage has their clone in every state, and they decided to move their activities down to the state level. And they raised money, they put out wonderful brochures, all sorts of things, but they never asked the people that they were working with locally, statewide, do you agree with everything that we're doing? They just came in, and some other, even Focus on the Family came in and decided that those of us who were working together, that they would start publishing information about our state in their national publication and so forth. We shared what we were doing with them, and they would put it out so that it could go to the people in your state. Sounded like a wonderful idea, but there's control and control and control. We were not used to having control. We were used to alerting the people in our state with the things that were going on and let them respond, let them talk to their legislators. Not anymore. And then when you get to the point where you are dead set against something that they want to do, suddenly you become anathema. You are not a team player. We cannot allow you to work with us. We will not give you support. We won't answer your phone calls. People that you had as friends and spent the night in their houses and helped their children. All of a sudden, we're playing politics. We're not doing policy, and we're not doing issues. We're doing politics. We're going to elect candidates. We're going to be in control. And that was not what those of us who wound up on the outside of the circle looking in were about. We were concerned about these issues. So I wound up on the outside looking in. And that's all right, because I did continue to affect legislation over time, because some of the legislators would call me when they'd get legislation and they would look at it and they think, these folks want me to do this, but I'm not real sure. And I'd get a phone call and they'd say, we've got this piece of legislation. You're not over here, but I'm telling you what's in this. Why are we not, why are we doing this? And I would say, don't do that. That's not, don't go there. Don't do anything that's going to help vouchers. Don't do anything that's going to take over charters. Don't do that. Don't pass that legislation. So, well, why are these other people telling me? I said, because they're involved in your political activity. And I said, but I'm telling you, don't do it. And he said, get yourself back over here. but you just don't do that. I'd moved on. I thought, okay, I'll do things nationally. I was speaking in some conventions and meetings and things and sharing. So I'll go back now and try to sort of bring you along about some of the other things that were happening during that time. I have a point of view that education is for the intrinsic enhancement of the individual, because the individual can then continue the culture instead of having limited learning for lifelong labor, which is where we're going now. And that's what school to work is. That's what school choice is. That's what the linking of schools and business and industry is. And that's where the charter comes in. C.S. Lewis said when education is supplanted by training, civilization dies. And so that's why we don't do these things. And I remember once actually being accused, say, you're not a team player. And I said, you're right. And when my team is going towards the wrong goal, I'm not going there. I'm going to say, hey, guys, we need to go this way. And so that was just not popular. I was not controllable. After the White House Conference on Families, I became the only person in the state of Georgia or anywhere else that happened to attend school at the University of Georgia who had ever checked out over 100 government documents from the government documents section. I used to carry them around in boxes for presentations to show people, what we were doing and how, here it's written in print. It's not my stuff. These are our government documents that you're paying for. And I would go ahead and recheck them out every time it came time to do, because nobody wanted them. Nobody wanted to look at them. And I had the best time. I mean, oh, really? But I spent hours at the university library. One of the things that I did that for was because when Carter was president, he was very involved in the Global 2000 movement. And a lot of the things that we're dealing with now were part of that Global 2000 projection. And those were the UN and the Club of Rome. All of them were involved in setting forth what was coming in the future. And it's all in Global 2000. And Carter was very supportive of that. And one of the things that came out of that was to find out that there were these things called the human rights treaties that were signed by Truman at the end of World War II. And they were some of the initial documents that came out of some of the initial efforts by the UN. I did not find those in the university library, but a friend had given me a copy, someone that moved out of town, and she said, my husband and I saw these, and we were reading them. We were disturbed. You might want to see them. And I kept looking at them and thinking, I don't want to get into that. Big, thick things, little bitty print. And finally, I started sort of looking around through some of it, and I was appalled. Just appalled, because some of the things that are going on in Agenda 21 were there in those pages. It was the number of how many little units of individual houses could be put on so many pieces of land, how large that piece of land was. This was global. This was not just in South Africa or somewhere. And that had become a real source of concern to me. And I thought, but they're languishing in the Senate. Nobody knows about them. Nothing's ever going to happen. In one of the last years when Reagan was president, they were resurrected in the Senate and sent out for the committees to go over and to ratify them. Jesse Helms happened to be one of the people who raised a flag, and what happened was, actually, this was what brought attention to them, was about the International Court, was the idea of the International Court being able to supersede what you do on your country's level. And Jesse Helms did something about that. He did add some wording in there that said, only if the country agrees. And it went back to the beginning of the hate crimes law. This is where the hate crimes legislation came from. And I'll tell you, it was scary when I heard that the Senate was considering ratifying the human rights treaties, because I knew what was in them. They are ratified, and Reagan signed them. They are in effect, and they're the basis for Agenda 21 and for everything else that we see that's in a control in our life. We just don't know where it came from, but there it is. And so that came out of my many hours of spending in the library trying to catch up with where everybody else was in terms of what was going on in our government. And over these years, there's so many opportunities came up for me to learn different things. And I want to go back and make a point of, Charlotte was talking about charters being sort of the first effort to make this changeover in our government and in our education system. Actually, and you'll remember this, some of you that have been in education, school-based management was the first step in that direction. And that came out, and they went into the teacher centers to teach everybody, and the school boards were, presented with that to say, let's do school-based management, the teachers will love it, and so forth and so on. It didn't really work very well, not in our area. The county for Athens and the county for where I lived, which is Watkinsville, we're a little more rural, but we merged together. But then after that came the charter proposition. And I lobbied against that proposition, and with Christian schools in our state, not to vote for or support voucher legislation, because the single dollar they took was going to control their school. Once you take a government dollar, you have to meet government standards. And I don't like to point fingers at one particular group, but I will, because they were the ones responsible for doing all of the things that happened in our state, and I think everywhere else as well. We had a group out of Heritage who came to hold hearings on legislation for vouchers in our state. And we had a marvelous little group of senators who were brought in there to hear these presentations, and they were being very receptive of all the different people. In fact, they even talked the homeschool people into coming in and asking for state dollars to help them do their homeschooling, because they say that we're paying taxes twice. If we pay for the schools that we don't use, and then we're having to pay for our own education. I was on the long list because I got there a little bit later, and I just went and sat and talked to the legislators. And I said, our state constitution says you are responsible for making available education for our children. And I said, and if you go home and tell anyone in your district that they can take our tax dollars and give them to any private school, any entity in our state, without your having control of what happens there, you just better go home, because you don't have any business sitting in those chairs up there, because you're lying to your people. If you're telling, well, I had some senators afterwards who came up to me and said, we had no idea that you felt that way. And thank you for saying that. Nobody else was, they were kind of in a hot spot because, all of it was positive, and they thought, well, yeah, maybe we can work with this and so forth. And I just told you don't monkey with the law just because somebody thinks it's a good thing. That was Global 2000. All of our Republican representatives were co-opted into supporting everything that was in Global 2000, including the standards, the changeover in the educational process. This was true in our state, and going for choice. We slowed the horse down for a while until, of course, we wound up with a Republican governor and a Republican-led legislature, the first time, these last 12 years, the first time in the history of Georgia that we've had the Republicans in control. And we have nothing but trouble, if you don't mind my saying so. The Democrats were not great. We will say the Democrats were not great. That was not the point. It's just that we weren't going down that trail. And I say a we, and I'll own up to this. I did help work in one governor's election process, and they thought, the people in his group thought it would be great fun to play a trick on Cindi, because they knew that I was really not a Democrat at that point. At that point, I really wasn't a Republican either. But they thought it was a great idea to say, we're going to put Cindi on the state Democratic committee and see what she does. And so they did. They appointed me to the state Democratic committee. And I said, okay, all right, because I knew the governor, and I thought we were on the same track about what we were doing. And it gave me, they didn't realize what they were doing. I would go to these statewide meetings and sit right amongst our legislators. And I was there with them all day long. I got to talk to them and wear them down, you know. And then when I'd go to the Capitol and encounter them, you know, we'd been together. They knew me. And so it was a great tool. And I used it for our purposes, those of us who were there lobbying for issues, not for politics, but for issues. Because I could call someone out and they would come out in the hall and talk with me, and I could share with them. And so I did that for 12, in fact, I was appointed and then I was elected because they decided that I was the person that made their point of view, that they were inclusive as a party, that I made that real. I was their face of inclusiveness. So it worked out really well, but now we're in a different situation and we have real problems. And everybody thought that when we put the Republicans in power, everything was going to be great. Sort of like when we voted Reagan in, everything was going to be great. Everybody went to sleep. And that's what's happened. And we are down such a road. It's unbelievable. Agenda 21 out the wazoo. And just, you know, everything happening. I wanted to share with you some of the things that I learned over these years. After the White House Conference on Families, I did some journalistic work, and I went to some conferences and so forth. Some of them were some World Future Society conferences, which were very, very interesting. And I encountered there some of our Republican and some of our quote-unquote conservative people who were there amongst other people who were not. And they were going right along with them. In fact, they were giving them ideas. And I thought that was quite fascinating. I did come out of some of that, and I wrote an article, which you can access on the internet, and it's called When is Assessment Really Assessment? That word had bothered me for a long, long time. I'd been asked to go down to Brunswick, Georgia, to give a presentation. And they gave me a list of things they wanted me to do a glossary for, and one of them was the term assessment, because that's what everybody was using then. You know, assessments. We're going to do assessments. We've got assessments coming. And I looked up the definition of assessment in the dictionary, and it said, this was the definition: to set an estimated value on property, etc., for taxation. The second definition: to set the amount of a tax, fine, damages, etc. The third definition: to impose a fine, a tax, or special payment on a person or property. The fourth definition: to impose an amount as a fine or a tax, etc. The fifth definition was to estimate or determine the significance, importance, or value of, to evaluate. And I have never found another definition in any other dictionary. That was a new dictionary that I had used at the time. And I began to think, why are the educationists using the term assessment? What does that really mean? And so as time went on, one of the things that we encountered was references to with planning, programming, and budgeting system. Here, I remember visiting my superintendent's office, and he had the whole row of handbooks there in his office. First of them was the Handbook 2 for Financial Accounting, and that's where planning, programming, budgeting was fit into. They've since changed it to GAP and GAFR or something like that. But at any rate, this was in the federal accounting program. So this was my response to that, and this was the end of a presentation that I gave on the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment. In my testimony, I said, if our financial resource reporting is going to be unified by such a system, which is the planning, programming, and budgeting system, then are we not but a step away from unified goals for our educational outcomes? Now, this was in 1984. This is assuredly a step toward mandated national curriculum, and interstate and interregional tax and financial management revisions? Will we not soon be sharing tax resources from region to region as needed to equalize educational opportunities and programs deemed exemplary or in the national interest to produce global-minded citizens? I didn't know all of that stuff. It just was an outgrowth of, as I was writing my testimony, that's just kind of where it led. That was in 1984, when none of us had even seen any of this before that. But it led to that kind of thinking. John Linder was my federal representative. And you know how much I'm going to love what I have to say about Mr. John Linder, because he is much involved with the fair tax, which is not fair in any way, shape, or form, and it is leading directly to what was said right here. That is what you use the fair tax for. And that's where we're headed. And that really did upset me, but when I realized that then they could let the money follow the child anywhere. If the money follows the child can go anywhere. And if we have equalization of how much money goes to individual children, if your child needs special help or whatever, and there's a school in Oklahoma, let's just send that child out there. There'll be somebody that can take care of them out there. And of course, the Chinese have introduced the whole proposition where you've got and we have dormitories that have been built in some states to house children from out of state. So we just do this. We just move things around. The family's not that important. The Chinese will tell you that, you know, they have a problem there because they only have one child per family. And so if they go and live in a dormitory and are there all week with people, with other children and so forth, it helps them socialize. I had that wonderful little Chinese lady that was at the Second Model Schools Conference with Willard Daggett who gave this little proposition to the people there, who just applauded, thought she was wonderful. And I sat there and thought, my word, what have we come to? My tax money is bringing people here to hear this from her. And, you know, she's saying, let's break up our families and let our children be taken care of elsewhere. After that, and going through, the next thing that I found was the book about human capital and Americans' future, which was edited by David Hornbeck and Lester Solomon. And in that, I'll read one of the little quotes there. If the new comprehensive system is to be outcome-based, careful attention must be paid to assessment strategies. The selection of outcome indicators will be informed by the availability of sound assessment instruments. Well, here we're talking about human capital, we're talking about business, and they're talking about assessment instruments. Well, tests are instruments. Assessments in education are instruments. So how does this really relate to education? The next thing that Hornbeck said, similar sensitivity is required in carefully defining appropriate assessment tools in other areas as well. In citizenship, a method should be developed for expressing qualitative aspects of participation activities. A different value could be placed on community service. Physical and mental fitness problems arise as we confront legal and even constitutional issues, self-incrimination, search and seizure. Perhaps a school system should plan to have all students undergo a physical exam in the 4th, 8th, and 12th grades as a health counterpart to the academic testing program. Again, the emphasis must be carefully determined assessment strategies that measure the outcomes to be achieved. I was trying to close on what the real definition, the education definition of assessment is. The next thing that came about, I ran across something called Visions, which was a newsletter put out by the Pacific Telesis Education Foundation in California. And in their little publication called Beyond the Bubble, they had a blurb that described, you know, what different terms were, and that says educators are finding that new ways of teaching requires new forms of, and they had in quotations, assessment. Then, on their definition of assessment, it said, the act or result of judging the worth or value of something or someone. Well, we kind of come full circle about what assessment means. Then, after that, Alvin Toffler was referenced in that same little publication, and it said, Alvin Toffler, the author of such influential books as Future Shock and the Third Wave, has written that the spread of personal computers is the single most important change in the field of knowledge since the invention of movable type in the 15th century. He goes on to state that knowledge is the key to power in the 21st century, not mineral rights or military force. That was Alvin Toffler. Now, we're going to come to Mr. Gingrich, who was our Speaker of the House. And the year that he was elected to be Speaker of the House, they hosted in Atlanta a conference called Cyberspace of the American Dream. That was Mr. Toffler's book called Creating a New Civilization, the Politics of the Third Wave. And Gingrich's organization, Progress and Freedom Foundation, published that for Mr. Toffler. This meeting was brought about to introduce his book and to have a signing and let him explain his ideas for the future. And at that particular meeting is when I found out that Newt Gingrich and Mr. Toffler had been very close friends for over 25 years at that point, and that was back in the 90s. And at that particular conference, there was a gentleman there that was representing their point of view in education. His name is Louis Pearlman. He wrote a book called Schools Out. That's one of the things he wrote. He also had written a book called Hyperlearning. Hyperlearning is learning what you need to know when you need to know it. You don't learn it before, you don't learn it, later, you don't learn it in an abstract way. You learn it when you need to know it. That's training. That's not learning. That's not education. But here is what he says this on page 316 of his book. Nostalgic mythology about local control should not mask the reality that state governments have the constitutional authority, call the shots, and pay most of the bill for education. But government, local or otherwise, no longer needs to own and operate school systems or academic institutions. Here we are at charters and privatization and the money following the child. He also makes this longer statement. If y'all bear with me as I read this. One possibility would be a human capital tax. The human capital tax might be simply the same as a personal income tax. Remember, we're doing away with personal income tax. We're going to fair tax. We're going to individual tax, human capital tax. Or might be calculated or earmarked in a more limited way. Technicalities aside, it's logical that if the government is going to help fund investments in the development of a community's human capital, taking back a share of the resulting gains is a good way to pay for it. In effect, each generation of beneficiaries of such investment pays back some of the benefits it received to the next generation, a value-added tax. We should deal with parents who are starving their children's minds with the same legal remedies we use to deal with parents who are starving their children's bodies. The media through which a micro-voucher system is provided will give public authorities more accurate information on what individual families and kids are doing than is currently available, making it easier to identify instances of neglect and abuse. There's no good reason why the learner should not be able to purchase services or products from any provider, whether public or private, in-state or out-of-state. Yep. Mr. Pearlman was Gingrich and Progress and Freedom Foundation, which now has gone through, morphed into, I'm not sure what it's called now, but it's the same organization. And he was their mouthpiece. This was the position. And that's, I call it the Trojan horse of conservative politics. There's nothing conservative about these politics or these proposals. And so when is assessment really assessment? And Ernest Boyer had said, you know, to be fully human, one must serve. And in the future, to be fully assessed may mean that our children's worth as a servant of the state will be assigned a value for tax purposes. And that was a little piece that came out of my attempt to write a glossary. And it led me to encounter several things that were very uncomfortable to see and that are already in process. That is the problem. And all of the things that came out, Mr. Toffler, after Gingrich stood there and the dinner meeting that particular night, glowingly talked about all the wonderful things he and his wife Heidi had done and all of the books that they'd written and so forth. Mr. Toffler, one of the main points that he made in the speech that he made following that was that there's no such thing as national sovereignty. National sovereignty was a thing of the past. To applause from the audience. So when he did that, afterwards I went up and asked him, because I was there as a journalist, and I asked him to explain his position on national sovereignty to me just in a few words. You know, he says, oh, it's been gone for a long time. Aren't you aware of that? There's no such thing as national sovereignty. Everything is global. And I said, well, thank you very much for that little piece of information. And since that time, that's the way they've been operating. And they were there at that particular meeting with a number of people. One of the people that they had there was the governor's office was representative from New Mexico because they were going to propose doing this conference of the states, which is the same thing as a constitutional convention. The constitutional convention didn't appeal to anybody, and that got defeated, so they came back with the idea, we'll call it a conference of the states. It's just a conference. It's not a convention. But they would have binding resolutions. So he was there to present his case, and they all were very happy. And Heritage was there. I can't tell you all the organizations that were represented at that particular meeting, but it's very difficult to tell people who've been given money to organizations for years, you know, you are throwing your money down a rabbit hole when they think you just don't know what you're talking about. There were so many different organizations that were doing so many different things at that time. One of the things that was going on was Wyrick was doing the Free Congress research, and Heritage were joined together to do ALEC, to create the American Legislative Exchange Council. And I encountered that even our Democratic representatives and our Democratic Speaker of the House was involved with ALEC. And something came through from ALEC, they gave it, you know, good shrift. They would listen. And when I found out what ALEC was doing, they had decided that ACIR, Advisory Council on Intergovernmental Relations, it was in Washington. They prepared legislation, and they did overviews of legislation in particular areas, and it was provided to the legislators in Washington. ALEC was doing the same thing. They decided that we would do an alternative. We would do an alternative system of processing legislation, and we do it from the, what did he call it? Building a parallel institution. That's what we did with ALEC, was a parallel institution to ACER. It would just be conservative. And at that time, in Georgia, Democrats in Georgia were basically like Republicans in other states in terms of their conservative point of view of the world. And so I really wasn't that uncomfortable with being a Democrat at that time. That has since changed somewhat. But they listened to ALEC, and they sent representatives to ALEC's meeting. In fact, they even sent through some legislation about the Conference on the States and to ratify the idea to call people to go to see the conference, to go to the Conference on the States if we had one. Prior to that, before Mr. Linder became a federal legislator, he was a state legislator, and we had a few of us who were not organized yet and had not been run out on a rail decided that we would go back over our legislation and try to rescind our call for a constitutional convention to balance the budget. You remember that? When it went out, everybody did the thing to balance the budget. Okay. Well, we tried to go back, and we got a number of legislators who said, yes, you bring it to the floor, we'll vote for it, and rescind that, because nobody wants to do that anymore. Until Jack Kingston, who was the vice chairman of the committee that was going to handle that, who agreed that he would help us do that, came to us one day after lunch, and he said, I can't help you. And we said, no, we didn't know that. Why not? And he said, I've gotten a lot of support and help because I'm going to run for Congress from John Linder down in my district, and he doesn't want us to do this. And we said, oh, but we've gotten all this support for it. The Democrats are on board and Republicans. We've got it made. He said, well, I can't do it. And so we said, okay. And it died. But it didn't die a natural death. At the committee meeting, John Linder introduced 2 more pieces of legislation calling for constitutional conventions on other grounds. So that if we'd gotten that one rescinded, we would have had another one. So I was not very enamored of Mr. Linder because he had shown his colors early on. And I know that he's out there working now to get this fair tax passed, and it just cannot happen because if he's behind it, it's going on a rail to nowhere for this country. After that, the World Future Society meetings that I went to, Beth went to one of them with me, and we encountered some people who were talking about the new way we were going to do computers. As you well know, computers do many things to many people's minds, and getting between the computer and the child would be a healthy thing. However, what they want to do now is to make them oral and oral. That means you can listen and you can talk. You don't have to use a screen. You don't have to be able to type. You don't have to be able to translate the language. You can get it orally and orally. And you can walk around with a little bud in your ear and listening, and you can talk back, and the computer will print out what you say in whatever language you want to say it. I was there again as press at that particular meeting, and there were some teachers sitting behind us that were very excited about this. They thought this was a great thing. And so I just raised my hand, and he waited a long time before he ever recognized me. And I was sitting next to a man from IBM, and he had been taking some notes, but he'd been folding his things up to get ready to leave. And I finally got to ask my question, which was, if we are oral and oral on computers and we don't have anything tangible to use, even software, what's to prevent me from being guided in only one direction and given information from only one source? I said, I can go down to your bookstore that they had there, and I said, I can find 2 or 3 books on the same subject, and I said, I can compare those authors, and I can take from it a lot of different things, from a lot of different perspectives. And I said, but you plug my ear in and make me talk to the computer. I don't have anything but that. I don't have anything to compare it to. And he didn't really have a good answer, but it was, oh, no, it's not going to work that way. And the teachers behind me were saying, oh, no, it won't be limited or whatever. I said, why not? And the gentleman from IBM was folding up his suitcase, and he got up to leave, and he turned around to me, and he says, Madam, you're correct. And then he turned around and left the room. And I thought, okay, that's where we are, particularly in the developing countries, because that was the whole thing. They could do it out under a tree. They didn't have to be in a room. They didn't have to be air-conditioned. We could do it anywhere in the world. That's where we are. And the gentleman from IBM says, yes, you're correct. And I'll have to say this for IBM. IBM trains their people to really say it like it is in many instances. And I'll relate one. Charlotte and I had gone to the governor's conference in Minnesota. It's a governor's conference on TQM, Total Quality Management in Education, which was a huge conference, and it was an extremely interesting one. And one particular day, we kind of wound up in a place that we weren't really supposed to be, but they didn't run us out. They didn't know any better than to let us in. And it was superintendents and teachers and other people in education and administration state levels and federal levels and all in this one meeting. And this facilitator from IBM was giving the presentation. And they had been talking about how to change, how to change the teachers and the administrators and get them to go into these new directions in education. And one superintendent had raised his hand. He said, I've got a lot of older teachers in my system who are great teachers. And he said, but they're not going to follow me down these paths. How do I deal with them? And the little lady she was a sweet little lady, from IBM, did her little thing, her little stick that came out like this. And she had her flow chart, on the wall behind her. And she says, no problem. She says, you observe, you watch them, you document their mistakes. And she touched her. She said her little box that she hit was waste management. And you get rid of them. It was that simple. He said, okay. And nobody else said anything else. And we were sitting there kind of in shock, But it was just as clear as a bell. There was no question. You just move them out of the way. Keep going, move them out of the way. They don't get on board, you just get rid of them. And then from that, I'd like to say something about the National Center for Educational Statistics. They developed these handbooks. We were trying to get copies of them. We were seeing references to handbooks. Nobody had the handbooks. We didn't know where they were, and we couldn't get them. I went to the library. They didn't have them there. Not at that time. They did get them later. I asked them. All right. I went to a meeting that Larry McDonald, any of you remember Larry McDonald, who died in the airplane crash going to Russia. He was speaking one night. I was there covering it. And afterwards, went up to him and I said, Mr. McDonald, I'm trying to get hold of a government document. Would you assist me? And he said, I'll try. He said, write it out and I'll give it to my people. And I told him, there are handbooks that are developed by the Department of Education. Could I get a copy of those? About a week or so later, in the mail came this huge package falling apart. And there were 8 handbooks there. There were more than what I asked for. He was not even my representative. But the 8th one, we found out that the mapping process, which was illegal at the time, they had mapped the United States down to the local school system, and they had everybody mapped down to that extent, where they had the coding. See, these handbooks were for the computer coding for everything that happened in education. It's like medicine. You have certain codes that you do for certain diseases and procedures and all that, and you ship it on off. Well, by the time the information that you've got about your assessments and all that sort of stuff comes together, then you've got it in these codes that match these handbooks, and that's how it goes to the federal government. And in this particular handbook, we found all of the stuff about community education and how it was going to be put in. Handbook 8, which they now say, well, we don't use Handbook 8 anymore. No, they don't have to, because have all the coding down to the individual teacher and the individual child, which we got those later. Those were later handbooks.
A lot on values.
Oh, yes, the whole section on values and how you code them and how you code changes. It was amazing. And the fact that it was collected down to the school system level. We were completely controlled and nobody knew. A couple of us made an appointment and went to see Mr. McDonald because I thought it was only fair, to show him what we had that he had gotten for us. And we went to his office and laid them out there on the table, strategic pages of different ones, and explained what was happening and how it was happening and how it wound up in the community education and, how they were doing these things. And he sat down in a chair and looked at it and he said, so that's what they're doing with that money. And he said, can you come and speak to my staff? And I said, well, sure, we'll be glad to come and tell you. He says, they need to know this. He said, we did not know what these handbooks were. Well, he died before then. And so we never got an opportunity to do that. Yes. Well, let me see if I can sort of wind this up for you. In the meantime, I did work with Sarah Leslie on the Christian Conscience. We tried to get out as much information as we could through the magazine. And During the process of that, we put out some information about the Parental Rights and Responsibilities Act, which was Michael Ferris, who is identified as Homeschool Legal Defense and the homeschooler's god, as you were. He's part of the Trojan horse, has been for many, 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 many years. And the Parental Rights and Responsibilities Act was part of a three-pronged effort to actually put some controls in for parental activity. And you don't add that type of wording into legislation unless you want it to be activated. And if you don't already have those controls in place, you don't put them there. But Mr. Ferris and I disagreed on that. We had I wrote a long treatise about him, and we had 2 or 3 exchanges of different things. And Professor Rice at Notre Dame University agreed with me, and he went on record and about that, and that kind of died. However, I've discovered on the net that Mr. Ferris is back at it again with a little different twist this time, same thing. Homeschoolers, you have to understand, if the people come and knock on your door at night, who are you going to call if they want to do something about your children? Homeschool Legal Defense. Why are you going to do that? Because they'll come and help me. No, they will not. They say right there in the charter, they do not do that. They don't go to court for you. They don't participate. Your best bet is to educate a local lawyer about your situation, where you are in homeschooling, what you think your situation might be if somebody decides to give you some problems. And then you have somebody to call that will go to court for you, who will help you and take care of you. Homeschool Legal Defense will take your money, and they will send you lots of literature, and they'll give you some good ideas. They do some things very well. However, they will not be there by your side. The best thing for you to do is even keep a lawyer on retainer for that same money that you would have been sending, because they will not do that for you. And that's another Trojan horse issue. Yeah.
We're talking about homeschoolers. I'm sorry to interrupt you. William Bennett, Secretary William Bennett, has a charter school, a virtual academy, and there are homeschoolers who
Right, K-12.
were working with him. They were about to adopt this for homeschooling, and they said, "What test will we have to administer, Secretary Bennett?" And he said, "Oh, the federal national assessment. That's federally funded." He said, "The NAEP is federally funded, supported by tax money. My virtual academy is a charter school. That's a complete federal curriculum."
I will do one thing about that, because he has since moved away from that and received money out, his money investment back, and he's separated himself from it. But those are charter schools. They are not private. They are public schools, and they not only are subject to the NAEP, they are subject to the state level assessments as well. Homeschoolers just have to realize that if you're going to homeschool, it's going to cost you, and you're going to have to just do it, and that's what you're going to have to do. It's just like if you're going to be involved in issues, be involved in issues. Don't get involved in politics, or you do the same thing you're going to do with the homeschooling. If you take any money or you get involved in any way, shape, or form looking for relief. All right, this is very short and quick. This is to amplify something that I was telling you earlier about the Progress and Freedom Foundation meeting with Gingrich and Toffler and George Gilder and Kenilworth, several people. At that point, they were doing a TV show that afternoon about education. Louis Perlman was on the panel as well. And what they said was, you have to remember that in the future, education will be from the home. It's the global cottage. But the schools will be used for socialization, which is exactly what Malcolm Davis had told Charlotte, and it keeps getting repeated over and over and over until we get it, folks. We're supposed to get it eventually. But that was broadcast over the conservative television program, which was funded by Moon out of D.C., and used by Gingrich and others to get their point across. And that's another important little milestone, that at that point in the 90s, they were saying again, it's going to be done in the home with computers and the school for socialization. There's one thing that's happening in Georgia, and many of your states have been watching it. We have a Supreme Court decision in our state that stopped the state from establishing an entity that would charter schools outside the purview of the state board or the local board. Who knows why the legislature did this? They knew it was not constitutional. But they set it up. It operated for over a year. They involved 13 different charters that they approved through this commission. They appointed members of the commission. They chartered these 13 schools, one of which is a distance learning cyber school. Well, when the state Supreme Court said, you cannot do this because our state constitution says there can be no special schools except those chartered by the Board of Education for special needs. We have a school for the deaf. We have a school for the blind. Those are special schools chartered by, and, well, they're not charters, but they were created by the state, and they are state schools. And those are the only special schools around in Georgia. This commission was creating these charters as special schools. So what we have now, and if you all please put us on your prayer list, in November we have on our ballot a constitutional amendment to allow the state legislature to appoint a commission to charter schools outside the purview of the state board or the local boards of education. And so if you would just please remember us that in November we can settle this issue and maintain our status as not being able to approve charter schools without permission of either the local boards of education or the state board. The state board can, at this point, charter a school if there's an appeal process where if you try on the local level and you don't get it, you can appeal to the state, but it's to the state board. And if the state board says, no, that's it, you just may as well go ahead and declare yourself a private school and get on with it. But we do need your prayers in this election cycle, because if this amendment passes, then the state has control and they can commission any way they want to. I know some of your other states have sort of looked to Georgia's situation to dictate what they can do, because probably your constitutions say the same thing. I do want to wind up one thing. Later on, with regard to this whole process of going to different conferences and things, did wind up in one that was very important. Empower America had this marvelous conference on school choice. And I went to cover that. It was held in D.C. at the Press Club. And William Bennett was there, and a number of people, Jeannie Allen was there, and a number of people. And there were some people from Washington State, whose last name was Spady, but they were not related to William. They were Richard Spady's children, and that was Dick's Hamburgers. If you go out to Washington State, if you go see Dick's Hamburgers, that's Dick Spady, Richard Spady. His son and daughter-in-law had put in a charter drive and a tuition tax credit proposal. They had gotten all of the conservative organizations on board. They were there at the Empower America conference to tell everybody how it could be done. And so they had all this material. They left before I could get to them personally. They had to leave. And so I didn't get to ask them for what they had, but I really wanted to see it. 2 weeks later, I was in Atlanta for a World Future Society meeting, and on the agenda was Mr. Spady from Washington State, who was there to come to back up some of the things that were going on at the World Future Society, to tell them how he did what he did. I got hung up with some traffic, and I didn't get there to hear his whole speech, but I was there in the back of the room when he left the podium. And when he came by me, I flagged him down and told him, I said, I'd like to interview you for a moment. I was not here to hear what you had to say, but I would really like it if you had anything in writing that you could give to me. And he said, oh, no problem, give me your room number, He thought I was staying in the hotel. And I'll get it to your room. And I said, well, I'm not staying at the hotel. I said, I'm actually from out of town. I'll be going back home later on this afternoon. And he said, no problem. Picked up his cell phone, called his office in Washington State. I wrote my information down. He says, I'll have them send you the material. I said, thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. And we went on with a little interview thing, and I learned all sorts of things about what he was doing. He sent me this huge trifolder with letters from every conservative organization that you can think of, including many of the surrounding state heritage clones were also sending their things in. And, lots of odd organizations as well. We think it was odd. They were not conservative, but they were, yes, NEA was behind them. They were all behind him. We have been had, and partly it's, I look at some of these organizations, and I think part of it is because these are issues that you can raise money on, that you can support your organization, that you can get your people busy doing, and they will stay busy and diverted. They will be diverted from what needs to be done, but they will stay busy and they will send you money. And that is one of the problems that we have in politics. Politics is the use and abuse of power. I was telling the girls the other day what I had explained to a government student of mine on the cuff, one day. He says, what is politics, Ms. Weatherly? And I said, well, and it just popped into my head, it's the use and abuse of power. And after I thought about it, I said, yes, it's the use and abuse of power. That's what politics is. And so we need to remember that that's what we're dealing with. Anything we do that's political in nature in any way, shape, or form, that's what we're dealing with. Either we're going to be used or abused. So be very, very careful. And thank you for your time, and I appreciate your attention.
Now I want to take you back in time. The year's 1942, central Pennsylvania, and it's night, and my parents have to find their way to the hospital using no headlights. It is a blackout, and the country is paralyzed with fear. There are U-boats off the shore. We might be bombed. We have to do whatever is necessary to, keep the war effort going. We have to win this and keep our country safe. My birth certificate designates the time of my birth as EWT, Eastern Wartime. It was 2 hours back from the standard time to get us closer to the theater of war time. Both my parents are teachers. My mother is 97 now. Wow. She taught 4th grade, and with the exception of one student who had been transferred many times, there was never a child that she could not teach to read. Never. My dad started teaching, it was called SHOP at the time, it was vocational education. Then he got a bachelor's or master's degree in guidance counseling and became an administrator, principal. And the changes that he saw in his career were just drastic. He saw discipline go away. He saw curriculum being watered down, and racial tension and political correctness. Our house had to be guarded one night as the tensions in the city, the racial tensions got very high. The school where he taught is boarded up, and it's been vandalized very recently, stripped of copper and everything, and I'm very glad he isn't here to see that. Skip ahead now to 1960, and I choose to become a nurse. I sent in one application because I knew where I wanted to go, and my dad, being a guidance counselor, went, oh, that's kind of scary. But he told me at the same time that I could choose to be a nurse, but I eventually would be a teacher. And I'm not a certified teacher, but I have ended up being an educator. In 1963, my husband became an executive for Sears, and that was a little bit like joining the military, and they started transferring us. And our sons, as they grew up, were in different schools, and the years split up for them. and they had various degrees of difficulty with reading. Our youngest son in Brookfield, Connecticut, ended his second grade year in a pre-primer. Duck is a duck. And so we did testing, vision and hearing, and then the experts took over, and they called me in, and they said, well, Mrs. Anglin, the problem is you have nurtured him, you've held him too close, you haven't given him permission to learn. Now, he's my youngest son. The first one is the one you try to mold into that perfect human being, and the second one you ease up, and the third one, go for it, you know? So I knew that they were wrong. And little did they know that their silly conclusion would start me on a journey as a researcher, activist, and a teacher. In 1986, we were transferred to Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and I met Nancy, a lady who had a son in the same third grade with a problem with reading. And we became a team. Changes in the schools were becoming apparent. A group of concerned parents are meeting in their homes to discuss these changes, and I'm invited to join them. Falmouth High School is planning to make condom distribution available in the senior high and the junior high, the first in the nation to do that. I had conversations with people in this parents group using terms that I never, as an adult, having gone through nurses training, worked in, I never thought would be part of my vocabulary, but it had to be. And we decided to try to get at least an opt-out option for our kids for the mandatory sex education classes that were coming in. And they allowed us to discuss it at school committee meetings, but it became very clear it wasn't an option. It was going in. One man in the group had heard about something called OBE, Outcome-Based Education, and Nancy and I were urged to go to a conference to learn about it and bring it back, just do something about this. So we used my husband's frequent flyer miles, and we flew to Des Moines, Iowa, in the bitter cold. Our connecting flight into Chicago was late, and the jetway was closed. And the lady at the podium said, "You're not getting on that plane, it's ready to go." And we said, "No, the Lord wants us on that plane." And with that, her phone rang on the podium. The jetway was open because somebody on the flight crew had forgotten something. And so we went on board the plane, and we got on. The stewardess, and we called them that at the time, said, "Who are you?" And we said, "Just a couple of moms," you know, and we're supposed to be in Des Moines. What I learned at that conference seemed absolutely incredible, but both of us knew there was no going back from that point. And I met Charlotte Iserbyt, who later wrote The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, and the key word is deliberate. And that's what made it so difficult when you tried to explain to people that it was being done deliberately in this country. And I also met Sam Blumenfeld, who had written books, and the primary one that hit me was on phonics and whole language. And then I knew what had happened to my son and to all the others in Chicago, where they dumbed down an entire city. And they said, "We know the program, it was a huge failure." And we went, "No, it wasn't. You accomplished your mission. You did what you intended. You proved you could dumb down an entire city in a matter of a few years." And the ADD and the ADHD and the Ritalin and all the rest of it never needed to happen. Never needed to. Well, using fax machines the size of small cars, which produced shiny copies that had to be kept out of the sun or they faded away, long-distance calls that at the time were costly, snail mail documents, sleepless nights, many of those, reading, among other things, a book called America 2000, Goals 2000 by a gentleman named James Patrick. And a really big picture started taking shape. Each state was busy creating their own unique version of the education reform. Each one was sure that theirs would be the model for the nation. And as we were able to collect these documents from the various states, it was obvious that they were being very carefully orchestrated from the top down. But we didn't at that point know just how high the top was. We dubbed ourselves the Kitchen Militia, as most of our hearty bands of were moms. Our fax machines on the kitchen counter next to the phone, and at that time you could use either one or the other, so I'll never know how many calls I might have missed. When asked to speak to concerned parents, I, like Cindi, toted stacks of documents from state and federal levels, professional education publications, and I urged the parents to come up and look at them. I hadn't made these up in my kitchen. This was not a conspiracy, this was a plan. It was out in the open. All you had to do was look. You had to dig, but it was there. As I described OBE and Goals 2000 and School to Work and lifelong learning, it would usually be a dad in the audience who would put his hand in the air like, stop this, and say, what you're describing is socialism. And I'd go, bingo, you got it. You got it. At one point, when asked then, what can we do? The best solution then was homeschool, if you can, private school, if you can, or parochial schools, which at the early stages had not taken the bait of federal funding that would immediately bring them into the system. Still early in the 90s, we go to suburban Boston, and a family I met that had homeschooled their several children, and they hear about these new charter schools, and they decided they'd try to open one of those. And they had other parents that were homeschooling, and they said, we could do that. That would make it great because we could all work together. So they submitted their charter, and the state of Massachusetts flatly denied it. It was hard to understand because they had a solid plan, but we later found some charters that were granted to performing arts academies, Pacific Rim charters, and one that even had a Russian connection. Looking back, we could see now that the culling out of students from the public system had started, and the charters were being granted only to specific entities to achieve specific goals, to move us from point A to point B, and it was very effective. A complicated formula for funding is presented by the Commonwealth, and the charters are funded by tax dollars, which go to the student, with the student to the public school. In Massachusetts, 100% went the first year, and then a decreasing percentage as the years went by, until the charter could be self-sustaining. But no one can figure out how is that going to be possible, because they have to pay teachers. They have all the same expenses at that point that the public schools do. So what happens when the funding goes away? Well, we move to 2012, and we see charters everywhere. Many are for profit and backed by mega corporations, individual investors who have huge amounts of money, foundations, and hedge funds who are reaping the profits while the public school system is being drained of students and funding. Tax dollars are being laundered. In Pennsylvania, for example, by way of tax credits from businesses or individuals who donate to a state-approved and administered scholarship fund, they do an end run around the state and federal constitution, which says that they can't give those funds to private or parochial or charter schools, really. But they've gone around that. They don't have to explain it. They just do it now. Our court system has been undermined. Every avenue that we had for any recourse is pretty much gone. As to our concern about how the charters again are being funded, enter cyber schools. There aren't any brick and mortars. And so the cost of running those goes way down. You can have a teacher somewhere and they tape the class, and then that just goes out. And now, as we learned, the computers will be even more sophisticated than that. That'll be totally individualized. There's a current bill in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, known as the Republican State Senator Piccola's Takeover Bill. By the way, Senator Piccola is retiring this year. My mother had him as a fourth grade student. We aren't sure that that worked out very well, but This essentially allows the state to take control of financially distressed school districts. Under the law, the Secretary of Education has the ability to declare the school district to be in a state of financial recovery, and within 5 days of the declaration, this recovery officer must be appointed to the district. He's responsible for developing a financial recovery plan, maintaining oversight, and informing the public of what he's doing. Problem 1. The recovery officer has no power to negotiate with teachers whose salary and benefits account for the majority of his expenses. Thus, he can only cut services, programs, and staff. 2, the receiver, who has provided great authority over these districts, is able to delegate his powers to an individual in the district or within a nonprofit or for-profit entity. Among these powers is the ability to enter into an agreement with the nonprofit or for-profit organization to operate one or more of the district's schools. Enter the charters. They're just in the wings, waiting. Legislation allows for 9 districts to be declared financially distressed each year, but within the next 3 years, nearly half of the Pennsylvania public schools are projected to be financially distressed. Follow the money if you can. PA Cyber School, a home-based internet delivery system. July of this year, FBI agents raided the Pennsylvania Cyber School charter office of Nick Trombetta. A tangled web of the money trail is even too complicated to outline. The chart would be huge. July 15th, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The story, millions flow to Beaver County-based Pennsylvania cyber school spin-offs. It's huge. He hired his own people. He created other entities and then allowed his own people to deal with the providers. It's very tangled and very lucrative for him and for his company. The product that he has turned out, the cyber school that he's turned out, not so much. There is a lot of money to be made. And now that the housing market has tanked, all the major investment entities that have been out there for the really big moneyed people are gone, and education is left out there, and it's a target now. It's really a big target for them. In Pottstown, Pennsylvania, a gentleman came in with a proposition to put his charter school in their elementary level. His name is Vahan Garigian, and he runs the Chester Community Charter School and also the Chester County Charter Management Incorporated, so he can manage his own charter schools, which is very clever thinking on his part. The gentleman owns a billboard company. He is extremely wealthy. When he went to Pottstown, he didn't go to the school committee. He went to the superintendent of schools and made this proposition that he would bring them in. Well, one of the school committee members found out about it and so went with Freedom of Information and wanted documentation of all the meetings that he had had with Senator Piccola and others. And it appears that his offer, if it goes through, would be educating kindergarten through 5th, and they're saying, as I understand it, this is from the superintendent, it would probably entail laying off our entire elementary school staff, principals, teachers, and support staff. Now, the gentleman knows that our charter school legislation is being amended. He personally donated $335,000 to the campaign of our current governor over the past 3 years. And I have the list of the other donations that he's made, and it's about 5 pages long. He is a very powerful man and served as the current governor's education transition team member. Corbett is our governor, yeah. Now, this gentleman has also because he couldn't get his charters in a timely fashion. So actually, they have delayed voting on the charter, bill. And the people in Pottstown said that they know that if he comes in with this charter, that they're going to have to acknowledge that they already know about this, and that they will have to approve it, because if they don't, and he can get this amendment in, the state will be permitted to override the school board's decision. They will have to accept this charter. Well, the one that he has is an elementary school, and it's in Chester County. Apparently has a pretty good reputation, but the backroom deals that are going on to change legislation they're powerful. They really are. The bill did not. It stalled, would not be dealt with until this fall's legislation. As the bill stands now, in addition to allowing the districts to convert existing schools into charters, it appears to allow the state board to convert existing schools to charters, apparently without the approval of the local school committee, the elected ones. Parents see charters as better for their children, and in some cases, a few are pretty good. But the big picture is not as good. Charter schools regulations vary widely from state to state. There's very little oversight or control once they are in place. Are they public or are they private? Is there any transparency? Do you have freedom of information access? And how many are secular charters? That's a question. CRADO, the Center for Research on Education Outcomes in Stanford, they did a study of 16 states. And as I was printing these out, I would take them out of the printer, and I thought that I had the page upside down because most of the results were down below where they started. The results were not good. And they did one specifically for Pennsylvania, and it's even more graphic in the failure rates of these charter schools. The children in many cases were doing better in the public schools than they are in the charters. This is based on only a 3-year study, and so they're saying, well, maybe if they just leave them in there a little longer, but they had to make so many adjustments to try and even get these figures for transfers in and out, and were the schools being honest about the information that they were providing, or were they sort of playing around with the results to get a better result? It bears watching. A lady named Sharon Higgins has created a blog called Charter School Scandals. Go on this. It is a real it's a huge site. It's huge. And it goes state by state by state, charter by charter, major problems. Funding and money that's been misused, and very little. Oh, by the way, back to the gentleman, Mr. Gregorian. In case you don't think there's real money in this, now I'm sure he makes good money with his billboard company and whatever else. He's an attorney. His wife is an attorney. They have a home in suburban Philadelphia, which is huge. And this is the one that they're building in Florida on 2 lots. And the house in Philadelphia is larger than this one. This is a powerful man. There's a lot of money. And he can change the course of charters in Pennsylvania if he chooses. So there apparently is big money to be made in charter schools. Most recently, there's been a move now to create a demand for more charters in the suburban areas. It's not fair that the inner city kids and their parents have vouchers and scholarships and get to take advantage of these better schools. So now they're going to start to grade the suburban schools, give them actual letter grades so the parents can make a better, wise decision as to which charter to send their children to. And they will be made available to them, because parents all along have been saying, well, my school's not so bad. So they have to prove to them that they are. Even if they aren't, they have to prove to them. The public system has to be torn down. It has to go away. And the gradualism that you talked about, they're very patient in doing this. But right now, it's starting to move at warp speed. With the current administration and those that are calling the shots, they can see the end. I mean, they've almost got it in their grasp, and it has to be stopped. It just has to be stopped. Other speakers will tell you about what's happening in the public system right now, and it's not pretty. Donna's going to speak later, and she calls me on her way to work. Hey, Paul, you aren't going to believe what happened yesterday. You know? And it's very interesting phone calls I have, and my husband just puts the coffee back in the microwave for me when we finish our conversation. There are a couple of other charters that come to mind. United Nations is chartered. Chamber of Commerce is chartered. In Charlotte's book, pages 34 and 35 of The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, the facts are excerpted from an article written by Erica Carl. And the Chamber of Commerce, its powers and goals. She wrote this in 1983, regarding something that happened when I was 3 years old. 1945 United Nations Charter became effective on October 24th, 1945. Playing an important role in the creation of the United Nations was the United States Chamber of Commerce. So there's not only a United States Chamber of Commerce, there's an international Chamber of Commerce, and they created the United Nations in order to bring everybody into the big picture. Two slogans were popularized in order to gain backing for the Chamber leadership: world peace through world trade, and more business in government and less government in business. The Chamber sought to commercialize the world under its own direction. To do this, they needed to find ways to affect the bypass operating policies of the various states and nations, to change national policies and even laws requiring popular support and collective action, collective being a key word there. Among their goals that they knew they would have to do was to create the United Nations, a regional government, which they called New Federalism, Medicare, had to centralize medical profession, postal reorganization, that's in full swing right now, contracting for school services with private industry, and a voucher system for education. 1945. Gradual, patient, step by step, closer and closer. And one final concern I have: charter schools open the doors to everybody. And I live in Pennsylvania, and I drove through the Pocono Mountains yesterday, and I may have driven past the lovely estate of Mr. Gulen, who is Turkish. And he had to leave Turkey and come to the United States for health reasons. He has type 2 diabetes, which it's kind of hard to believe after all these years they haven't been able to take care of that for him, so he can go back to Turkey. But a charter school in Center County, Pennsylvania, which is Penn State University's back door, Young Scholars of Central Pennsylvania, YSCP, has a web page that says that they focus on teaching students for lifelong learning, prepares them for a global economy. Our tuition-free school offers a rigorous curriculum in a fun and interactive environment, emphasizing world cultures. Now, the fact, first of all, that it's tuition-free, those are our tax dollars that are paying for this school. YSCP limits class sizes to 20 students and offers many opportunities for parents to be involved with the school activities. YSCP has received numerous Keystone Achievement Awards from the Pennsylvania Department of Ed and scored very highly on yearly progress reports. In September of 2011, the school will have an enrollment of 200 students in K through 8. From WJAC TV in Altoona, Pennsylvania, they state recently released records have linked a charter school in Center County to a controversial network of Turkish links that has gained the attention of federal authorities. A report published in the Philadelphia Inquirer linked YSCP in State College to a network of more than 120 charter schools in 23 states. And they are connected to Turkish preacher and Muslim scholar Fethullah Gulen. He's living in self-imposed exile in a remote section of the Poconos in Pennsylvania. It is a heavily guarded estate. Several reports claim that followers of Gulen have opened the network of charter schools across the U.S., and the federal authorities are investigating claims that the school workers are donating part of their salaries back to the Gulen movement in Turkey. Former Young Scholars of Central Pennsylvania Parents Group President Ruth Hocker told WJAC that she started filing Freedom of Information requests when local teachers were replaced by Turkish teachers, and school administrators wouldn't explain the changes or verify the teachers' certifications. She says, we like that they were multicultural, but any group that's favoring certain people over other people, favoring less qualified people based on race, that's our concern. Hocker said 4 of her children attended YSCP, 1 graduated elementary school, and 3 were eventually pulled from the classroom. We would say, why are you hiring teachers that aren't certified? And they would say, we can't find anyone local that's certified and qualified. And she would respond, Penn State's right around the corner. How can you not find somebody certified or qualified in this town? It doesn't make sense. We weren't concerned about their safety, she said, but we certainly were concerned about the secrecy and where the money was being spent. State College area district officials said that Young Scholars their charter was being renewed in July. Calls requesting information from the FBI, Pennsylvania Department of Education, and the Young Scholars of Pennsylvania have not been returned. In 1998, Gulen departed Turkey for the U.S. reportedly to receive medical treatment. His departure also enabled him to escape questioning on his indictment in 2000 for allegedly promoting insurrection in Turkey by means of his sermons. About 100 of his followers guard him and attend to his needs in the large rural estate in the Pocono Mountains. These servants are educated men who wear suits and ties and don't look like traditional Islamists in cloaks and turbans. They follow Gulen's orders and even refrain from marrying until age 50, per his instructions. And when they do marry, their spouses are expected to dress in Islamic manner, directed by Gulen again. This information was taken from the Middle East Quarterly. That was winter of 2009 by Rachel Sharon Crespin. I have the information up here if you want to copy it later. An article in USA Today in August of 2010 by Greg Topo. Objectives of the charter school with Turkish ties are questioned. They have a generic forward-sounding name like Horizon Science Academy, Pioneer Charter Schools of Science, Beehive Science and Technology Academy, all focused on math and science. Quietly established over the last decade, but a loosely affiliated group of Turkish-American educators, these, at that time, 100 or so publicly funded charter schools, were among the top-performing public schools in their towns. So they coast through under the radar because they really are educating students. Distraction. The schools educate as many as 35,000 students, and I'm sure that it's higher than that now, and have imported thousands of Turkish educators over the last decade. Top administrators said they have no official ties to Gulen, and Gulen himself denies any connection to the schools. But the documents that are on the websites and the federal forms required of them find that they operate with the aid of Gulen-inspired dialogue groups They are local, not-for-profit, and then they promote the Turkish culture. In one case, the Ohio-based Horizon Science Academy in Springfield signed a 5-year building lease with the parent organization of Chicago's Niagara Foundation, which promotes Gulen's philosophy of peace, mutual respect, and culture in coexistence. And Gulen, he's the honorary president of that foundation. He's long pushed for Islam to occupy a more central role in Turkish society. Followers of the so-called Gulen movement operate education, media, and a business network in more than 100 countries. That information comes from University of Oregon sociologist Joshua Henrich. I share the concern of the State College parent. The element of secrecy is of extreme importance. The funneling of our tax dollars to unknown destinations is another concern. Most recently, however, I found there's one more. The Sonoran Science Academy / Davis Monthan in Tucson, Arizona. Davis Monthan is an Air Force base, and the charter is physically located on the base. May 2011, Hawaii Free Press, Andrew Walden writes, after months of trying to get on base in Hawaii, is it 3 strikes and they're out for the Turkish Gulen, and he designates it as a cult. Hawaii Free Press readers learned last December that the cult was attempting to take control of Makapu Elementary on the Kanoe, my pronunciation is probably dreadful, Marine base. The proposal had been withdrawn in December, was resubmitted as Sonoran Science Academy for the new year, but after articles that the Free Press provided, the parents and the teachers are ready, they circulated a petition, and the school committee refused any further discussions for the charter. That didn't stop them. On the legislative front, same article, efforts to pass HCR 30, a symbolic resolution recognizing the cultural, educational, political, and economic relations between the people of Hawaii and the Republic of Turkey, foundered as the Gulen cult was exposed and legislators were informed by concerned citizens, and it only passed after being stripped of all references to any of the Gulen fronts. The embarrassment and shame heightened when it turned out that they had hoaxed Senator Mike Gabbard and several other legislators during legislative lobbying visits during that year. One Gulen is portraying himself as Oscar Yildiz, president of West America Turkic Council, was in fact one of 2 different Oscar Yildizes, both of whom were portrayed as the president of West America Turkic Council. Strike 3, and then to top it off, Hawaii State Ethics Commission Les Noto sent out an April 18 memo to politicians warning them away from accepting free accommodations in Turkey from the Pacifica Institute, which is another of their front groups. It's easy for them to provide this free accommodations and the trips because they own the hotels and the restaurants, and they are urged to do this. The trip was supposed to have happened in May, and the Hawaiian paper is watching to see how many might have gone. Students and their parents in the Gulen charters are offered the opportunity to travel to Turkey, usually at little or no cost. Oh, Chicago Sun-Times, January this year. North Chicago, the Illinois State Board of Education in North Chicago Community Unit District 187 announced Tuesday that they have received 3 applications to run a charter school on Naval Air Station Great Lakes. Gulen Concept Schools is one of the 3. I think there's reason to be cautious. This needs to be investigated. They said the FBI is investigating it. I hope they do, but yeah, okay. There are powerful people behind the funding and driving this whole system forward. You will hear about Agenda 21, the UN plan for one world government. Education is a major component of that plan. And if you've watched and heard these presentations, then I hope you'll come to understand that this is happening and why. What will be your role in it? It's your decision to make. We hope that we've given you truthful and factual information that will help you make that decision. I opened this by noting that I was born as World War II was raging. Now at age 70, I find myself and our nation in the middle of another war. A much more subtle war, but not less dangerous. No shots have been fired, but there's been a long period of blackout, one created so that we would have a difficult time finding our way to the truth, afraid to turn on the light of truth because we believed that we would be placed in harm's way if we did. We were told to be careful about what we said. The term is political correctness, and we obeyed that for a while, didn't we? We were called conspiracy freaks, and then we found the conspiracy. We placed it in the light, and lo and behold, it was and remains a real plan. The internet has allowed us to pull back the curtain and let the light shine in a little more. We have to wonder how long that's going to be accessible to us. Much has already been scrubbed from it, so keep up the fight one battle at a time, and we can win this war. When we do, we must be sure to keep a record for the future. Perhaps a journal, printed copies, discs, or whatever it takes from the website information, books that have not been abridged to the point where they have no meaning. Records of the truth for future generations so that they can spend some sleepless nights reading about what we did in this day, which becomes their past, to secure their futures and pass it on once again as history repeats itself, as it always does.
Public financing of IB World schools begs the attention of everyone who values education and how taxpayer money is spent in the public school system. Local, state, and federal tax dollars are covering public school costs for programs offered by the International Baccalaureate. It's an entity that's under Swiss law that claims nonprofit status. IBO is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, and a regional office opened in Bethesda, Maryland in 2010. So now they're operating out of North America, out of Maryland. But 91% of the more than 1,300 IB World schools in the United States are public funded, taxpayer funded. And most people have no idea that they're in their schools or what the curriculum is and what the intent is of the program. Following are a few of the many red flag issues surrounding IB. Number one, IB programs add unnecessary costs to school operations. These vary with each IB program. IB school fees, new staff positions, non-teaching and teaching, student registration and subject fees, student assessment fees, and periodic program evaluation visit fees, to name a few. Plus, IB requires training that incurs participant fees, travel, meals, and lodging expenses at destinations that are often out of state or even out of the country. It costs an average of about $8,000 to train a staff member. Thereafter, retraining comes every few years as IB changes. The IB program, and I want to talk about the diploma program, which is a 2-year high school level program. In my school district, the desegregation money is paying for this stuff. Now, desegregation money comes out of property taxes. So whereas many cities have to go really get the money from the voters and get it on as a ballot initiative, my district has it because they just have this big dipping pot, which is why we have a lot of bad programs. For those of you who don't have this taxpayer honeypot like my school district does with desegregation funds, here's where the money's coming from to jumpstart this. The 2008 IB North American Action Kit for Educational Leaders says in the United States, schools wishing to implement IB have access to a number of federal grants to help defray the costs for the programs. If a school qualifies, a key funding opportunity comes from the ESEA Title I funds for schools with low-income populations, end quote. The kit also says other federal grants to research for funding opportunities include the Magnet School Assistance Program, AP Test Fee Program, Gear Up, Advanced Placement Incentive Program, Smaller Learning Communities Program, and the Academic Competitiveness Grants. The next thing is the pre-university 2-year IB diploma program is not cost-effective. IB diploma candidates are often a tiny portion of a high school's total enrollment. In 2009, a proponent in Virginia shared a statistic that indicated that 72% of IB programs have less than 10 diploma candidates each year, and that was the norm. Nevertheless, substantial 6-digit amounts accommodate the IB diploma program. July 2011, Tucson Unified School District revealed its annual costs for the diploma program at one high school. For the first 2 IB graduating classes, TUSD spent more than $1 million the first year and $800,000 the second year. There were 32 students that first year, 42 students the second year. 5 students received the IB diploma in that 2-year period, close to $2 million for that program. And even after the diploma program has been around for a while, they like to say, you know, it takes 5 years for the program to work itself out. Well, we have Gallus High School in Arizona. After 20 years, they're still only graduating like 1 or 2 kids with a diploma a year.
Don't taxpayers complain about this?
People don't know about it. People do not know this. You have to go digging for this information. I talked about the diploma program, and that's 2-year high school level. This next one, I'm going to just give you a little brief idea of the middle years program. The IB middle years program for ages 11 to 15 is a poor preparation for the diploma program. IB teachers criticize that middle years program suddenly stops in grade 10. There is no articulation between MYP and the IB diploma program, and that the middle years program does not really provide the opportunity to hone the skills needed to be successful diploma program students. What about the many middle years program graduates who don't qualify for the diploma program? In 2012, the IBO will allow IB diploma program schools to offer an IB career-related certificate for students ages 16 to 19 years old. Those are the kids that won't be up to speed academically to go into the diploma program and receive the actual IB diploma. Okay, next, I'd like to say a few things about the primary years program, which is for ages 3 to 12-year-olds, roughly. Some of the staff at primary years program schools have remarked that the IB program has no place in elementary school. It takes too much emphasis off learning the basics. It takes teachers out of the classroom for too many meetings, and it takes administrators on expensive cross-country business trips. There was so much time spent on the IB stuff and time taken away from the true academics, which is very frustrating when you have students that you help on academics but can't. IB changes education's purpose, content, and teaching methods, predictably supporting agendas of the IBO, which is an official non-governmental organization of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which is UNESCO. If you strip away the IB marketing puffery and suddenly the IB drivel about rigor and international mindedness and quality education for a better world become nothing more than phrases that obscure the integration of non-academic goals that support United Nations issues, such as Agenda 21 Sustainable Development. UN Agenda 21 tramples values of individual liberty, private property, and equality under the law, but that's a story for another day, and that'll be tomorrow. If you pick up my paper, IB Unraveled, that has a lot more information. And I just want to read one more thing here. International Baccalaureate does not belong in public schools. And while higher cost is a big problem, it's what IB is, does, or fails to do that is of greater concern. This became apparent during my research that was initiated in part because of my history. During the 11th and 12th grade, I lived outside the United States and attended a private K-12 international school with students from many countries. There was no International Baccalaureate program. The high school standards supported admission into the top U.S. higher education institutions. Years after I graduated from the international school, IB appeared as an option, and I wondered why. Given my background, I might have welcomed IB, but as I learned more about the program, it was obvious that IB intends to create a particular kind of global citizen and a particular kind of intercultural understanding and respect. The IB brand is troubling. It supports UN issues such as Agenda 21, Sustainable Development, disarmament under the guise of peace, a collectivist view of social justice, a consensus-building type of civic engagement, and more. Cloaked in utopian feel-good jargon, the UN system is communitarian in nature, or communist. Communitarian being communist. Strip away the high-sounding rhetoric, and what comes into view is central planning for all aspects of life, from cradle to grave. IB supports a global system that requires a population to be adaptable to change and be agents of social change. Why? And exactly what kind of change is looming? Bottom line, these strategic plans of social engineers will only produce a sustainable world for a gaggle of self-appointed and their ilk, who regulate and monitor what the rest of us think and value and how we live. Those who are adverse to Big Brother machinations need to watch the international stage and pay attention to the type of so-called education programs that are funded with local, state, and federal tax dollars. I emphasize that IB is not the only problem. Other education innovations use similar methods to meet similar objectives. This is a tasteless joke on the public. Many programs share the same affective with an A, which means value, attitude, and behavioral goals, under the cover of special themes, school choice, community education, and others. If these are not in your area, just wait. School districts need only to acquire a large enough pot of money and replace the existing teachers in the system. You know, the ones who value teaching. If public schools are to educate, there must be a halt to public-private partnerships that allow for private self-interest meddling and an end to the taxpayer funding of unsubstantiated, progressive, humanistic experiments with children. A permanent fix requires school leaders who will not continue to subvert education. It is not costly to provide students with a strong academic foundation and extracurricular activities that help build a solid base for a wide range of life options. But a cradle-to-grave, lifelong education, social engineering system is an unjustified economic burden that reduces opportunities. IB programs globally spread this concoction, community members would be wise to look carefully before leaping off this cliff. So if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to, yes.
Is there any other, say, an acronym or any other language or name for this program?
Not really, because what the school districts have to do is go through an application process. It takes 2 or 3 years. They pay money out every year, and they have to submit documents, and it's supposed to be going through these community processes and make sure everybody wants IB. And that's all happening oftentimes under the public radar, because they just pick their friends to go to these meetings. It's the same thing as with Agenda 21 Sustainable. Yeah, everything's pretty much rigged.
Your neighbor.
Well, they have to be giving money for this, right? They're paying out money.
Oh, yeah. They have to pay. They certainly.
If you look.
Yep. Yes, you can find it, but IB, the acronym I and B, yeah, International or if you see the term IB World Schools, because once you become authorized to teach the IB curriculum, you then can use the title IB World School. Now, if you think about this, this is almost like the biggest school district in our entire country that nobody knows anything about. What school district in the U.S. has, well over 1,300 schools in it? And if you have legal, no, IB, IB schools.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yes.
All the legal issues have to go back to Geneva if you've got problems with this program.
It's like a school district. It really is.
Is there also a site to go to check for this, to look up?
So happen to have done a survey of all the schools. It took me a long time to get the names of all the schools in this in the United States and put them all together. So you can look at this. Tell you what, why don't I pass this around and you can look through your eyes. There's one more thing I want to just mention I've got. It's called Beyond IB Puffery. And what I had been doing was saving all the articles and reports done by school districts, parents, teachers, administrators, all the comments I could find from many different sources, different articles and comments. And these are all available online on AmericanDeception.com, my last name, and International Baccalaureate, you'll have things. Yes.
After retiring as a music educator, 29 years, and going and doing substituting in Greeley, high school, middle school, and high school. I substituted for the band director. That particular class was sitting down, listening to classical music, maybe making some comments about it, maybe writing a report or something like that. But in his office, he had a booklet, and it was on IB music using theory, music theory. I scanned through that and I said to myself, I wouldn't teach this in the high school. It really doesn't have a lot of value. I mean, if I'm going to teach music theory, I've got better materials to use. It seems to me that the Greeley students that were there, most of them came from homes that were fairly well-to-do, but it appeared to me that it didn't sound like it was a really big thing in the school, and it appeared to me as something that, was a little bit of extra fluff that, it didn't seem all that important. But I have a question. Do they teach in the program, in any of the courses, sex ed? I'm sure they're teaching the worldview.
They have a different structure. They don't have to list it, actually, if they want to. They can just integrate it into anything they want. I mean, a lot of things that happen in there you never know about unless you know a kid that's in the program. And one thing I want to mention, because this is really important, as the IB diploma program, so this is at the high school level now, as it has grown around the country, at least in the records I have so far up till 2008, the percentage of students receiving the diploma is actually going down as there are more schools and more students in the program. Creativity Action Service is one of 3 core requirements of the IB diploma program. It is the single biggest reason that students fail to receive the IB diploma.
I had a stroke and I lost my voice so thank you for listening. My husband and I were enjoying a nice, quiet retirement on the coast of Maine when a letter to the editor from a Camden school board member telling of a dangerous education program changed our lives. Seeking more information, I called the author, Mrs. Iserbyt, and was invited to her home to view the questionable materials. Mentioning it to my neighbors, I was warned, oh, you've got to stay away from her. She's trouble. She's not that kind of a person you'd want to be with. So it was with some trepidation that I approached that lovely white house with the great American flag blowing in the breeze in front and opened the door after my knock to find a kindred soul. That afternoon, I remember sitting on the Victorian sofa, surrounded by books and papers, and hearing things I didn't know before, but filling in the pieces of the puzzle that had been missing. I found out that there was an agenda. There's a reason for getting rid of all the tried and true methods of teaching and the good textbooks we'd always used, to try these new textbooks, which were loaded with faults. One chapter would contradict another. It was terrible. And they would make us have new vocabularies. Even the second graders had to learn long words to spell with as many as 10 letters. It was unheard of. And there were so many reasons for having all these new teaching strategies which didn't work. One year there are 4 different modern math programs. 4. And we had to investigate them all. And I went back to the good old tried and true book. Well, hearing that there are even more reasons I didn't understand, I just had to know more. And I wanted to know more. But this is the lady who had all the answers. So visiting the classroom, I had not been able to see the forest for the trees. Now I was going to find the trees. There was much to reassess and to learn. Humanism. I thought there must be the people with a lot of money who want to do something nice for people, like establish libraries or give money to causes. But no, I was really ignorant. And I had to learn about the standard stonewalling of the school superintendents, the deliberate denigrating of parents who were merely asking questions, the new basics. What's wrong with the old ones? Elimination of wholesome competition in academics, and of course emphasis on education ad infinitum. Mrs. Iserbyt knew of informative books, pamphlets, and newsletters written by courageous, insightful people across the land who had been castigated by the authorities. Thank God for those pioneers who bravely published, sharing their knowledge and insights of what must be done. And we've lost quite a few of them last few years. Where was I when all this was going on? In the classroom in the community. Where are the parents and taxpayers? At home, the workplace, and the community. Well, don't the school administrators have some sort of responsibility to tell their citizen employers what's going on? Why don't they? We don't insist, that's why. Those papers indicated a reversal of traditional and moral values, plus the highly unsuitable psychological technique of role-playing that I was very familiar with as a nurse instructor at Boston Psychopathic Hospital during the war, and also I had written my thesis about it, which, by the way, was used as a college textbook because they were waiting for the Shafters to get their book done, which they waited 2 more years for it. 600 pages. It was just padded with case histories. They really didn't know their subject. because I did mine in 28 pages. My husband and I had twice fought sex education to a standstill back in Newtown, Connecticut, where we lived with our children. And we had fought SIECUS, that was the Sex Information Education Council of the United States. Now, although it was not an official body, they did get federal money. But when we got up here, I found there it was hidden in this health education, and with plans to spread it to 16 different districts each year. It was just as wrong and just as socially wrong and very unhealthy. Charlotte Iserbyt had sought reasons for puzzling changes she found in the country's attitudes, the media, schools, and culture when she returned from years abroad, while I, on the other hand, had been gradually exposed to the progressive, new, creative changes in society, either by protesting or adapting to them. As a teacher, I had protested social promotion, new grouping methods, the whole word teaching instruction, marking on a curve, intrusive surveys, modern math, faulty textbooks. Each proposed change seemed to be a singular excrescence. I never dreamed that it was part of the plan to remove God from our lives, to weaken families, or to dumb down and stupefy American citizens and foreign students in our colleges and universities. I once wanted a system of education, but there was the evidence. After reading the United States Supreme Court decision regarding a set sectarian prayer, which affected one New York school district, I resisted the Connecticut Attorney General's edict to remove prayer and Bible reading from the classroom. The media and attorney generals of other states expanded it to cover school graduations and public meetings. Where were the Christian clergy? Sitting on their hands? Worried about losing their church's tax-exempt status? And the Christians, were they stunned by the atheists and secular humanists demanding that they exhibit Christian love and tolerance toward them and the wrong programs? Instead of seeking truth, unthinking Christians parrot what they think, what they hear, what they read. I'm happy to announce here and now that student prayer is still constitutional in this country. And a lot of you people raising money to help fight it, they're wrong. It is constitutional. And if you want a verified Christian Law Association, look it up on your computer. Called The Greatest Generation by John Brokaw, my generation was taught the responsibility of active citizenship to ensure the transfer of liberty to succeeding generations, and that each of us should expect to give 1 or 2 years of public service without pay. Although many of my generation were first generations in this country, none of us ever considered themselves one race or another. We're all just happy to be Americans. Of course, we'd been taught by our teachers that we're lucky. We were never going to have to face a war, because the war to end all wars had been won. What went wrong? What signs did I miss? Instead of waiting for someone more knowledgeable, wiser, and authority to speak up, should I have done? In the late spring of '59, faculty meetings plus agitator groups of young people signaled adoption of the humanities curriculum at our Connecticut Teachers College. As one of 3 adult students, they were rare in those days, on the campus, 3 girls approached me during the rushed weeks before my graduation, and they asked me to join in protesting the change. I so regret my refusal to understand what the impending changes and the removal of the philosophy course meant a changing in teaching and education. Instead, I backed away, feeling that one more issue added to the burden of being a wife, mother, housekeeper, and student at graduation activities were just about all I could handle. Now I realize if I'd only done something, I might have slowed it down a bit, the very problems which are plaguing us today. So many changes have been accepted as right and good because parents, taxpayers, Christians, and the general public were not paying any attention. They sent them off in the school bus, welcomed them home, that's it. Are we so impressed with the academic degrees or confused that we fail to check the accountability of our public servants? We're paying them. Don't forget that. And you're also paying for the spotty learning that your children are getting. It's simply callous citizenship and never-inspired because your job is to see the people you hired do the job. But that can change. You can make it a proactive citizenship, the latest fad, popular, the thing to do. Why not? Think of all the enthusiasm for the Red Sox. My husband and I had always attended school board meetings thinking we should as citizens and had no trouble down in Connecticut. In fact, they were pleased to have our input. But up here, when I went to a sad 50, we were regarded as spies, troublemakers. Our questions were met with tightened lips, no information. Evidently, only the citizens attended when their child was in trouble or when they wanted a bus route changed. We found out that the Sinclair Act, which made each district superintendent the secretary of the local school board, thereby causing a conflict of interest and ample opportunity for omissions and unconsciously biased reports. Now, rare was a school board member who dared question the superintendent. In many cases, the superintendent, really their high body, because they paid they hired him, they paid his wages, manipulated that school board with almost no input or control by parents or taxpayers. Education suffered. It went downhill even while I was here. And so did children. So they really are at disadvantage. I've had them call me up. Whatever happened, I was a good A student in high school, and they tell me I have to repeat English, math, so forth. That's been happening for years. Well, we suggested they tape their meetings so there'd be no mistake. Who said what and where and when. That sounded very good. They finally did it. But we lost all its value when the unwary school members still decided that they asked the superintendent to keep the tapes for them. I mean, you can erase part of it, you know. All right, solution number 1. We need to elect school board members who will do more than attend meetings, look important, and consider only the stuff that's handed to them, that they're told. Why don't they investigate and find out what laws are on that subject and what has been done in the past, and share them with other people? Now, from the Sinclair Act on, that first established regional school districts, right through to the present charter schools and school choice policy, the Maine legislature has contrived to ignore the state constitution that they proudly swear they're going to protect and permit. I don't think they know what it is. I think they're talking about the federal one. We have a state one, a very fine state constitution. The intervening governors, education commissioners, and members of a legislative oversight committee are likewise guilty of deliberately and repeatedly ignoring their duty and breaking their oaths. Remember, those people swore that. And furthermore, they said, "So help me God." Well, maybe God will have to take care of it. The legislature should indicate a simple cost-saving remedy. Really wouldn't want to save money. Number one, listing those duly passed, non-enforced constitutional laws to do with the topic in hand. They have no idea. Half the time they vote, spend time talking about something that really is unconstitutional. Number two, listing those laws and regulations contrary to either federal or state constitution as null and void. No, we don't hear that, do we? We really should. There are at least 10 laws I can think of that should be null and void. Solution two, it is vital that the law research be done by the legislators. We hired them instead of the office or the committee staff. After all, they should know what they're really talking about and what they're voting on. But they don't. They know what someone told them. And don't forget, your bureaucracy is there year after year without being elected. So you've got to push your people. And I think that's the solution all the way, to inform ourselves and see that the people we hire to do the job do it. In 1978, Guardians of Education for Maine, GEM, we had an acronym, was formed and staffed by non-paid volunteers. We shared documented information with non-informed parents, concerned citizens, and legislators through newsletters, meetings, speaking on radio and TV. We circulated analyses of proposed legislation. And by the way, if you're a Mainer, I hope they haven't changed it, your town clerk can get the copies of proposed legislation for nothing. And when they get them, ask to have them to go over. And then I used to go through them. It was something I thought the real estate people should learn. And I'd underline something and hand it off to them and so forth. And then I'd write the others for my newsletter. It really is a wonderful way to get information out.
Bettina was so really, I hope this is on tape. I mean, the Democrats, the legislature just loved her. They didn't agree with her on everything, but she did all their homework for them. She read all the bills. She would do critiques, what it really means and all. And you had a lot of good friends in the Maine legislature. She would never tell you that, but isn't that amazing? She did. How many years did you do that?
Oh gosh, at least 10. Yeah. Well, we circulated those analyses of proposed legislation, organized peaceful protests, protested the gradual removal of the parents' rights to refuse immunization shots for children, and were ready to work with public, private, religious, and home schools. We spoke at Bowdoin College on request, and while there, I must tell you, I was able to introduce something. It happened to be Education 101, and I had supervised beginning teachers before. And I asked them if they knew about anything to teach chastity, and everyone's horrified. I said, of course, we have a law. It's still on the books. You never know it from the legislature. Yes, it is Title 20, Education, Part 2, Chapter 111, Public Schools, Section 1221. The teaching of virtue and morality. Instructors of youth in public and private institutions shall use their best endeavors to impress on the minds of the children and youth committed to their care and instruction the principles of morality and justice and a sacred regard for truth, love of country, humanity, and animals, the great principles of humanity as illustrated by kindness to birds and animals, and regard for all factors which contribute to the well-being of man, industry, frugality, chastity, moderation, and temperance, no drinking, and all other virtues which ornament human society, and to lead those under their care as their ages and capacities admit into a particular understanding of the tendency of such virtues to preserve and protect a republican constitution, secure the blessings of liberty, and promote their future happiness. That has been on the books since 1820.
It still is?
Oh, yes. I've been yellow belly for years. And I want you to know that I think if you want to look it up in the law library, it's under the Law in a Nutshell series. It's an excellent series if you want to get background on laws. And the law library, your county may have one as well, they may have it, but they have it in Augusta anyway. So after I read that to them, the teacher was very embarrassed. But just think about it. Every teacher who comes into a state should know what the law should be. That means that we're being unfair, and the teachers' union, or whatever you want to call it, should be advising their people of it. We don't want to be lawbreakers, not one of us. But we are. And they're doing it time after time. And they will as long as you people let them.
That's right.
Well, in 1977, I had been thoroughly ignorant of secular humanism. But Charlotte introduced me to Humanist Manifesto in 1933, written by John Dewey, the famed Columbia University education guru, whose disciples spread his message far and wide. The second Humanist Manifesto in 1973 left no doubt that it was anti-God, anti-Christianity, and anti-Old Testament Judaism. No wonder I hadn't read it before. Yet the humanist intellectuals had been influenced me and other educators and other teachers through the articles in our published professional publications. All that time, and I didn't know it. Jem initiated the Maine Legal Defense Fund, which aided state-harassed citizens acting on their Christian beliefs. Our landmark cases were the homeschool case of Blount versus Maine, which went to the Supreme Court of Maine. And by the way, they're all still homeschooling. And the other one was the AIDS case of Abbott versus Bragdon, which reached the United States Supreme Court. And there are many other cases. A lot of people who were foster parents and were taking the children to church or something, they were after. For several years, the Department of Human Services, this is Maine's department, persecuted homeschoolers, taking children from parents under allegations of child abuse. And they wouldn't know where they were. They wouldn't tell them. It was sometimes weeks before you could find them. And making it necessary for Jem to have as many as 5 safe houses. I felt I was living American history over again. We had lists of things for parents to keep packed in suitcases, and they were not to let anyone know except me, because they let a member of the family know, and they say, I'm a Christian, I've got to tell the truth. You know, I know they are. So if they don't know, they can't. And no one thought about me. I was just down on the shore, minding my own business. But we did have some very serious cases. In some cases, we even sent out of the country. So that's why we had to go and get into the courts afterwards. And it was nice because I remember Mark and I were discussing homeschooling on the radio. And the next morning, I got a phone call, and a lawyer called, and he offered to do it pro bono. And I will say, we didn't have much money. We just had an issue, and other people believed in them, and they came and helped. It was wonderful. And we even had, I can't think of her name, up in Oakland. She was a nurse and taking care of her 2 children, and been deserted by her husband. And she was homeschooling her children, taking care of her sick mother and so forth. On TV one night, they had her arrested and putting on handcuffing her in front of her children. It was terrible. We finally all got together, and the Department of Human Services, I don't know how they got the money, but they found out where her husband was out in California, brought him here so he could claim the children, because he wasn't a Christian. So finally, some of us put some money together, and we put the children in a Christian school. And we finally got rid of him. But then we went ahead and formed the Christian Legal Defense Fund, and we helped a great many people after that. I found myself dealing with people I didn't know.
Was this in the 1970s?
Yeah, in the 80s, and yeah. Jem worked twice to prevent the passage of demands for a constitutional convention. They always have a new reason. In fact, for the first time, I made a promo thing that went around to different stations and went on, and it was a lot of fun to do, only because we couldn't get the fellow that we wanted to. And the one wonderful thing was, I didn't know what to do. I'd done everything I could think of, and I asked the Lord for help. And I went up to the house from the office to get lunch, and the phone rang. And a woman, I can't even remember her name now, her husband was a dentist in Long Island, and someone had told her, we were fighting it. And she said, I have $1,500. Use it, please. I sent her the change afterwards, but it was fun. But isn't it something? It's amazing what will happen. Well, while we were resisting secular humanism, another one came along, anti-humanism, which was insinuating itself into education and our daily lives by stripping humans of their transcendent value and reducing people to being mere things to be studied, reshaped, and controlled. It was very slow to be identified because it came in several different forms, like eugenics, population control, and radical environmentalism. And they are ever ready to sacrifice human life and even our well-being in order to reach what they consider goals. The elderly and the children, even the unborn children, are their primary expendable targets. Consider the frequent vaccination drives with different reasons given for getting the same vaccines. Now they want to vaccine the grandparents so they can't give the disease to children. And they never gave any credit for the fact that a mother's immunity is transferred to a child for the first year and a half anyway. And all those things that put in those little bodies just developing, it's criminal. It's no wonder we have ADD and ADHD. I really think it's all the others. So we've been fighting that up in fact, it's a funny thing. I was up in Augusta fighting it last time when, of course, they assigned it to the education people. They know everything about vaccines. And so the doctor came in and talked. And I came in and I researched it all and told what was. And the people on the education committee, they ignored me, completely ignored me. And yet I had all the facts and figures. And she had said that they shouldn't deny the chance for our children to get those experimental vaccines before anyone else. And they nodded their heads as if they were being very sensible. Can you imagine? Guinea pigs? I went home from there and I had my stroke. But then funny, I did. But nowadays we have to worry about the Codex Alimentarius, food code, aerial spading, even the conservation easements to do with land trusts. You have to distrust that too. And global warming. In other words, all of you included. Get rid of God, next get rid of us. And then the animals, the bugs can take over. The capstone achievement of DEM has been Charlotte Iserbyt's opus, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, and its revised abridged edition. It stands as a great and continuing contribution to the knowledge and understanding needed to return God and truth to education and the people of the world. For some time, I was head of the Committee of Correspondence for Maine, and that was like reliving American history again. So really what you people are going to do when you get through here, you're really making American history again. And I think we're all counting on your brains and your experience and your wonderful spirit to find a way to do it. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Bettina.
Good afternoon. I kind of thought about how I wanted to start this talk, but I guess the best way to start it is to say, I was dumb too. I was so dumb, I thought Reagan was doing a good job when I got started. I was your typical mother. I moved to a small suburban town at that time. I wanted nothing to do with my children's education besides pat them on the head, put them on the bus, and see them when they came home. And I had a very brief honeymoon period before our school committee voted in a change agent superintendent. That was number one. Number two, we sent a note out to all the parents saying he was implementing outcome-based education in the district, and he was sending the teachers to Johnson City. That still didn't faze me that much. The third thing was he had the school committee vote on turning us into a regional training center for the federal government. That raised my eyes a bit. But when they put my eldest daughter into an experimental class without my knowledge or consent, and some of these things that have been talked about today started coming home, I got very angry. They were messing with my kids now, and I didn't like that. And I became angry, and other parents became angry, and we formed a concerned parents group. We would have called it Angry Parents Group. But we wanted to sound like we weren't really against the system. We were just, because we so much wanted to be thought of as normal and okay, but we were concerned about a few things. And then at some point in time, someone put the old tape in my lap. Does everyone remember that, on outcome-based education? And then the war was on. And We became like the old committees of correspondence during the American Revolution, because this was before the internet. So we met in small kitchens, and we all started writing, and a lot of our stuff was getting published, and it was getting passed around. And we found out concerned parents groups were popping up in just about every town. And we started reading everything we could. Some of the people who are in here today, Charlotte, I was one of your groupies. Sam, we go back. And we started to be quite effective, at least we thought at the time. And we had some successes under our belt. We replaced the school committee with our people. We implemented Phonics First policy, thanks to many of us, a commissioner that believed in us, Sam Blumenfeld, who came down several times to our town. We lobbied at the State House and helped pass the Parents' Rights Bill. We had the superintendent out of Sundance in 24 hours. We closed down the regional training center. We killed the regional dump, and we saved Plymouth County for the time being. I was appointed to the Finance Committee, and when Howie Carr was giving the Lieutenant Governor Rena's sex test on the air, we gave a serious blow to sex education. So while I was on the Finance Committee, I had the privilege, if you want to call it that, of looking at grants. And so I had you follow the money. You know, that term always comes up. So I followed the money on just about every grant that was coming into the town and the schools at the same time. And they were all coming out of the office of the ACIR. Now, the ACIR was very, very accessible at that time. And they sent me a lot of stuff. And just about every grant was tied to regionalization. Now, it was funny because a week later I called back the ACIR, and they weren't the ACIR anymore. They had changed the name. But they were the ACIR long enough for me to spread the word, start writing, start appearing on talk radio shows, start talking to legislators at the State House and about the importance of county government. And so anyway, we did some serious damage to the program, and I kicked back and hoped the Republicans got in after that. And I naively thought we could kick back. But the Lord works in mysterious ways, and so I went back to work in a relatively free academic kind of community for quite a few years, until we became a radical reform district and a race to the top district. So I wanted to talk a little bit, because everybody's talking about the programs and how they work and what they do, but I want to talk a little bit about the process of how it happens, because that's a piece that most people don't talk about. So radical reform movements always start with a crisis. And the most radical reform is taking place in the urban districts because of the need. In my city, we had both an economic and an educational crisis, which started at least 20 years ago. The crisis gives the politicians and the reformers a license to change laws, contracts, and entitlement programs. We are constantly being reminded by our current mayor that he could always declare bankruptcy, which would put all deals and contracts on the table. Remember, school reform equals economic reform / regionalism. You can all view the president's website on Race to the Top to see how it all fits in. Now, our story probably didn't start here, but it probably started before my time, but there was a savings and loan crisis in the 90s, which involved the raiding of the Teachers Credit Union, this causing a series of failed savings and loans throughout the state. This has commonly caused an organized crime bust out. where credit is overextended and loans are made to insiders who can't pay and default. This rather common practice has caused savings and loan failures from the Northeast through the South and Midwest. The teachers' pension fund was hit to help pay off the banks. Grant money was mismanaged, and budgets were healthy while the politicians were running for office and suddenly broke when they got in. The two previous administrations had ties to organized crime. One did time for racketeering. This may explain why the famous line, "the money is not there," has become a national mantra. Patsies and loan nuts are blamed, and taxpayers and employees pick up the tab. Pension funds are broke, and budgets are busted. Investigations are not done, and life goes on. School boards are no help in a city because they are not elected. They are appointed by the mayor and are nothing but a rubber stamp club. As the middle class moves out of the bankrupt cities, along with the factories that had supported them for so long, the small businesses follow. This leaves a large population of welfare and immigrants, and an even more diminishing tax base. Many of these immigrants have some sort of legal status, so they are receiving subsidies but are not U.S. citizens. I call them colonizers. They keep their language and customs and go back and forth to the homeland, sometimes for months at a time. Many come from war-torn nations where they haven't been to school regularly and are suffering from broken families and post-traumatic stress. It is not uncommon for me to hear my dad's back in the DR or my mom is still in Liberia. This population is transient and moves around a lot from neighborhood to neighborhood and school to school, and their phone numbers change almost as often. Subsidies often breed crime, since the only way to improve one's lifestyle is to make money in the unreported economy. The illegals are more desperate and have fewer options because they are receiving no subsidies. If you are illegal, having babies in the United States helps. We are now presented with a disappearing tax base in more ways than one, and extremely low scores on exams, as you would find in most inner city districts. We had several years where we were under correction from the federal government for low-performing schools. We had to approve our attendance and AYP scores, which include national testing. We were given the grants to improve, which included after-school programs, consultants to principals and teachers, and a fresh new superintendent who was retired Army and a graduate of the Broad Center. The Broad Center is a nationally recognized program that trains military and private CEOs to become urban school leaders. I was hired with the Goals 2000 education grants that emerged during the Clinton administration. As you know, these grants are granted for a limited time and decrease every year. At the end, the city or town is left to pick up the entire tab for the badly needed employees. This is another fiscal crisis in the making. Layoffs and bumpings followed every year, and who stayed was determined by seniority, which left all the new teachers in a constant state of fear. I was lucky. I worked my way up from constant bumping and consolidations into our test in Premier High School. Students are giving a test to see if they have math and reading skills. We present a college curriculum only, and we have an edge on the other schools in the district. We have also creamed off the top students, so the other schools have even lower scores. Needless to say, we are the highest performing school in the district. After the correction period was over, our district was ordered to transform. Each year, approximately 4 schools were cited, and they had to pick a transformation model. If your school was cited, and the administration was usually replaced, and staff is recommitted to a longer school day or not welcome back. Some turnaround models required firing 50% of the teaching staff. These were released and matriculated in one of the other schools with no explanation. During this time, teachers were required to receive further training in order to be highly qualified. During the reign of Barack Obama, there were districts that applied for the Raise to the Top money. Using Teach for America teachers is part of this deal. Now, these Teach for America teachers, they usually come in for about 2 years. A lot of their loans are relieved. And they are part of a federal a federal army of teachers, as the president has called them. With a bankrupt pension system and our low scores, we were ripe for this program. A new commissioner was brought in, a former senior policy advisor for the Department of Ed, and what you would call a heavy hitter. Over February vacation, we said our goodbyes. That Monday, every teacher and support professional was sent a certified letter saying we were all dismissed from our positions at the end of the school year. If that bullet didn't hit, 2 days later, we received another one. The commissioner said it was legal because of the economic crisis of the city. Never letting a good crisis go to waste, and a union who decided it was better to join them than be beaten hashed out a new contract. We came back to work under a whole new system, which was now fast-tracked. There was training money, new textbooks that conformed to the new testing models, and a whole new evaluation system. Seniority was now dead, and with 5 poor evaluations, you can lose your certification to teach. The pension system was altered dramatically, and we were put into different groups. Group A, Group AB, and Group B. Very similar to Social Security reform, which they're talking about now. A wasn't altered much, no COLAs, and they were going out in the next couple of years anyway, so they were happy. Group AB got hit the hardest. They lost as much as 10 years of benefits, COLAs, and topped out at a much lower rate. Group B got hit again and will not get much, and Group C knows from the onset they better make other arrangements. We were a team divided, and pension reform was a Ponzi scheme. To make matters more confusing, the state treasurer sent us all a letter saying go onto the state website, plug in your data, and find out when your retirement age is. We all did this only to learn that the website as of the last day of school had not been updated and the dates are incorrect. So no one really knows for sure. The Teach for America teachers receive 5 weeks of training over the summer and are placed into classrooms. Some do not have much content knowledge in the field, and this is the end of highly qualified. They are now the model teachers. Experienced teachers are told to watch what they do. Evaluations are to take place 4 times a year. The administration is reporting that it is taking 9 hours to do one evaluation. They are not happy either. They are also in the business now of academic leaders, so discipline isn't their #1 priority, policing teachers is. The union is now in the business of running schools, if you were wondering what happened to them, and training employees in the new evaluation system. They're working across the street in the administration building. This summer, more schools are slated to be cited and managed by the union, and as we speak, people got letters. This was modeled in Florida. The district has adopted the workshop model as best 21st century practice. 15-minute mini lessons, 15-minute activity, and 15-minute group discussion of the activity. Anyone who is chalking and talking is being told they will not pass the evaluations. Teachers whose classrooms are in rows are told to move them. The standards must be up on the walls at all times, and 21st century language must be used in the classroom. There is always someone observing them, and they are completely demoralized and being called ineffective. I can assure you that it is not an accident that the TV in the schools are using the 15-minute rule, because this is part of programming. If you are fired from your position at any time, you cannot collect your pension until you are 67. That, of course, has been cut substantially due to the economic crisis. The evaluation system basically measures compliance to the new system. Part of the evaluation process is for an administrator to write down everything they hear said in the classroom. Ultimately, it will include the student's performance on the standardized tests. As far as the students, they are doing no better, since most of them lack basic reading and math skills. It is very difficult to move them forward. This is even more challenging when the teachers are required to keep to an established grade level curriculum. Most of the district is gang-ridden and under the influence of the hip-hop movement, which is part of the counterculture. The counterculture is almost as old as the creation of man. Often you will see the symbol of the bitten apple as part of the new system. We spend time making our students pull up their pants so we do not see their underwear. Their clothing is full of ancient occult symbols, and I suggest you view Jay-Z's clothing line, which is called Rockaware, short for Rockefeller. Once again, this is no coincidence. Their proms and dances are primarily grinding and border lap dancing. When grinding is prohibited, few show up. I have seen 10-wheeler condom trucks pull up in front of the school, complete with hip-hop music, circus tents, and people handing out condoms on the sidewalk. A gay and lesbian organization is across the street for all those who need counseling under a health grant. The teachers were required to give their students a health survey, asking them all sorts of personal questions such as, how do you have sex, anally or vaginally? Although we have some newly renovated buildings, most are old and decrepit, and we have a long ways to go to be completely online. But a lot is being piloted at this time. Athletics are very strong and are not being cut at all. There is absolutely no workforce training going on at any level. As far as I've seen, there is no anti-government curriculum going on. The students are being taught to trust government and to solve global problems. If teachers are not teaching globally, they will not get a highly proficient evaluation. This is the same information that people are getting on TV. UN stuff, environmental stuff, global economy, American interventionism, and U.S. peacekeeping. Would it make sense if it was anything else? Then it would not be programming. As far as all the experts here can tell you, mind control must be continuously reinforced. I wanted to bring to your attention that in all this discussion on school choice vouchers and some of these programs that are part of reform, what is important to see is the combining of church and state funding in many of the reform programs, such as charters, college loan programs, and vouchers. Because church, state, and partnerships with corporations are all elements of a fascist state. Now, I wanted to just take a couple of questions because I know I briefly went over a lot of things very briefly, a lot of subjects. So if anybody has a question on anything in particular, I'd be happy to elaborate on any part of this presentation.
You know, what the teacher, what are they observing? What is actually going on in the classroom? Are they observing the teacher rewarding the child? What is going on? Is it the Madeline Hunter thing, or what is the system?
Well, they're, as you pointed out, Charlotte, they're more concerned with structure because content can be changed at any time. So what they go in, they want to see the classroom laid out a certain way.
But it's behaviors more than and performance, not subject.
No, subject matter. Well, they want to see the outcomes on the walls. They want to see the classroom layout. They want to make sure they talk to a student, make sure they know what the outcomes are, what they're expected to know and do. So often they'll talk to them with a teacher standing there. And then part of the evaluation is to go in and write down everything that is said, word for word. And then it is shown to the teacher and they sign off on it to make sure they didn't quote them inaccurately. So that's part of it. It's more of, right now, and the evaluations will expand to include testing. Right now, we're in the infancy stage of evaluations. They first came in, so they're more concerned about structure and compliance to the new system. And, you know, it's, what is their favorite word? It's a living document, or it's a living, so it will adjust and change. They originally were talking about having an outside agency do it. They've totally burdened the administrations to be doing it right now. Then they talked about having retirees do it. Ultimately, it'll probably be some sort of service agency that comes in and do it, because they can be a lot more rougher. You know, we have relationships with our colleagues and our bosses, and yeah, and as someone said, you know, a good principal respects a good teacher that can motivate students and control a classroom, so he may cut that teacher a little slack if they're not exactly in compliance, where an outside agency could care less.
And they're videotaping too.
Well, they haven't videotaped yet in my district, but
Because they do in some places. Okay, thank you.
Sam.
Hey, Donna, what is the percentage of kids on Ritalin in that system?
Well, you know, I'm in a high school, so you're more aware of that in the younger grades. But minorities are more hesitant to that kind of thing. As a matter of fact, I remember meeting with a parent, and she was telling me that in the DR they do not treat like that. They treat with diet. And it was very interesting. She said that they do not serve any of their prisoners red meat, and everyone who has that disorder are taken off red meat because it makes, the adrenaline makes students aggressive. So they're not as prone to be medicated as the suburban kids, I would say. I would say not a lot. But there's the kind of medication that's going on for depression, suicidation. That's suicidation. That's a new term they use for students contemplating suicide. That kind of medication. Students coming out of psychiatric hospitals, students going into psychiatric hospitals, that kind of medication is being used, yes.
This is just an observance, but it seems like there's a big financial incentive or solution to fail the school. They get rid of the high-cost teachers. They bring in low-wage Teach for America. They've eliminated the books, and so many inner cities are failing financially that it seems that the higher the standards that they raise, the more schools will fail.
Well, that's obvious, because a Teach for America teacher is they're on step one, and they probably make about $30,000 a year, and a lot of their loans will be absolved by the government, a lot of their government loans, so they make the rest that way. But the school system isn't responsible. So if they can get rid of a $75,000 a year teacher and replace them with a Teach for America, they're saving a lot of money. And these Teach for America teachers are fairly transient. They only stay a couple of years.
Is this due to they're knowing that they're going to be using computers, and the teachers are only going to be facilitators? Because what kind of a teacher could you get after 2 years who's got any sort of academic expertise to go in a classroom and teach academics?
Well, they do have college degrees. They're usually kids coming out of college. Some of them high-level colleges, such as maybe some of them in our district even come out of the Ivy Leagues. They'll do a couple of years, like being in the Peace Corps, you know.
Now, but what about computers? Now, you have down in Austin, that school was turned over completely to a charter school. You come at the Broad Foundation. I mean, do you have computers?
We have computers. We're just starting. We have uniformed our curriculum in some of the core subjects. The tests are now given to the teachers to give. We're starting to experiment on taking them online at some point. But, you know, you have to realize These are poor districts. What you're envisioning costs a lot of money, and the building has to be to code new computers. So it's going to take a while to get to that point unless they bring in tons of money. I don't see that happening.
Gates and all. Nobody mentioned him, you know. I meant to, but Gates, I know.
He has, yes. Well, he's funded some of the computers and the computer labs, but there's still not enough to have every child on a computer. Every child does not have a computer yet.
I've looked at the Teach for America website, and I can't figure out what do they teach the teachers.
We can't for 5 weeks either. It's in the summer. We don't know what they teach the teacher.
Are they actually have the ability to teach?
Well, they have okay.
My daughter was recruited by Teach for America.
Oh, good.
She was just graduating from Carnegie Mellon in pre-med. She was planning to go to medical school. So she got on the phone one day and said that, I think I'm going to go with Teach for America for a couple of years. And so we immediately got on the computer to figure out, what is this? A connection was made today which I did not know about, which clarified a lot about the way that when the charter school was taking over after 3 years, that they would begin rotating out the existing teachers and bringing in for the Teach for America. The Teach for America are the way that they were recruiting, and apparently their biggest and most expensive aspect of the program is the recruiting arm. They go to the more prestigious schools, and from what I understood, they focus on the more affluent students, the top of the class, the ones that are a little bit better off, and they push the thing that this is a very affluent program. This would be really good on your resume. This is a good career-building move, and so we would like you to consider doing this for 2 years, and we'll put you, whether or not it's in a inner city school in Washington, D.C., or somewhere else around the world, because it's a global program. And we looked into the 6 weeks. It's just nothing. It's basically just crowd control, from what I can understand. It has nothing to do with teaching ability. They're just looking for graduates of these institutions for prestige.
Well, they have a different way of teaching too. They if you look up 21st century is the buzzword. Look that up. You look up 21st century projects. They're young, so they're very text oriented.
It's all Skinner, that Carnegie thing. I've got the book, Teachers for the 21st Century. That's Carnegie Corporation. It's all Skinner. But you haven't seen that? Have you seen the behavior modification going on?
Well, I've had some of it when I've gone for training and they're popping chocolates. And I didn't get one, and I was not happy, and someone's...
When I found the Carnegie prepared, you know, Lee Schulman's project out of Stanford, he became the head of the Carnegie Foundation for Advancement of Teaching after Boyer died. He was responsible for the Chicago Mastery Learning disaster when half the inner city kids dropped out. They kept promoting it. But he did the Carnegie Teachers Prepared for the 21st Century, Schulman. And he's all involved with Bloom, Skinner, Pavlov, the whole thing. So my feeling is these teachers must be being conditioned. This training is not real teacher training. It's conditioning. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
It's all conditioning. It's all...
You've been in it so long, you know that's the name of the game.
All I know is when I didn't get that chocolate, sitting there for an hour, I didn't like it. Because we're getting trained too, so...
Yeah.
Polly.
They've already dumbed down your school population.
Yeah.
They're already there. Suburban kids are the threat to them. So you've got to get the computers into the more elite suburban schools in order to really bring them down so that you've got everybody on a level field.
I don't know about that, Paul, because my kids went to a suburban, well, I already told you about that story, and they were pretty dumbed down, so I don't know, I can't blame it on, you know, and Yes, they have more intact.
Community, and that has to be destroyed. There can't be an allegiance and friendships that you hold tight to and that support you. And I see a lot of that being broken down, walking around with the cell phones and
Oh, yeah.
emotions don't come through on cell phones, and a lot of misunderstandings and mistrust is generated.
Well, the cell phones have presented a monumental problem in every classroom and across all districts, and it creates I call it Lord of the Flies. It creates a whole child world without parents, and it goes on 24 hours.
They allow them in the classroom?
Well, they could text, they put them in their purse. One mother came in, I said, a teacher says she suspects she's testing, and the father checked out, she got 4,000 texts in 1 month during school hours. We'd like to see the cell towers go down, quite frankly, because we can't, and as parents, I can tell you that it does separate a child from their family. Intense, more than anything else that could be done. That has done it. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I don't know how anybody can top all those speakers yesterday, but we'll give it a try. My background really started a little earlier, and it'll be part of my presentation, but the one thing that I think we're proud of, it doesn't really have a whole lot to do with this, but the most recent was an 8-year court battle with a lawsuit which we won against an open space authority who had imposed an illegal assessment on property owners in the open space district. Took us 8 years, but we got a unanimous California State Supreme Court decision in our favor. And we were able to negotiate refunds for the property owners that wanted refunds for the 6 years of the illegal assessment. So that is kind of, the fireworks went off when we got that Memphis. But I'll just proceed with my remarks here. Good morning. It seems compared to most here today, I may have a lot more history than future. I go so far back that my education began in a 2-room school with 9 grades and no indoor plumbing in southern Michigan. I had occasion to recently take a picture of that school. It still exists. It's not a school anymore, but it had some wonderful, wonderful years there. And one teacher, while I was attending there, if people want to thank teachers, she changed the direction of my entire life. She set the stage that eventually ended up with my being able to attend Michigan State College. In 1954, I had taken a job in Cleveland, met my husband. He was originally from the West Coast. So in 1954, we moved to California, where our 2 native Californians were born. And then about 1960, I dived into political activism through the Republican Women Federation, and I became a loyal GOP worker bee. Before the only paid position I ever had in politics, however, our daughter in 5th grade came home and was experiencing what was nearly a nervous breakdown. We didn't know what was going on. She didn't want to go to school anymore. She was afraid to go to sleep, that she might die and not be believing in God, and we couldn't figure out where this was coming from. Then she came home one day with little scraps of paper in her hand, and it was opinions of what the classmates thought of her. Most of it was favorable, but I was appalled and raced to the school to find out what in the world was going on. And what was going on was she'd been selected to be in an innovative class using methodologies the teacher had learned during a summer course at Santa Cruz, California. All of the human potential methods were being piloted. And part of that was self and group criticism recorded in those little scraps of paper. The undermining of her religious faith came from an exercise where students had to stand in front of the class, to explain why they believed what they believed as the classmates challenged them. So this mother tiger awakened and roared. I still thought it was an isolated situation, but it soon became apparent that it was something much bigger. My husband commented at the time that it smelled like something coming out of HEW, Health, Education, and Welfare. He was very close. That something was family life education, a nationally programmed total curriculum involving every facet of a student's existence. It wasn't a class, it wasn't a course you took, it was to permeate every aspect of the curriculum from math to music. I began to learn of other parents objecting to FLE, or parts of the package, which was the first nationally and internationally promoted curriculum since the passage of ESEA in 1965. This was in 1968. The segments of FLE which generated the most public alarm was the sex education component. The media zoned in on that, and parents were distracted from the totality of the FLE, which was devised to break down traditional concepts of family, religion, communities, the very foundations of society. The manual, or the teacher's guides, that were the models for every local application of it nationally, turned out to be the San Mateo County Family Life Education Teacher's Resource Guide. This happens to be for grades K-8. There was one for grades 9, 12, 1968. And when you think of the totality, look at the triangle. It was to encompass school, church, school, home, family, community, to develop emotional, biological, social, cultural, and economics, and self-understanding. Pretty inclusive. About that time, 1968, I took a paid position as executive secretary of the county's campaign for the Senate race for Max Rafferty in California. Now, Max Rafferty had been California's superintendent of education, and he had been sympathetic with the parents. He had helped me in one situation, and but during his campaign, parents came into our campaign headquarters alarmed about losing their children. Some came in tears. Rafferty lost that election, and another subject could be how candidates get sabotaged by their own party establishment, but that's for another day. Fast forward. The chairwoman of that campaign was also concerned about all of the above. And after the campaign closed down, an anonymous parent gave the two of us some seed money if we would publicize and tackle the issues taking over the schools. That began a lifetime friendship between Dolores D., she called herself Feek. I don't know if you ever heard of her, probably not. She kind of got out of it for other reasons and passed away last October. But anyway, that was the beginning of a lifetime friendship between the two of us. So we formed our own two-woman organization. It's called, don't ask me why, but we called it the Santa Clara County Citizens Action Committee Opposing FLE. So we became known as SCACFLE. We didn't open control of the organization to a board or elected officials or anything because we had just been exposed and knew how infiltration worked. We issued press releases. We acted as our own speakers bureau. We printed articles, and we published a monthly newsletter we called The Flea Biter. We put together and distributed a handbook to inform parents or anyone interested, and it contained information about the totality of family life education and useful tools that parents could use then in their own respective, at that time there were 33 school districts in our county. And this was our handbook. We had an artist friend who did the cover. This was our second edition, which we put out in 1969. And it just has some helps and information. But that was widely distributed, which kind of upset some people around in the area. And so we saw ourselves as advocates for opposition and a resource for documented, and documented is very important, original source material. Teachers would come to us under cover of darkness with documents the parents weren't supposed to see, hoping we'd expose it. One speech that Dee delivered to many audiences was prophetic in view of the developments that we see since. I brought some copies of it for anybody afterwards that wants. This was that speech that she gave in many venues and to a lot of college classes. There would be an isolated student who was the only one, and he'd call and say, "Help, can you come and help me support my position?" And they would. The liberal professors would allow that because they had to allow representation of both sides. And Dee was a masterful debater, and it was fun to watch. And I'd like to make those available in her memory as an example of her work. She did a lot of great things. Other individuals and organized parents were also sounding the alarm in California and other states. There was awareness of like-minded others, but never any coordinated umbrella organization. But the activity did catch the ear of a few state legislators. There was a hearing in Sacramento, for instance, that was held about sensitivity training in the schools. Can you imagine that happening today? And this was the San Mateo parents had gotten organization, and this was their testimony that they presented to that hearing: sex, family, life education, sensitivity training, indoctrination, or education, presented to the California State Board of Education in 1969. Yeah. It was becoming clear to any who followed the issue that FLE was being presented as locally inspired, but all of the proposals were nearly identical across the country. How could that be? And how come local needs assessment committees were popping up everywhere, supposedly demanding it in the schools? Sounds familiar. Digging deeper, we discovered the existence of change agents, trained by the same national training lab that Charlotte was exposed to. They spread to other regional labs and filtered down to existing local social agencies. In our county, one of those was set up as a separate organization called Family Life Education Association. It was created by some very influential individuals associated with a charity with religious sponsorship. Family Life Education Association recruited parents from PTAs, home and school clubs, and young parents, and trained them to become change agents to go to the school boards to demand FLE and their districts. It received funding from the local United Fund. I don't know if you're familiar with what United Funds are. They're kind of umbrella charities where people contribute to that, and then they distribute to organizations that apply. We eventually managed to get it defunded by United Fund, which made more enemies. Shortly after that, we read in the local newspaper about the results of a county grand jury investigation of family life education. Surprise, surprise. The conclusion by the jury was that FLE was in no way harmful and in fact a positive thing. The media didn't report that only the advocates of FLE were consulted and testified. Neither we nor any known opponents even knew about it until we read the conclusions in the paper. Layer after layer, we peeled away and discovered PPBS, Planning, Programming, Budgeting System, management form of governance had been superimposed over our constitutional representative republic without a shot being fired. Our Governor Reagan signed it into effect in California during his tenure. Nationally, PPBS was implemented first at the Department of Defense by Robert McNamara. Since then, it has permeated not only every level of government, but most public and private organizations, including churches. Corporate business has been at home with it from its inception, for it fits well when you're talking about manufactured products. But people aren't products. We see it everywhere. It employs the Delphi technique familiar to everyone here. It's a Hegelian dialectic. In a speech at a tech conference in Aspen, Colorado in 2001, former CEO of Hewlett-Packard Company, Carly Fiorina, She ran for Senate last time around. But she bragged about admiring George Wilhelm Hegel, father of the dialectical process. She said she used it every day. And in that same speech, she suggested that charter schools and vouchers could be the coming synthesis regarding schools. And this is her speech. It's available on Google, or on her start page. And just, if you just put in her name and HP, it'll come up. But I didn't intend to, but I am going to read some of what she says. She talks about here, if we fail to develop a sustainable model, blah, blah, blah. And then she says, look at education. This is her words now. The country, the patron nation of digital renaissance, still has a hard time educating its students to compete in a world stage. The country still has a hard time teaching its children to find Peru in a world map. This country, the protector of global democracy, still has a hard time imparting the identities and duties of its government officials below the level of president. This country, with perhaps the most ambitious and greatest commitment to education for all, has yet to deliver the quality of education that it aspires to. And then it goes on about the computer industry or tech industry. Then she says, at this moment, like humankind 500 years ago, we can either choose to move forward or settle for retreating backward. The Hegel equation, and this is the key part. The other evening I attended an event in celebration of the 20th anniversary of IBM PC, and as part of that event, as is usually the case with such gatherings, there was a squadron of journalists. One young journalist asked me, who is your most influential business author? I looked down at his pad of paper at the responses he'd scribbled down to the other CEOs he'd already talked to. As you might expect, I saw Tom Peters, Peter Drucker, Corey Hamill, Michael Porter's names down there. I paused and said, Hegel. To which the reporter shot me a quizzical look. Evidently, Hegel had fallen off the New York Times business book list. I expounded. Hegel, you know, the process of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I use it every day. He dutifully scribbled down Hegel and moved on. And then she continues, the Hegelian dialectic is about one point of view pitted against its countervailing point of opposite. And from that contradiction and the conflict arises a true synthesis that unifies these different views into a cohesive and often unexpected understanding. It demands holistic thinking. It demands a clear definition of the problem, then a vision of the desired end state, and it requires finding connections between polar opposites. In the networked age, in the digital era, power and value lies in connections. It's exactly the process of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, the search for new and different connections where exponential power and value can be found. Let's test this theory a bit, and here it comes. In education, the polarizing debate is about vouchers in public schools. It's about teaching to the test versus teaching that nourishes hearts and souls. It's about squeezing history and music and philosophy out of the curricula in order to make room for math and science and reading in the quest for test scores and future funding. Let me tackle one dimension of the debate, the private versus public school debate. Free access for all versus a free market voucher-driven system. The thesis on the table is keep the system the way it is, a vast system of public schools, some with strong performance, many that are unable to achieve only the lowest common denominator. The antithesis, let competition reign. Give all students vouchers. Let the strongest schools prosper and the weakest ones perish. If we could invoke Hegel, he'd help us find a synthesis, perhaps a view that decisively bolsters the public school system we have, but at the same time fosters more innovation and leadership through charter public schools. And this is in 2001 at a tech conference. But I digress. In 1971, an astute California Assemblyman, Robert Burke, prepared a report about PPBS. the report redefined education, and this is his report, which was titled Education from the Acquisition of Knowledge to Programmed Conditioned Response, Direct Instruction. That about says it all, doesn't it? It says, in it, he spelled out what we see coming to fruition today, which I'm sure others will cover. Assemblyman Burke wrote in a newsletter early in the 70s, quote, this insidious plan already has widespread support in many quarters. Left unchecked, the consequences will be unimagined amount of power and control over society in the hands of a few. It wasn't checked. The concept was so mind-boggling, but it explained why our efforts were so easily derailed. I was asked to address the issue with a speech for a Republican Women's Club, and I tried to explain the nuts and bolts in simple terms, how it works in practice, especially regarding education. Imagine my surprise when someone called my attention to Charlotte's big 1999 book. In reading it, I found a abridged version of that 1972 speech in the book. That was my introduction to Charlotte. Keep in mind all the draconian possibilities had not yet revealed themselves in 1972 as we have them today. Our concept of how it would manifest itself was that government would be the instigator and controller as Big Brother on steroids. We had not envisioned the advent of public-private partnerships with global corporate interests and their tax-exempt foundations setting the agenda for schools as workforce training for a global economy. Then using the government as the enforcer of their plans with taxpayers' money. That's what we see today. The system had to be in place first to accomplish that's happening now. The unfreezing of the system, then the refreezing of the system with a new foundation. The groundwork had been laid a very long time. By the way, that term, unfreezing and freezing of the system, was a Rand Corporation term. So it was deliberate and planned. And the groundwork's been laid a long time. I have an original old yellowed newspaper clipping I found between the pages of my grandparents' Bible, which I inherited. It's from a newspaper from my hometown, Monroe Evening News in Michigan, and it's dated September 13th, 1933. And it is also published in Charlotte's big book from another source. It's interesting because that was a year before the Carnegie 1934 book. I'm going to quote briefly from it. And it reports there was a spokesman from the New Deal's NRA, which was the National Recovery Act, which was later declared unconstitutional. But the spokesman for that says in this newspaper article, and I have the original, quote, the rugged individualism of Americanism must go because it's contrary to the purpose of the New Deal and the NRA, which is remaking America. Russia and Germany are attempting to compel a new order by means typical of their nationalism, compulsion. The United States will do it by moral suasion. Of course, we expect some opposition, but the principle of the New Deal must be carried to the youth of the nation. We expect to accomplish by education what dictators in Europe are seeking to do by compulsion and force. He added that the primer is only the first step and that a plan is being considered for the extensive use of motion pictures in the schools for the same purposes. Now, that was the technology of the day in 1933. Look what's happened since and what we have now. They're very close to accomplishing what the article describes. As we approach 2013, it's taken them nearly 80 years to get this far, and we can thank a lot of resistance on the part of teachers. How did they do it? We all know change agents went into high gear to deliberately destroy what existed when ESEA opened the spigot for federal funds. Before that, they couldn't quite do it as easily. It was methodology which hastened the process of with inquiry being the model. Students were to be facilitated by trial and error to arrive at knowledge in their own conclusions, independent of recorded history or parents' values. Teachers were asked to assume the role of being facilitators, and students were expected to reinvent the wheel one by one. Even the classroom's physical arrangements were changed to reflect the underlying philosophy, which was humanism in action. Out with the idea of an authority figure of the teacher with orderly seating arrangements, in with a wandering teacher among group tables or circle seating, often on the floor. And circle seating is necessary for the physical reinforcement of group dynamics, in which everyone's ideas or lack of informed knowledge is equal to everybody's opinion. You may remember something, if you're old enough, was used in the 70s a lot. It was called Magic Circle, and it was a whole methodology that was marketed. A lot of ignorance sharing was in order of the day, to say nothing of the personal data about families spilled out by youngsters with all that self-esteem movement and sensitivity training and so on. In California, who can forget the legislature approving an official agency for self-esteem, promoted by Assemblyman John Vasconcellos. I have pointed out elsewhere Rand's Corporation's term for it all, unfreezing the system, but that was apt. The unfreezing had been accomplished. Now, it's a grievous thing to have seen it all transpire in my lifetime, and the general public never catching on. I was 4 years old when that article in 1933 came up. My post-World War II generation dropped the ball, assuming business as usual after the war, assuming that the traditional organizations and institutions would continue as they'd been into perpetuity. But termites were busy undermining what made this country great. Those of us who've caught on now need to be careful not to give the impression that what we want to preserve is the status of the dumbed-down schools that was accomplished, and what we fought that for 50 years, while we warn about the cures being advocated, such as charter schools, voucher, cyber schools, and what's coming, distance learning, which is what is to follow. A few years ago, I heard Dr. Terry Moe of Stanford Hoover Institute advocate for distance learning as what is coming. Individual students to have curricula devised just for them. Regular brick and mortar schools won't be necessary. It can happen anywhere. It can be at home, it can be out on the lawn, it can be anywhere. And it's interesting, a lot of the big corporate tech companies have preschools and nurseries for the mother comes back from her maternity leave and puts the 3-month-old child in the company's nursery while she works. And it occurred to me that that could expand into having your distance learning right on site of the global company you work for. Excuse me. And the assessing, and I'm going to add this too, our Santa Clara County Master Plan for Education for 2010 talks about lifelong learning, but they begin it at prenatal, with people coming to visit the expectant parents, and the data to be started to be collected for assessing is what is going to come, even before the child is born, based on his environment. The role of classroom teacher, and this is what Dr. Moe said, will be drastically changed. The classroom teachers to be redefined and will become a monitor or overseer to keep students on task in front of their computer screens, with direct instruction being imparted from teachers who may be on the other side of the globe. Teachers need to wake up. That means their jobs are about to be offshored, just as manufacturing, engineering, and other professions have been. Teachers' unions won't be able to stop it any more than industry unions could for the unemployed, empty factories, and lost professional jobs. And with that, I urge teachers to maybe not concentrate too much on the minutia of what they're having to deal with day to day, but deal with the future of having any job at all. Thank you, Charlotte. for inviting me. And thank you all for your listening to the reminiscences and some dot connecting for considerations for the future.
I'm delighted to be here at what I consider to be an auspicious occasion. I'm so happy that Charlotte did call this conference because, you know, many of us who have been fighting in this field are getting a little old and decrepit. You know, and there's always that bye-bye. And so we have to have something that, a legacy for all of you younger people who don't really know how all of this got started. You know, it's a terrible, terrible story of the destruction of our great country, the destruction of our education system. I mean, I believe that I was one of the last few who got a decent education in the public schools of New York City. My parents had come from Poland in the 1920s, and like all the immigrants, they sent us all to the public schools because they knew that the only way to advancement was through education. And the public schools in those days, they knew how to teach reading, writing, history, all of that good stuff. So I had that advantage, and of course that was during the Depression. And the reason why the New York City schools were still using the traditional methods of teaching, even though the progressives had already gotten started, is because there was a depression and they could not afford all of this new progressive nonsense. And it wasn't until World War II, when suddenly there was all this money available, that then the schools began going down the drain. But anyway, I started writing on education when a friend of mine came to my office in New York City, Watson Washburn, and he created the Reading Reform Foundation. And I was an editor at Grasset and Dunlap, and he wanted me to become a member of his National Advisory Council. And I asked him, I said, well, what's the purpose of the Reading Reform Foundation? Now, this was 1958, around then. And he said it was to get phonics back in the schools. Well, I looked at him. What do you mean get phonics back in the schools? How can you teach reading without it? And he told me, he said, you ought to read Rudolph Flesch's book, Why Johnny Can't Read. And of course, that book explained everything. For the first time, parents became aware of what was being done in the schools, how this new look-say method had come in. But I'll go through that in a little while. But first, I just want to introduce you to some of the books I've written. My latest is Revolution via Education. It's a compilation of my, some of my essays. And of course, I consider John Dewey to be the Lenin of America, you know. And all of these books, incidentally, you can get them through the internet. Then I wrote The Whole Language OBE Fraud. I believe it's one of the few books that take on that whole language nonsense. And OBE, which was created by Bloom and all the other so-called progressive gurus. And this is my book, The New Illiterates. You see, when Flesch wrote his book in 1955, and by the 1970s, the situation hadn't improved. And so I decided to write a book that would bring the situation up to date. And I made a remarkable discovery in my research. I found the origin of the look-say method. You see, I could not understand how normal, intelligent individuals could impose the look-say method to teach children to read English as if it were Chinese, that each letter was like, each word was like a Chinese character. Well, it turns out, you know who originated the look-say method? It was the Reverend Thomas H. Gallaudet in the 1830s, who had a school for the deaf and dumb in Hartford, Connecticut. And he devised a technique of teaching the deaf to read, that is, without hearing sounds. So he juxtaposed pictures with words. And that's how the deaf were able to, gain a bit of a reading vocabulary, not much. Now, he wrote a primer called The Mother's Primer, published in, I think, was 1837. He persuaded the Boston primary schools to adopt that primer, and it created a disaster, a literacy disaster, because normal kids with normal hearing cannot learn to read with a method that shuts off their ears, shuts off sound. You see. They can't learn that way. And so the schools got rid of it and went back to phonics. But then it was around the turn of the last century that John Dewey and the rest of that progressive crowd decided to use that method because they knew that it would dumb down the American people. But that's the origin, is that a method of teaching the deaf to read. Probably my most popular book is Any A Trojan Horse in American Education, which sold at least 60,000 copies and was responsible for the homeschool movement, because parents who read this book realized they could not put their child in a public school or a government school because they knew what the government was up to, and I gave the whole history of that whole movement, the progressive movement. And as Charlotte said, her favorite book is Public Education Necessary? And this is, I wanted to find out why in this free country that the Americans decide that government should get involved in education. You see, there's no mention of education in the Constitution, in the Declaration, nowhere, because it was assumed that education was a parental responsibility or a church responsibility. And then you had the private academies that did very well. But then you had a group of statists, Hegelians. It's interesting how Hegel's philosophy took over Harvard University. And it was the Harvard Unitarians who decided that we needed a government school system. And that's how we got started. Read this book. It gives history that you will find nowhere else. And then, of course, since I knew what they were teaching in the way they were teaching reading in the schools, I knew that parents needed a book that would tell them how to teach their child to read at home. And I wrote this book, and I made it very simple. It has no pictures, just straight phonics beginning to end. And the reason why I made it so simple, because I wanted every parent to be able to teach their child to read at home. Other phonics programs require you to take a course. You know, if you want to teach Spalding, you have to spend hundreds of dollars and take a week-long course. But all you have to do is read the instructions here, because teaching reading is not all that it's not all that difficult. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to teach a child to read.
I just want to point out that you are a rocket scientist.
Okay.
You know what he did in Michigan? He was giving a speech, and we finished with the presentations, and a young man came up and said he didn't know how to read. Remember this?
Yeah.
He was 18 or something?
Yeah.
And Sam sat down with him. Everybody else left in this empty auditorium, and I think you spent 2 hours with him or something like that, and he was reading.
Well, I've had many wonderful incidents. One in particular was even before Alphaphonics was in print. Back in 1976, you remember when the Quincy Market opened,
Yes,
in celebration of the Declaration of Independence, and I was asked by Boston Magazine to do an article on the Quincy Market, visit the various shops and talk to the owners. And I spoke to this one gentleman who had opened one of the successful restaurants there, Bob Lilly. And in the course of our conversation, he said he couldn't read. He was a graduate of Indiana University, and he couldn't read. Well, I knew exactly what. He was a victim of Dick and Jane. It's as simple as that. So I offered to teach him to read. So I would go to his office after closing hours, 6 o'clock, and I started teaching him the alphabetic system. Then I started with the short A. I said, the short A is A. And he looked at me and he says, "Does anybody else know this?" And I taught him all of the short vowels and the consonants and all of that. He told me something that I will never forget. He said he would rather be beaten than have to read. It was that difficult. It was that painful. So you can imagine the millions of children in this country who can't read and who live that kind of life of pain regardless of what these stupid educators do. They don't deserve our sympathy. Yes, there are some good teachers in the schools. I don't deny that. I certainly had good teachers back in those days. And you have good teachers today, but they have to shut their mouths. They cannot show their true feelings, especially if they happen to be Christian teachers, you know. But in any case, the point I want to make is that, and another reason why I wrote this book is because my mother was illiterate. You know, they came from Poland. She was an orphan at an early age, and they didn't have, you know, the kind of education system we have here. So she was totally illiterate in any language. I had lived with an illiterate. I knew what it was like. The only thing she could look was the pictures in magazines. She couldn't read a newspaper, and she was very restricted in what she could do. Well, when I was in college, I said to myself, I'm going to teach Mother to read. And so I taught her the alphabet, and she learned that very well. But then I hadn't the faintest idea what to do next. Even though I was a good reader, I had never been taught, you're learning phonics. Our teachers did not tell us how we were being taught to read. They just, you know, taught us the long vowels and the short vowels. I mean, we were taught and we repeated that, and that was all we needed. But English is more than just the short and long vowels. There are about 20 vowel sounds in English and different spelling forms. Well, that's what I put in this book, so that, and if you teach a child to read, that child will know our English alphabetic system. The fact that there are 26 letters and 44 sounds. I always ask the audience, how many sounds are there in English? I get strange answers. You know, one person said 1,000. When I tell them there are only 44 sounds in English, but we have a 26-letter alphabet. Well, how did that happen? Well, the Romans imposed the Latin alphabet on the Anglo-Saxons, and Anglo-Saxon was not Latin. So we've made do, and we've managed in English to create the world's greatest literature. So it's no big problem. You have to teach it systematically, step by step, so that the child learns all of the different sounds and all of the different spellings. And I do not teach sight words. And the reason I don't teach sight words is because when I wrote The New Illiterates, I did a line-by-line analysis of the Dick and Jane program, and I came to the conclusion that any child taught to read by that method exclusively would become dyslexic. The sight vocabulary is an integral part of that. You go to a school today, and if you ask the primary teacher, do you teach phonics? They say, oh, yes, we teach phonics. Well, they'll teach a beginning consonant sound or a final consonant sound. But the question to ask is, do you teach a sight vocabulary? They all do. They all send a list of words that kids have to memorize. And if you memorize those words, you acquire a holistic reflex. You look at each English word as if it were a little picture, like a Chinese character. That reflex makes it impossible for you to see the phonetic structure of our words. I will discuss some of that in my talk. But before I end this commercial, and incidentally, this is only $25. $25 for literacy. Can you imagine? It's a bargain. I also, for 10 years, wrote and edited a newsletter, the Blumenfeld Education Letter. It's now available on the internet. Just type in Blumenfeld Education Letter, and my former publisher has put all of the issues on from beginning to end, and you'll be able to read it. In this particular issue, December 1994, I wrote an open letter to Republican congressmen. We had the first Republican Congress, I think. It was in 1994. And the headline is, "It's time to get the federal government out of the education business." This is 94. We're still trying to get them out. They're worse now, more deeply entrenched. The headlines: the dismal failure of Title I. Did you know that Title I was a dismal failure? The reading scandal toward federalized public education. Well, that's what we have now with the standard new core. Government monopoly education and politics. The cry is always for more money. Why do you think they keep having these crises? It's to get more money. These people are hungry for money. And when I mean money, I mean billions of dollars. Do you know what the Common Core is going to cost? And it's going to do nothing. It isn't going to improve education. It's only going to improve the living standards of the education establishment. That's its entire purpose, etc. And then I have an article, 50% of college grads have low literacy. Do you know that college grads can't read? And they're running the world now. And they're hiring them at Goldman Sachs. Why do you think Lehman Brothers went out of business? Because they lost their minds, their brains. See, the American public school system does everything in its power to destroy the brain power of the American people. And it's very easy to do, which I'm going to explain now. Making Americans illiterate, a key factor in the deliberate dumbing down of America. And Charlotte knows that because she's documented it completely in her encyclopedic study. You should know that the planned deliberate dumbing down of America was started in 1898 by socialist John Dewey. And incidentally, back in those days, they readily admitted they were socialists, you know, because there was a wave, a pro-socialist wave, that even included Teddy Roosevelt. You know, socialism was going to be the utopia, the future utopia. So it was started by John Dewey in 1898 with his attack on the primary school's emphasis on teaching children to read. This emphasis sustained the capitalist, individualistic system, and it produced high literacy, whereby the average American could read anything and think for himself. That's true. You look at the books that were being published in the 1800s, and the newspapers, these dense newspapers, in tiny type. I don't know what kind of eyes they had in those days, but they were able to read some of the smallest type imaginable. Their spectacles must have been, you know, fabulous. And Dewey wrote in an essay entitled The Primary School Fetish, which you won't find referred to in general Dewey literature. They never refer to this particular article, but it's the article that outlines the entire dumbing down plan. The article said, the plea for the predominance of learning to read in early school life because of the great importance attaching to literacy seems to me a perversion. How do you like that? A perversion. No one can clearly set before himself the vivacity and persistency of the child's motor instincts at this period and then call to mind the continued grind of reading and writing without feeling that the justification of our present curriculum is psychologically impossible. It is simply superstition. It is a remnant of an outgrown period of history. See, high literacy is superstition, unquote. What Dewey deliberately ignored was the tremendous language learning faculty that every child is born with. and that teaching a child to read at that early age expands the child's mastery of language, which is the key to academic success. You know, we all have that faculty. It's in the left lobe of our brains. It's been put there by the good Lord. That's it. A different way of teaching reading had to be developed that would lower the literacy level of the American people. Dewey and his socialist colleagues were determined to change individualistic America into a collectivist society. I mean, in those days, the socialists were very open on what they wanted, you know, because nobody, you know, only the intellectuals saw it in those terms. But the average American wasn't concerned. They said, these people will never get anywhere, you know. Who's in favor of socialism? Where did Dewey get his egalitarian utopian ideas? He got them from a novel by Edward Bellamy entitled Looking Backward, a fantasy of a socialist America in the year 2000. The book is still being read in American universities. Dewey's plan required that a new educational curriculum should be developed and tested in private experiment stations. He wrote, after such schools have worked out carefully and definitely the subject matter of a new curriculum, finding the right place for language studies and placing them in their right perspective, the problems of the more general educational reform will be immediately simplified and facilitated. So he said, we've got to have these experimental schools. All of this was being carefully planned by a self-appointed group of socialists who called themselves progressives. They knew that what they were doing was subversive and treasonous. Indeed, Dewey wrote, and this is very interesting, he wrote, change must come gradually. To force it unduly would compromise its final success by favoring a violent reaction, unquote. If the changes were so beneficial to America's children and society, why would they favor a violent reaction? Obviously, the dumbing down plan would have to be imposed by stealth, deceit, and lies. And that is why no progressive educator can be trusted. They have been told to lie in order to bring about their socialist scheme in our schools. You see, they lie. It's natural for them to lie because what they're doing is subversive and they don't want the parents to know. So they couch everything they do in this progressive jargon, which very few people can understand. Did they know that their new teaching methods would create reading disability and dyslexia? They found out pretty early at the expense of 4 of the richest boys in America. Believe it or not, John D. Rockefeller Jr. was a great admirer of John Dewey, and he put his 4 sons, Nelson, David, Lawrence, and Winthrop, in the Lincoln School, one of the experimental schools called for by Dewey. Rockefeller donated over $3 million to the school, and what was the result? All 4 boys became dyslexic. But of course, that didn't stop the progressives from implementing their plan. Incidentally, when Nelson was governor of New York, he wrote in the Reading Teacher of March 1972, quote, I appreciate the opportunity to make some observations on the importance of reading, for I am a prime example of one who has had to struggle with the handicap of being a poor reader while serving in public office. On many occasions, he writes, upon confronting an audience, I have elected to announce that I have thrown away my speech in favor of giving the audience the benefit of my spontaneous thoughts. And usually I have added, besides, I went to a progressive school and don't read very well anyhow. This, of course, is a trial to my very able speechwriter, as well as a libel upon all of the devoted teachers and professors who saw me through the years of my formal education. It is also usually a rather popular device to communicate with the audience on a much more intimate basis. But the truth is that it serves primarily to cover the fact that I really wish I could do a better job of reading a speech or other public statement, unquote. And this man was going to become, he was Vice President of the United States and was a heartbeat away from the presidency, a functional illiterate, a dyslexic. You know who read his books for him? Kissinger. So he hired Henry Kissinger to do his reading for him, or tell him what was in the books. So as you know, Nelson Rockefeller was vice president under Ford. In other words, a functional illiterate was a heartbeat from becoming president. David Rockefeller writes in his memoirs, quote, now this is the head of the Bilderbergers, David Rockefeller. This is what he says in his memoirs, quote, it was Lincoln's experimental curriculum and method of instruction that distinguished it from all other New York schools at the time. Father was an ardent and generous supporter of John Dewey's educational methods and school reform efforts. Teachers College of Columbia University operated Lincoln with considerable financial assistance in the early years from the General Education Board as an experimental school designed to put Dewey's philosophy into practice. Lincoln stressed freedom for children to learn and to play an active role in their own education. But there were some drawbacks. In my case, I had trouble with reading and spelling, which my teachers, drawing upon progressive education theory, did not consider significant. They believed I was simply a slow reader and that I would develop at my own pace. In reality, I have dyslexia, which was never diagnosed, and I never received remedial attention. As a result, my reading ability, as well as my proficiency in spelling, improved only marginally as I grew older. All my siblings, except Babs, that is his sister, and John, had dyslexia to a degree. Now, you see, note that David says he couldn't learn to read because he was dyslexic, when it was the progressive look-say reading program that caused the dyslexia. And that's also the same story with the Bush family. Barbara Bush, oh, she's very much interested in family literacy and all of that, and created a foundation and all that. And several of her sons became dyslexic. But she always blamed it on the kids, that they were born in, you know, with this malady. It never occurred to her that the boys were made dyslexic by the teaching method. So she goes along with this whole nonsense of progressive education. Well, returning to Dewey, he advised that a statement by psychologists was needed to give the new reading instruction program the backing of educational authority. A psychologist by the name of Edmund Burke Huey, who got his PhD at Clark University under G. Stanley Hall, was chosen to write the needed book. In it, Huey reiterated Dewey's views on the teaching of reading, and he provided an idea of how the new whole word look-say method of teaching worked. He wrote, quote, it is not necessary that the child should be able to pronounce correctly or pronounce at all at first the new words that appear in his reading, any more than he should spell or write all the new words that he hears spoken. If he grasps approximately the total meaning of the sentence in which the new word stands, he has read the sentence. Even if the child substitutes words of his own for some that are on the page, provided that these express the meaning, it is an encouraging sign that the reading has been real and recognition of details will come as it is needed. The shock that such a statement will give to many a practical teacher of reading is but an accurate measure of the hold that a false ideal has taken hold of us. That to read is to say just what is upon the page, instead of to think, each in his own way, the meaning that the page suggests. Isn't that incredible? This book has been used over the years in the universities to teach potential teachers how to teach reading. And is even being read today. This book never has been out of print. And of course, Edmund Burke Huey never taught a child to read. He had no idea how a child would learn to read. But he was writing this book to corroborate what Dewey had said, to give it some psychological endorsement. Well, there you have the whole language philosophy of reading, well described in 1908 and practiced today as Dewey described it. In other words, the progressives knew in 1908 what kind of readers their teaching methods would produce. Indeed, Huey's mentor, G. Stanley Hall, had this to say about literacy in 1911. Hall was a socialist. He had gone to Leipzig University, and he was totally progressive, so to speak. And this is what he wrote in 1911, quote, "Very many men have lived and died and been great, even the leaders of their age, without any acquaintance with letters. The knowledge which illiterates acquire is probably on the whole more personal, direct, environmental, and probably a much larger proportion of it practical. Moreover, they escape much eye strain and mental excitement, and other things being equal are probably more active and less sedentary. Perhaps we are prone to put too high a value both on the ability required to attain this art and the discipline involved in doing so, as well as the culture value that comes to the citizen with his average age of only 6 grades of schooling by the acquisition of this art." So he's saying you don't even have to learn to read. Well, you know, I lived with an illiterate, so I know what illiteracy is. You know, she was not living a more personal, direct, and environmental life because of it. You know, she was very unhappy in not being able to read. But these are the ideas and these progressives at the time. 15 years later, a neuropathologist at Iowa State University, Dr. Samuel T. Orton, made a survey of students with reading problems and came to the conclusion that they were being caused by the new method of teaching reading. Alarmed, he wrote an article, "The Sight-Word Method of Teaching Reading as a Cause of Reading Disability," which was published in the Journal of Educational Psychology in February 1929. The journal was being edited by the very professors who were about to impose this new teaching method on all the schools of America. Isn't that interesting? Why did they publish this article? Because he was corroborating what they wanted. They wanted dyslexia. They wanted reading disability. And this is what he wrote in his opening paragraph. He said, "I wish to emphasize at the beginning that the strictures which I have to offer here do not apply to the use of the sight method of teaching reading as a whole, but only to its effects on a restricted group of children for whom, as I think we can show, this technique is not only not adapted, but often proves an actual obstacle to reading progress. And moreover, I believe that this group is one of considerable educational importance, both because of its size and because here faulty teaching methods may not only prevent the acquisition of academic education by children of average capacity, but may also give rise to far-reaching damage to their emotional life." And you know what happened to some of these kids who can't read. I mean, they become emotional messes. Their lives practically ruined. We've even had suicides of some dyslexic kids, unquote. What Orton had actually done is convince the educators that their new method of teaching reading would do exactly what they intended it to do: destroy American literacy. In the next 2 decades, programs like Dick and Jane, Tom and Betty, and others were adopted by the schools of America. And I'm sure some of you had Dick and Jane or Tom and Betty. In 1944, Life magazine could publish an article on dyslexia, which, when read today, indicates the incredible lengths to which the educators had gone to find fault with the children who could not learn to read by the look-say method. You see, they blamed it all on the kids. They said, there's something wrong with the kids. They can't learn to read by this method. It's not the methods causing the problem. It's the kids. And this is what the magazine wrote. Life magazine said, millions of children in the U.S. suffer from dyslexia, which is the medical term for reading difficulties. It is responsible for 70% of the school failures in the 6 to 12-year age group and handicaps about 15% of all grade school children. Dyslexia may stem from a variety of physical ailments or combination of them: glandular imbalance, heart disease, eye or ear trouble, or from a deep-seated psychological disturbance that blocks a child's ability to learn, unquote. Heart disease causing reading disability? Was this ignorance or deliberate deception on the part of Life magazine? It should be remembered that Henry R. Luce, a Yale graduate, was a member of Skull and Bones. Charlotte will tell you all about Skull and Bones. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, some interesting experiments had been conducted by Dr. Ivan Pavlov in his Moscow laboratory on techniques of artificially creating behavioral disorganization. All of this was well described in a book written by one of Pavlov's colleagues, Alexander Luria. The title, The Nature of Human Conflicts, Researches in Disorganization and Control of Human Behavior, published in 1932. It had been translated from the Russian by W. Horsley Gant, an American psychologist who had spent the years 1922 to 1929 working in Pavlov's laboratories in the Soviet Union. In his preface to the book, Luria wrote, quote, "The researches described here are the results of the experimental psychological investigations at the State Institute of Experimental Psychology, Moscow, during the period 1923 to 1930. The chief problems of the author were an objective and materialistic description of the mechanisms lying at the basis of the disorganization of human behavior and an experimental approach to the laws of its regulation. To accomplish this, it was necessary to create artificially affects and models of experimental neuroses, which made possible an analysis of the laws lying at the basis of the disintegration of behavior." Why were they so interested in creating behavioral disorganization? Because they were going to impose those techniques on American schools. Where do you think ADD came from? It's deliberate. They know how to cause it. They describe it in the book. How do you cause attention deficit disorder? They show how you do it. You just distract the child. You turn the classroom into a chaotic place, and you'll get plenty of all the ADD you want. They've tested it. In describing the results of the experiments, Luria wrote, quote, "Pavlov obtained very definite affective breaks and acute disorganization of behavior each time that the conditioned reflexes collided when the animal was unable to react to two mutually exclusive tendencies or was incapable of adequately responding to any imperative problem, unquote. Well, you see, that's how they create this disorganization in reading, because you have a holistic reflex, looking at words as pictures, versus a phonetic reflex, looking at the phonetic structure of words. You cannot have two reflexes, two opposing reflexes at the same time. One has to dominate. And so they teach children to read an alphabetic phonetic system by using a look-say, whole word method. And that creates behavioral disorganization. It's very simple. Pavlov figured it out scientifically, you see. Well, anyway, one of the reasons why we know so much about humanistic psychology today is because of the defection of one of its major practitioners, Dr. William Colson, a former colleague of Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow. He testified how fraudulent the encounter movement was as science and how destructive it was in practice. You know, the encounter movement, big in California, you know, where all that nonsense goes on. The encounter idea was first developed at the National Training Lab at Bethel, Maine, right up here. You think that Maine is exempt from all of this? Yeah, there it is, right up in Bethel. You can go to it. Usually when I have gone to homeschool conferences in Bethel, I've always driven over to the laboratory, but it's always shut during that time. I would have loved to have gone in and seen some of these kooks, you know, doing whatever they're doing. This lab was sponsored by the National Education Association. See, the NEA is involved in it. And it was founded, guess who founded this? In 1948, it was founded by Kurt Lewin, a German social psychologist who invented sensitivity training and group dynamics, or the psychology of the collective. Lewin's work was very much in harmony with John Dewey's collectivist educational philosophy. Lewin's work in Germany, that is before he came to the United States, his work in Germany in the 1920s was also in harmony with the experiments taking place in Moscow on techniques of artificially creating behavioral disorganization. Alexander Luria writes in his book, quote, K. Lewin, in our opinion, has been one of the most prominent psychologists to elucidate this question of the artificial production of affect and of experimental disorganization of behavior. The method of his procedure, the introduction of an emotional setting into the experience of a human, the interest of the subject in the experiment, helped him to obtain an artificial disruption of the effect of considerable strength. Here, the fundamental conception of Lewin is very close to ours. So Lewin was working very closely with Pavlov and those guys in artificially creating behavioral disorganization. He sets up a lab in Bethel, Maine, sponsored by the National Education Association. He invents sensitivity training, which is used throughout the corporate world, you know, not only in schools, but it's used in organizations, etc. Now, Lewin died in 1947, shortly after establishing the National Training Laboratory at Bethel, Maine. Sensitivity training was considered his most original achievement. Carl Rogers considered sensitivity training to be, quote, perhaps the most significant social inventions of this century, unquote. Of course, Facebook has now superseded that, you know. But B.F. Skinner writes in his autobiography, in May 1961, Eve and I were members of a delegation of behavioral scientists who visited Russia, Czechoslovakia, and Poland under the auspices of the National Academy of Science and the State Department. We saw a good deal of Alexander Luria at the Neurological Institute. Although Luria was the best-known Russian psychologist, he and his wife, together with his daughter and her husband and an older woman, lived in 3 small rooms. He explained that they were near his work in a library. He had a dasha. Now, this was during Stalin's time, and Stalin and the Communist Party, you see, Dewey's way of teaching reading was first adopted in Russia by Lenin's wife, Krupskaya. And so the Russians couldn't learn to read. They were producing a bunch of illiterates. So the Communist Party decided, hey, this doesn't work for us. We've got to go back to phonics. So they went back to a traditional method of teaching reading. And so the Russians became extremely literate, but they were restricted in what they could read, you see. But their high literacy led to their ability to resist communism to a great extent, the dissidents, you know, with their underground newspapers and things. But the Russians found out, the communists found out that this method was nonsense. But you see, America still has to become a communist country before they can get rid of Luxay. Now, Cuba uses a phonics method. Why? Because Cuba adopted the Russian method. So everybody in Cuba learns how to read Lenin and Marx and all that great stuff. But they're not given the American Declaration of Independence to read, or, you know, The Wealth of Nations and books like that. But so that's how America is even in worse shape than the worst communist countries. And then he writes, he says, Skinner discussed the idea of setting up Walden II with Luria. So he's working with these communists, setting up Walden II. Skinner was also well acquainted with Kurt Lewin. He writes, quote, Kurt Lewin was up here a month or 2 ago. That was in 1938. Have you seen his new book? He diagrammed several lever pressing situations and did the same for me for 2 or 3 hours. You know what the lever pressing is? He is sure we agree, but fundamentally there is the same old ghost of purpose standing between us, unquote. So it is obvious that Skinner was quite aware of the experiments in artificially creating behavioral disorganization. The lever pressing situation relates to Skinner's animal training experiments. Indeed, he boasted, quote, I could make a pigeon a high achiever by reinforcing it on a proper schedule, unquote. He also wrote in Walden II, quote, we can achieve a sort of control under which the controlled, though they are following a code much more scrupulously than was ever the case under the old system, nevertheless feel free. So you can be controlled and feel free. They are doing what they want to do, not what they are forced to do. See, that's how they manage to get all these kids to do what they want. They make the kid think that they want to do what they're doing. That's the source of the tremendous power of positive reinforcement. There's no restraint and no revolt. By careful cultural design, we control not the final behavior, but the inclination to behave, the motives, desires, the wishes, unquote. Skinner also wrote, quote, give me a child and I will shape him into anything. That's why he's so dangerous. The anythings now control our culture. That is why America is in the mess it is. All of those anythings that Skinner created. They're running America now. They run the schools. They run everything. Skinner's colleague, Anglin, applied Skinnerian teaching principles to direct instruction, mastery learning, and to the OBE, outcome-based education curriculum. The reason they work so poorly is because of the complete absence of the spiritual component must be part of education. You cannot educate a person without God. I don't care if you're an atheist, you don't believe and think you can be a well-educated atheist. But when it comes to children, you see, because godless atheist education leads to purposeless education. It's the sense of purpose that's missing. The computer is the perfect Skinner box because it connects directly with the student and can change his values. That is why the computer will prevail in the school, because of its ability to control the student's learning. Luria's book describes how dyslexia is created by the clash between phonics and look-say. The phonics reader with a phonetic reflex automatically sees the phonetic structure of the written word, while the look-say reader with a whole word reflex automatically looks at each word as a picture and cannot see the phonetic structure of the word. The clash of reflexes causes dyslexia. In 1955, the reading problem had become so acute that Rudolf Flesch felt compelled to write his eye-opening bestseller, Why Johnny Can't Read. It gave the reason in no uncertain terms. Quote, "The teaching of reading all over the United States in all the schools and in all the textbooks is totally wrong and flies in the face of all logic and common sense," unquote. And then he explained how the alphabetic phonics method, the proper way to teach children to read, had been replaced by a look-say whole word method that was causing untold harm to the children. What was the reaction of the professors of education? They circled the wagons and created the International Reading Association, which became the citadel of the whole word method. And they did everything in their power through their professional publications to denounce and discredit Flesch. In my book, The New Illiterates, I quote the professors ad nauseum. Nevertheless, Flesch's book awakened many parents, which led to a revival of phonics programs, but the reaction was not strong enough to derail the dumbing down process in the schools. In 1961, Watson Washburn, a New York attorney, created the Reading Reform Foundation and asked me to become a member of the National Advisory Council. At that time, I was an editor at Grosset and Dunlap and knew nothing about the reading problem. He advised me to read Flesch's book, and that's how I became involved in the reading problem. I attended all of the foundation's conferences, which of course were totally ignored by the reading establishment. However, knowing that millions of children were being denied proper phonics reading instruction, I decided to write a reading program that any parent could use to teach their child to read at home. The result was Alpha Phonics, which I considered to be the most effective, easiest to use, and least expensive reading program ever created. Meanwhile, the most noteworthy event in the mid-60s was the completion of Jean Charles' study of reading instruction methods and its publication in 1967 under the title, Learning to Read, The Great Debate. 3 years of intensive research confirmed what phonics proponents had known all along, that a phonics code emphasis method used in the beginning of reading instruction produced better readers than methods which began with a meaning emphasis, whole words. Since Charles' book was written for the teaching profession rather than the general public, it did not have the impact that Flesch's book had. She was criticized by the reading establishment and spent the rest of her professional life in constant conflict with them. You don't know how awful it is when you oppose the establishment. You probably do by now. In 1981, Flesch wrote another book, Why Johnny Still Can't Read, bringing the reading problem up to date. This time, the reading establishment completely ignored him. By then, the look-say method had morphed into the psycholinguistic method, and finally, the whole language method. A new generation of parents and teachers were as confused as ever when it came to reading instruction. Meanwhile, those parents who were informed enough to know what was going on left the public schools and began to homeschool. My Alpha Phonics program helped thousands of them teach their kids to read. As for the public schools, reading continued to deteriorate. In 1981, a Harvard professor, Dr. Anthony Ottinger, was bold enough to tell an audience of telecom executives, quote, "The present traditional concept of literacy has to do with the ability to read and write. Do we, for example, really want to teach people to do a lot of sums or write in a fine round hand when they have a $5 handheld calculator or a word processor to work with? Or do we really have to have everybody literate, writing and reading in the traditional sense, when we have the means through our technology to achieve a new flowering of oral communication?" Unquote. So here it is, he's saying, hey, do we have to have everybody literate anyway? The interesting thing about this is, though, why do we have compulsory school attendance? It was supposedly to make everybody literate. So if he believes, and his elitists at Harvard and the CFR believe that not everybody has to be illiterate, well, why are these kids being forced to go to school? And he advocated them reading comic books. Yes. And I don't know of any parent who sends a child to school to learn to read comic books. And if you've seen that movie, Waiting for Superman, where these parents are so anxious to get their kids into a charter school where they think they're going to be taught to read. These parents are they're just in such despair when they find out that their kids did not win the lottery, because these parents want their kids to become literate, because they know that that's the only road to economic advancement, is high literacy. And yet he says that, oh, we don't have to teach everybody to read, and we'll have this flowering of oral communication. You know what the oral communication is? Rap. That's the oral communication, you know, rap. And the minorities are very good at rap. So do we have to have everyone literate? That's the attitude of the elite. But then, why are we spending billions on public schools if it is not to make everyone literate? In 1983, we had the Nation at Risk report, which stated, quote, "If an unfriendly foreign power had attempted to impose on America the mediocre educational performance that exists today, we might well have viewed it as an act of war. As it stands, we have allowed this to happen to ourselves." Unquote. What the report is saying is that our educators are committing treason, and treason is a crime. You can be shot for committing treason. So finally, someone was actually identifying the treason of our educators. Did this alarming report change anything? According to Parents for Choice in Education, quote, "On the 25th anniversary of this sobering report, the American education system remains in a state of crisis. We are still a nation at risk. In 2008, the U.S. Department of Education released a report entitled A Nation Accountable, 25 years after a nation at risk, stating, quote, "If we were at risk in 1983, we are at even greater risk now. The rising demands of our global economy, together with demographic shifts, require that we educate more students to higher levels than ever before, yet our education system is not keeping pace with these growing demands," unquote. So things are worse now. Another crisis we have. What's the solution to the crisis? Money. More money. Not just millions, but billions. A year earlier, in November 2007, the National Endowment for the Arts issued an alarming report on the present state of literacy in America. The report was titled Reading at Risk. According to the report, the number of 17-year-olds who never read for pleasure increased from 9% in 1984 to 19% in 2004. About half of Americans between the ages of 18 and 24 never read books for pleasure. Endowment Chairman Dana Joyer said, "This is a massive social problem. We are losing the majority of the new generation. They will not achieve anything close to their potential because of poor reading," unquote. The survey found that only a third of high school seniors read at a proficient level. Joyer goes on, and proficiency is not a high standard. We're not asking them to be able to read Proust in the original. We're talking about reading the daily newspaper, unquote. What was disappointing about the report is that it did not state the cause of this decline in national literacy. The refusal of our educators to use the time-tested traditional phonics reading instruction programs that once made Americans the most literate people on earth. And finally, this year, 2012, the Council on Foreign Relations has gotten into the act, issuing another alarming report on American education. The CFR task force was chaired by Joel I. Klein, former head of the New York City Public Schools, and Condoleezza Rice, former U.S. Secretary of State in the Bush administration, two very prominent members of the elite establishment. Klein had this to say about the reading problem in an interview conducted by John Meacham. He said, quote, "People ask me what surprised me most about being chancellor. I used to go to public schools in this city and walk into a high school and ask a kid to read, and the kid could not read. I don't mean even comprehend. I mean read the words on a text. How the hell can a kid be in a school system for a decade and not read? I mean, so you know this kid now, it may be that financial literacy will incentivize them, or entrepreneurism, or some other kind of project-driven work that should happen. But it's not going to win the 21st century to have kids in high schools who can't read," unquote. Now, when Klein was chancellor, I wrote him a letter with a proposal to help solve the school's reading problem by using alpha phonics to turn the worst school in the city into the best school in the city. I said, just let me do that. I'll be very glad to demonstrate how teaching the worst kids how to read in the proper way will turn it into the best school. Well, some months later, I received a very nice letter from Klein who said he appreciated my interest. And that was all. My proposal was not even considered. I made the same proposal, by the way, to that guy who runs the schools in Newark, the new mayor in Newark, New Jersey, who's gotten all this publicity, who got the $100 million from Zuckerberg at Facebook. I made the same offer. I said, give me the worst class in the city, and I will turn it into the best class. Well, the thing is, I've done everything in my power to get into the public schools, to let them know there is a way to solve your reading problem. They don't want to solve it. It's simple. It's a simple. I've come to that conclusion. But I make the effort simply because I feel that if I don't make the effort, people say, well, you never tried. You see, you never tried. So I do. I write the letters. I wrote to the Boston public schools who had the same problem. I wrote to the Newark. I wrote to Klein in New York. Get an answer, but it's, you know, thanks for your interest. We appreciate your interest, but that's about it. Which told me something about how constricted the members of the establishment are in considering true solutions to the problems they deal with. The solutions must be within the politically correct parameters, you see. And that is why the reforms offered by the CFR task force will get nowhere. Their main recommendation was for the schools to adopt Common Core standards. Concerning the Common Core idea, this is what a former Secretary of Education, Margaret Spelling, a member of the task force, this is what she had to say in the interview. She says, "I would target the Common Core effort because I do think that's the way out of the wilderness." They're in a wilderness. "But I couldn't do it with today, let's go try to do, you know, get to millions of teachers on how to do it." By the way, she's grammatically a mess, because that's the way she speaks. "We got to get, you know, very smart and strategic with places like the College Board and the big publishers, the big technology companies, to get some research-based tools that are scalable and systematic." And so this idea that we can expect every single teacher, master teacher or otherwise, many of whom are not capable of doing this in the first place, to sort of do the magic in their own classroom is just unreasonable, period, paragraph. And so, you know, we got to get smarter about that and then deploy it. I mean, I wouldn't even talk to the teachers about the Common Core at the moment until we get our act together about what it is and how it works, and, you know, materials around it and assessments built to it. Otherwise, I fear it's going to be one of those, quote, "we tried that and it did not work," unquote. That's the brains we have running education today. Considering the difficulties pointed out by Spelling in implementing the Common Core throughout the education system, we can foresee that educator resistance will kill it. So there is no possibility of true education reform as long as the nation tolerates a public system of education that has literally become a highly organized criminal enterprise. What are its crimes? Its teaching methods injure children's brains, which is a form of child abuse. Wouldn't you say that that's child abuse? To injure a child's brain? And we now know that brain scans show the difference between dyslexic kids and normal kids. And also, since it's deliberately dumbing down the kids, it's deliberately dumbing down the nation. That's treason. That's a crime. Is that not so? So there's two crimes. The third crime, it contributes to the delinquency of minors with pornographic sex ed and the distribution of condoms. Don't you think giving kids condoms is encouraging delinquent behavior? Do you know that unwanted pregnancy is the worst social problem in America? The system destroys the child's religious beliefs and leads many students into atheism, nihilism, or self-destructive Satanism. Where do you think kids like the ones who massacred at Columbine came from? They came out of the public schools. They were perfectly normal kids who are attending an atheist school where Satanism runs rampant. I read a book on the subject, and they say that their minds began to change in their sophomore year. But nobody bothered to ask, what were they taught in the sophomore year? One of the killers in his diary kept quoting Nietzsche. Do they teach Nietzsche now in high school? And incidentally, these were two highly intelligent boys, very literate. You see, the rest of the dumbed-down kids, they can't read Nietzsche, so they're okay. They're not going to murder anybody. But these Nietzscheites who had adopted this negative philosophy, you know, God is dead and all of that, and because they had this high intelligence, they decided that life was not worth living, and they're going to kill as many people as they can. The father of one of the boys, when he found out that it was his son, he said, "That's not my son." In other words, the parents were kept in the dark. And they weren't very curious about what their kids were doing. Why do you think there are massacres in schools, massacres in the United States? We didn't have that back in those days when I was going to school and the principal was reading the 23rd Psalm at assembly. We didn't have any killings. We didn't have teen suicide the way we have today with death education, you know. So that's another crime. It may be not a crime that will send you to jail to destroy the religious beliefs of a person. But from my point of view, because it leads to criminal behavior, it's a kind of crime. Here's another crime committed by the schools. They push drugs. You heard of Ritalin? Have you heard of Adderall? Yeah. And other drugs. If you did that in the street, you'd be thrown in jail, you know, you'd be prosecuted. But they do it in the schools. The kids have been artificially disorganized by the system, and so they have to use drugs in order to keep the kids sitting in the classroom and accepting more of the garbage. Then the final crime is extortion. The educators extort billions of dollars in the name of education, and they're not educating. And they're very clever at that. And that's what all of these crises are about. That's why you have a nation at risk. You've got Fellowship for the Arts. You've got the CFR getting into it because that's the only way they can get more money. Because the solution is always give us more money. Do you know what they estimate the standards, these new Common Core standards, is going to cost? It's going to cost something like $60 billion. And we know it's not going to work. They're going to get the money, though, because we've got a stupid Congress, and we have all these venal congressmen who will vote for anything that Obama tells them to vote for. It has become a criminal enterprise from every point of view. And we ought to tell it like it is. We ought to tell the public, you're sending your kids to a criminal enterprise when you put them in a public school, because this is what they're going to do to your kid. So where do we go from here? We should work to get the public schools back under local control. We must shut down the computerized data collection system on all students in America. In short, we must get the federal government out of the education business and restore the schools to the people in the communities who pay for them and send their children to them. And that's my message. That's the least that we can do, is to help get the federal government out of the education system. Now, once it gets back into local control, then we can work on trying to get some decent curriculum in the school. But I don't see any other solution to this problem. Well, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a retired educator of 34 years, as Steve mentioned. I'm enjoying the fruits of my labor now, which means I'm not in a public school anymore. In my background, I was a coach and a teacher for a while, very short time. I got into administration very early. I was only 27 when I first began trying to tell parents how to raise their children, and it didn't work very well. You need to have I had a great associate superintendent who, when the district that I retired from, told me that we like to have our administrators with a little gray hair, which means you have life experience, which means you can talk with parents about their children. I certainly was not able to at the time. But as I was an AP assistant principal for 19 years, a long time, changed districts 3 times trying to find that perfect match. I think I found it. It was a great district to work in. Finished out as a head principal at a middle school and then a head principal at a high school. And after 30 years of school administration, so I had 4 years as a teacher, 30 as an administrator, I was ready to call it quits. I was done. I was fried, cooked, over the top. But in doing that, when I retired, I began to evaluate where I had been, what had transpired, the matrix that we were all in. I couldn't figure out why things were working the way they were working. My gosh, you know, I went through 30 years of evolution of standardized tests. We began with TABS, okay, in the 80s, an all good sounding acronym, Texas Assessment of Basic Skills, okay? So we have assessment and basic skills, used in the acronym that, they called it that. And then we had TOS. Then we had teams. Then we had TOS. Then we had TAX. And now we have STAR, okay, which is what they are involved with now, which is actually an end-of-course exam that is treated like a standardized test. And it's going to be the most difficult, absolutely the most difficult test for the kids to master. And they'll have to have that to graduate, of course, like they've had all of them. But they'll have to have the STAR passage of that in order to pass the course that they are taking. It will be an end-of-course exam that they take along the way. So they'll begin taking that. They gradually implement it. It started in the 9th grade this year, then it will go to 10th, 11th, and then finally 12th, worked in a year at a time. That's what they were dealing with now. When I was immersed in it, all I saw was the fact that we had to make AYP. That's what we had to do. Adequate yearly progress, very important term. Federal government mandate that you had to fit into a formula that was based upon matriculating through the system at the appropriate pace, which took into account dropout rate, which took into account what the kids made on their standardized test, which took into account their attendance in school. If your AYP did not come up to snuff, then you entered into an at-risk school. That's what determined it. If you fell into that category for 2 years in a row, then you began being monitored by the state. And in Texas, it's the Texas Education Agency. And every state has got their own word that they use for that. But as a principal, I was very fortunate in that I never had to worry about making AYP or being acceptable on the test because we lived in a predominantly affluent attendance zone. But that was only at my school where that pertained, although there were other schools like that. Within the district that I worked in, there were many schools that were Title I. And Title I meaning that they had a high degree of poverty at their school. And I saw the weight of having to make AYP on their shoulders every year. And some of them, as I began to approach retirement and in my last year of work, they had already been taken on by TEA and were being monitored, which meant that they were not making AYP. The weight of that and the fact that they were consumed by that dictated their daily work. They had to talk about tutoring programs for the children. They had to talk about mentoring. They had to work on workshops for the teachers, lots of professional development, after-school programs that would take care of more tutoring and essentially also daycare because so many of the parents, both of them worked, of course, and didn't get home until late. But what that did, that completely consumed them into making AYP. That's all that mattered. Nothing else mattered because you have to understand how it works. And there's another part of this that goes along with it, and that's the Texas accountability system. You know, that word accountability that keeps coming up over and over again by everyone. Texas played a little game, and they probably have played it in your state too, but they labeled schools according to how the kids did overall on the standardized test. And when it was back in, they didn't begin doing this until TOS came out. Okay, we've gone through tabs, we've gone through teams, and now we're in TOS. Well, in TOS, it wasn't that difficult of a test. And so many schools were becoming exemplary. That was the top rating, exemplary. We're proud of that. Okay, and those that weren't exemplary and that were Title I were recognized. And so you put that on the outside of your building. You'd be driving down the road and you come across the school and we are a Texas exemplary school, and then to put the date underneath it. Or we are a Texas recognized school, and they put the date underneath it. Nobody put that we are an acceptable Texas school or that we are an unacceptable Texas school. So you can imagine the mind games that begins to play with people. People in the neighborhood that looked at their neighborhood school without a label on it, they knew why it didn't have a label on it. It was a low-performing school. What was not going off in their head was, why was it low-performing? It was low-performing only because it didn't meet that standard that was dictated had to be met. It may have been serving the needs of the kids for generations. But because now there is a standard that has to be met, now we're failing. Yeah. Well, I retired and I got to step back and I got to look at everything. Holy cow. And things were happening geopolitically in the world that caused me to question things. And I began searching, just like you. I wanted to know the truth. Give me the truth. I want to know it. I can handle it. Yeah. And you go on and on and on, and I would listen to podcasts. I would listen to, read articles on the web, and guess who I found? I found Charlotte. And Charlotte began to connect my dots for me. It began to make sense. OBE. What we had been entrenched in, Bloom, Skinner, all of the gurus of education that we thought could not be challenged. We now begin to understand what the plan was. It took me a while to figure that out because you are entrenched in it. There are barriers that have to be broken, and they're not easy to break because our paradigms are there for a reason. We feel comfortable in them, right? We feel comfortable in the paradigm that we're in, and so to shift to another paradigm is very difficult to do. And at my age of late 50s, early 60s, it is almost impossible to do. Very rarely it's done. And so it took some special things to get me to come off of my Republican Fox News perch. But I did, and I began looking in other places. Well, Charlotte's work took me to Norman Dodd, and I began to see the global picture involved. And I watched G. Edward Griffin's wonderful interview with Norman Dodd, learned so much, got Ed Griffin's book, began to learn about the Fed, the money system, and then things began to fall into place. And it is very enlightening, but also, you realize that things are not as you've been told on the evening news. Imagine that. Holy mackerel. But what I want to talk with you about today is a little bit about what is going on in Texas right now, and some personal experience, because as fate would have it, our oldest son, who was doing some missionary work in Honduras, gave up a great job to go do that, and it was quite concerning to us, but he felt led to do it, and we're glad that he did. He grew up a lot, he learned a lot, and he helped a lot of kids in the meantime. But he left teaching to do that. Well, he comes back, and of course every kid, and I call him a kid, he's not a kid, every young adult wants to live in Austin, if you're in Texas, okay? Austin is it. Austin is where everything's happening. So he wanted to move to Austin, couldn't blame. He's an Aggie though, but he's more of a free thinker, and he wanted to move to Austin. And I said, Bobby, I said, good luck finding a job, middle of the year. This is when all the teaching cuts have been made, and it was going to look tough to do. But he applied to Austin ISD, had a couple of interviews over the Christmas vacation, and had 2 job offers. One of the advantages that he has is that he is fluent in Spanish. Got a job on the east side of Austin, very poor Hispanic neighborhood, working in the lowest performing high school in Austin. Well, little did he know that it was already in the works to be taken over by a charter school company, by an EMO. an education management organization. That's what, those are the management teams that go in, the business end of it, that goes in to completely run a school. You think about all that has to be done. Custodial work, transportation, maintenance, not just curriculum and instruction, administration. All these things are done by the EMO in a charter school. Austin has hired an EMO called IDEA. It's not an acronym, that's the name, IDEA. I thought it was an acronym. I said, you know, find out what IDEA means. You know, it's got to be an acronym. Everything's an acronym. It wasn't. It's just IDEA. But they're a for-profit company. Austin ISD has contracted with them, and they are the takeover arm that comes in and takes over the individual school. And what they like to do is they like to take them as a block. They'll take the elementary and the middle and the high school, and they'll turn the whole community into a charter school community. And so the parents lose their neighborhood school that they've had forever. I mean, some of those Austin ISD's East Side schools go back into the 20s, to the teens probably. I mean, when Austin first started, you got to figure that area just east of I-35 was a predominantly run area. I mean, it was a thriving part of the Austin community. So it's been there forever. And those schools have been there forever, educating the kids adequately until they were told what the standards were going to be. Okay? Well, apparently the school that my son took a job at was already at its 5th year. And let me explain the importance of the 5th year of not meeting AYP. This is the nuts and bolts of how the system works to take you over. After the first year of not making AYP, you're kind of on a watch list. Second year of not making AYP, then the Texas Education Agency, or whatever your state education agency is and how it's set up, comes in to begin making a plan. And you have to be involved in a plan for change. How are you going to correct this? Third year of not making it means that the faculty begins to be replaced. Teachers are let go who have not performed up to the level to where their kids pass the test on a large percentage. So their evaluation is based upon, and I'm going to read something that Steve has given me that is very apropos to this, that guarantees that teachers will teach to the test. It guarantees it. I'm going to read that in just a minute. After the 5th year, for the 3rd year, the teachers begin getting replaced who are not cutting the mustard. 4th year goes by, 5th year goes by, you still haven't made AYP, that's it. Curtain goes down. And so the whole elementary, middle, and high school in our son's area is now being taken over. They've already done the elementary. Next year, this coming school year, will be the middle school. And after this school is over with, he'll have to resign. He'll have to turn in his resignation, as will every other teacher that teaches at that school. And they all know it. A lot of them have left already, knowing the handwriting's on the wall. And then the EMO, IDEA, will replace them. And typically they go to the Teach for America program to bring in the teachers.
Wow, define it for us.
Well, you probably can do a better job of that than I can, and after we're done you can. But the Teach for America program is a federally funded program to go out and get teachers from industry to come in and teach. And they don't have the teacher training that we do, that educators do. And it's not like an alternative certification, but it's a little bit more in keeping with that, not exactly like it. So the Teach for America kids are typically brought in. And I don't want to speak for the program, but they're not real good in classroom management, from what I've heard, and oftentimes they don't stay very long, so you have a constant turnover of teachers, instability within the faculty. In any event, I wanted to reiterate, I've gotten off of track on my notes a little bit, but I wanted to just go back and refresh your memory and remind you that the only thing that is causing these students to be relocated and sent to other schools is because their school has been deemed a failure. That's very important. The standards that have been put out there for them to follow, for them to meet up to, they have not, and so therefore they are a failure. And they're a failure in the eyes of the state, and so then that transfers down to the community. And it all revolves around taking the test. It all revolves around passing the test. And that goes for every kid across the country. We've seen this happen with kids over and over again. They pass everything in school, but they have a problem with one portion of the test, and they can't get it done. My wife is a high school counselor, as I mentioned, and Connie ran into a child that she had taught years ago when she was teaching biology, and he did not pass the math portion of the test. It was TAKS at the time, T-A-K-S. And she urged him, come back, take it again. Get your high school diploma. And he said, Miss Huff, I passed all my classes. The state of Texas considers me a failure. I'm not going to go back just because I couldn't pass the math portion of the test. And so they consider him not just a failure, but they label him a dropout. And on the books, he's labeled a dropout. And so who else gets penalized? The school, right? Because the dropout rate has to be in line with AYP. So you see the insidious nature of the whole plan. Let me, in order to ensure, I want to read a couple of things, but in order to ensure that teachers toe the line, these wonderful teachers that Charlotte talks about that have been fighting the system and not wanting to be conformed to the standard curriculum. There's one surefire way to get them to do it, and that's through their evaluation. If you can get a teacher that is being resistant to understand that their evaluation is tied into the percentage of kids that pass that test, then they know that their job is on the line. And if their job's on their line, guess what is on the line? Their retirement. And if you're in the business for 20, 25 years, you don't want anything getting in the way of meeting your retirement quota. You know, in Texas, it's 80 years plus service, 80. You know, and you get to be freed. But if you don't get there, then you don't get the perks that go along with retirement. It's a great package. I mean, the Texas retirement system is really good. And well, here's the quote. For what are teachers to be held responsible for? We're talking about accountability and responsibility. For what are teachers to be held responsible or accountable, and to whom? The lack of clear consensus on the basic skills that should be possessed by the teacher may lead to a demand that he be held accountable for certain student learning outcomes. In this case, the teacher will compare disadvantageously with, example, the doctor who is held accountable for prescribing properly, not for whether the patient is cured or not, to hold the teacher accountable not only for what he does, but also for what the students learn is to deny certain humanistic assumptions about the freedom of people, in this case students, to respond as they will to others' inputs. The teacher giving the input, okay? This is the opposite of outcome-based. Input-based is what we hold dear, is what a true education is all about. Yes. Teacher input. Okay, so making the teacher accountable for precise student learnings may merely serve to increase the dependency of the student on the teacher. Therefore, if we are to hold the teacher's feet to the fire and accountability, which we all like, everybody keeps harping on the word accountability. Teachers have to be accountable, and we hear constantly on the news of the latest teacher who had sex with their student that pulls down the respectability of the profession even more. We never fail to hear that brought up. If we're going to make teachers accountable, this is how we're going to do it. Accountable to what? Accountable to the standards of instruction that will give them the results, OBE, on the test. See the difference? Yes. Back in the day, when we did get a good education, it was input-based. And as things begin to change, it becomes performance-based, outcome-based. And you got to get those words in your head for it to really ring true with you. A couple of more things about the charter school that's going in that my son is working at. They're not going to have a library. They've boxed up the books. No library. Because what is the tool for instruction? The computer. Okay? Parents, you know how parents love to go eat lunch with their kids? Can't go eat lunch. Parents are shut out. School knows best. So they'll do away with the lunch, kids being able to eat lunch. I mean, parents being able to go up and eat lunch because they don't want anybody in there. The last thing that I want to mention to you is that right now we have the 2014 mandate approaching. You know what the mandate is? 100%, thank you, George W., 100% of the kids will be proficient by 2014. Really? I mean, please. When we heard that for the first time, it was like, what's he smoking up there? Yeah. But as we are approaching that date, we're getting further and further behind in schools not meeting AYP. Do you know that nationwide, in schools like the one that I was in that had 3,800 students, 215 on the faculty, large schools, 83% of those schools across the nation last year did not make AYP. 83%. Now, that's large schools, okay? And then a smaller percentage of the smaller schools, but in the large schools, which many of your urban schools are, and they have all hit the wall. HISD, Houston Independent School District, is at the wall on not meeting AYP. The entire district, not just the school, but the entire district. Okay, so you're finding that in all of your major metropolitan areas. They're all failing. Because why? Well, every school is going to fail if you have 100% as the bar. But they're failing because as each test has come along, in Texas, TABS, TEAMS, TOS, TAX, STAR, okay, as each one has come along, it's gotten more difficult. Well, we've got to make it more difficult. Those kids have got to be able to compete internationally. Well, as it's gotten more difficult, more and more are failing. And how are we doing internationally? Well, but the statistics show that we're where we used to be on top. Now we're somewhere in the middle or close to the bottom. So why are we remaining with a program that continues to fail? No Child Left Behind is a dismal failure. But why do they keep it? President Obama's got his own initiatives. He's got RTTT. Somebody's going to speak to that later on. We've got the carrot that now is being dangled by Secretary Duncan that if you adopt our plan for school renovation, we'll get you out of that 2014 deadline. That's a big carrot. And we've got like 14 states already approved to take that carrot. And we've got about 10 on the books because they have to evaluate your plan to make sure it's up to what the standards that they want to have. But he's not getting away from No Child Left Behind. He's not getting away from accountability. He's not getting away from AYP. He's just dangling a carrot that they're going to have to take. Governor Perry in Texas, the oops candidate, Governor Perry has not taken that carrot yet, but he's going to have to eventually. Every school district, every state is going to have to take that carrot because nobody can be 100%. You know, it's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. No Child Left Behind is a great term, but it's really an Orwellian term, isn't it? In that no child left behind means many will be left behind. In order for Texas to be able to offer vouchers, this is very interesting. The way the Texas laws are written, and I was unaware of this until just a short time ago, Texas cannot offer vouchers to the public. They want them. It was on the ballot as an initiative in the Texas primary, passed overwhelmingly. Parents are dying for vouchers. Well, why are they dying for them? Because the public schools are failing. They're horrible. You know, if you're inner city, my gosh, you want a voucher. And now it's getting into the suburbs. The school where my wife is a tremendous, very good suburban school. They didn't make AYP. They may not make it again. The school that I worked at, which was considered to be by many the closest thing you could get to a college prep school. It was a wonderful academic program. The Indians and the Pakistanis and the Chinese were, everybody was moving there, buying homes there to go to school there, okay? Last year, first year, didn't make AYP. Shows you how difficult it's becoming now to make AYP. Well, everybody will eventually fail because what's the standard? 100%. 2014 is out there looming, waiting. President Obama's dangling the carrot. They're going to have to take it. It remains to be seen exactly what that means. Kind of vague. It's vague. Don't know what that means when you take that carrot. But we'll find out more details as we go along. But what Texas is doing, this is my last point, what Texas is doing, in order to be able to offer vouchers to the public, which they desperately want, they have to change the taxing structure. Right now, public school districts control the property tax end of that taxing authority. If they can change that and get control of that, the state does not control that now, the local school district does. They can't offer what they don't control. So in the 2013 Texas legislature, in the House, in the Senate, I'm sure, property taxes are going to be talked about as an exchange for a new sales tax. So you won't have a property tax on your home, but you'll pay a higher sales tax. Then they will control all the taxes, and then they can offer vouchers. That's how it's operating. Now, that could spell big trouble for school districts, because when you have a property tax that you can depend on, you can plan your budget. I'm not sure how it's going to work when you have a sales tax that is dependent on people going out and buying to get that replaced. I'm not sure how that's going to work. But if they can get a sales tax, which would be a 9% across the board sales tax on everything, including property, which would be huge in terms of buying a home, then they can control the taxes, then they can offer vouchers. And the public will say, thank you, government, for doing that for us. Now we can get our education. But as we've learned, once you take $1, once that private school takes $1, they have to do what the federal government tells them to do. It is a Trojan horse. The frustrating thing for me is that as an educator, you're trying to do the right thing. There are many of us in the system that have a conscience. We know right from wrong. We love kids. That's why we get into the profession. We want to do the right thing, but are not able to move the system in the right direction because we're dictated to, and it's so entrenched and so much a part of everything going on in education that you can't do anything but follow the rules, because the consequences are too great if you don't. And they will not abandon No Child Left Behind. President Obama will have his initiative, and whether it's RTTT or STEM or whatever it is, whatever carrots he's throwing out there, avoiding the 2014 mandate. They will not abandon No Child Left Behind. It goes back in 1965. They're not going to abandon it now. Why? Because it's a planned takeover. That's why. And they're not going to deviate from the plan. And they'll give it different names, and they'll give it different initiatives that go along with it, but the basic crux of it is not going to leave. And we got in bed with the federal government, as Charlotte has pointed out and others have pointed out, 1965 Elementary, Secondary, and Education Act. Title I came out, did wonderful things for a lot of poor children. Special education, another idea, this is the Individual with Disabilities Education Act. Wonderful things for kids with special ed, with special needs. Who can deny that all the good that's been done through Title I and IDEA? But because you're now addicted to the federal money, you have to do the other things that go along with that. And the constricting of the curriculum, teaching to the test, it's all going on. We know it's going on. We can't do anything about it. And no one dares say no to the money because you have to implement the mandates. The mandates are there. You have to implement. You have to have the money. We've got to keep talking about it. We've got to make people aware. I'm often thought, why did I go down this rabbit hole? But I would much rather be aware of what the agenda is than with my head in the sand thinking that all is well. All is not well. Otherwise, we slip right into Orwell's 1984, don't we? I mean, what a book. Written in 1948. Pretty much laid it out. As a fiction, but as reality. And now we're there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
I started teaching in 1970, and I was barely age 21, and I didn't retire until age 53, and I had about 33 years of teaching. I kind of bought out the last 2 years, couldn't survive any longer. And I did art, elementary, classroom, and I was certified as computer, but I didn't get the job, or I probably would still be teaching. Throughout my career, I witnessed all the waste and corruption and fraud, many teaching fads and government interference that prevented me from doing my job in the most efficient, ethical, and effective way. By the 1990s, I really knew something was very wrong, but I wasn't quite sure what. I kept my eyes and ears open and kept reading everything I could as the internet became more usable. I kept finding things that helped explain away my experiences until something happened that finally allowed me to make the complete connection. When school reform was passed in Massachusetts, we were required to reapply for our jobs because we lost our tenure status due to new laws. I was asked to sign a statement, and a lot of people will call me a liar, but I have witnesses, that promised I would pledge to teach the mission of world government. And even though the public education had always been tainted with a political bias, I finally was able to connect this political agenda directly to the UN. And now I knew why every other word in our retraining was global, global, global. The other teachers didn't understand it. I tried to explain to them they should not sign any such document. I've come to realize that it is outside corporations, foundations, and their consultants working with the federal and state government, and some working directly with UNESCO and the World Bank, that are responsible for the changes that had been slowly happening and finally taking root in the schools. And as someone else mentioned, the only reason this didn't happen sooner is teachers are really basically good people. We don't go to work, we don't go into the profession expecting to do nasty things to children. We just, a lot of times in my generation, our parents said, this is the good place for a talented person to be because you do music, you do art, you can read, you can write, you do well, and that would be a good, well-rounded thing for you to do for the kids. So in my last few years of teaching, I was targeted for removal with a lot of other people because I openly demonstrated that I wouldn't go along with these new order of fads and fought the change agents every inch of the way. But there was no longer any academic freedom, and we were watched over and treated with a lot of suspicion. So I felt like I had to sneak around to be able to teach phonics, spelling, and actually teach kids something. I remember as a child myself sitting there thinking, when is this teacher going to teach me something? Most recently, I have studied and advocated against a UN program known as the International Baccalaureate. It's a program based in Geneva, Switzerland, created by a group that is an NGO of UNESCO that school boards actually buy in its under Swiss jurisdiction. The program actually has, as one of its few requirements, other than the money paid to them, that the students promote UNESCO's political agenda as part of their daily learning. And I'm not talking about, one community service project that you might do, which is nothing wrong with teaching kids to be charitable and, do something for the community. But this is every single day, UNESCO's worldview must be embedded into every subject. In addition, UN values are charted and checked every 2 weeks, and I have seen the charts. You're a risk taker, you're a global thinker, and, different ones that you can see. You can look those up on the web. And every 2 weeks, the children are checked for these attitudes, and they have to write about, am I a risk taker, am I this, am I that? Primary children, for their final year presentations, will make presentations that are not really academic or scientific in nature, but they're purely political propaganda, meant to recruit support and sympathy for UNESCO's Millennium Development Goals. For example, on one of the websites that I'm going to give you at the bottom of this, you can see the primary years program kids do they call it their exhibition. Instead of the science of something, for example, they don't study how tornadoes come about or the weather. They don't study the science of how to cure malaria. It's all about the social aspect of it. It's bullying, the homeless, people how to react after disasters. I mean, some of those things you will discuss, but the academic part of it, I think they had one called something about malaria, mosquito nets, but it's not about learning how to be doctors so we can cure malaria and help people. It's how to get more money for the UN so they can ship the money over to some country where it gets lost and the people don't get the mosquito nets, because we know how that works. So I've been talking with everyone here. I'm very honored that Charlotte invited me. I met Charlotte in 2009 in a lovely place in Ogunquit. We met and had lunch. And I started a group that was a lot of people, education activists. We have some that concentrate on the standards and all of those details. I'm more of a general person that I can tell you how it relates to what my experience was in school. If you say, well, they did this or they did that, and what did this make you do in school, I can pretty much answer those questions. The methods we were asked to do, what went on during terrible training sessions, we were forced to endure. I was just telling someone how the facilitator picked me out, and she immediately stopped the training, and she had us pair up into pairs, and of course she picked me, and she was this far from my nose, and we were supposed to give stream of conscience, and I said, why are we doing this? And I was brought up on charges for it because the other teachers tattled on me. It's a gulag mentality. They tie you together, one falls down, the rest of them don't want to get blamed, so they will tattle on you. And even the union president sat next to me at my inquisition and said, this is a little bit Orwellian that a teacher can't say during a training session, can I ask what is the purpose of this exercise? Why are we doing this? We're supposed to be learning how to improve reading skills, but all the psychological stuff was done on teachers. I just felt like something I had read about in Cuba, when you're watched and principal would be peeking in your window, like he could tell. You were talking about the circle. I never made that into anything harmful. I tried to maybe teach the weather, what was the weather today, and how did that happen, and how do you find the date on the calendar, starting the day off. But I never made the kids spill their guts because I knew what it was about. And journal writing, I never did that. I always tried to give them a subject to write about and taught them the actual, beginning, middle, and end of how to do writing. In fact, I was the only teacher that had writing good enough from first graders to put up on the wall, and I got marked a U for that on my evaluation because she picked out a child at the end who maybe only produced a good paper every 3 weeks, and it hadn't been changed, and some of the others had, and she found that to criticize me. And after being a top teacher for 33 years, my last evaluation was all U's. And so you know what happens when you don't go along with these people. They target you. So I have been Delphied to death. And because I knew about it and had read about it, the other teachers didn't know what it was about. And they used to say to me, somehow they keep asking us for our input, but it seems like the answer and the solution, are all predetermined. And I said, well, that's because they are. I remember one time I said, you know, I know what's coming around Christmas time, how much you want to bet? And I was only half kidding. I said, how much you want to bet the principal's going to call us down for a short meeting, and he's going to tell us we can't celebrate Christmas, but we should worship the winter solstice. So one day, the intercom come down to the music room just for 5 minutes after the kids leave, puts a chair in the middle of the room and says, you know, we have to start thinking about not celebrating Christmas in school. We'll have to, it's okay if you celebrate the winter solstice, but not Christmas. And then those of us who were, going to be rebels, I still put up greenery. It was nothing religious ever, just, wreaths or something to decorate the room, because the kids would say, where are the Christmas decorations? And I had to fill out a form explaining what everything was. So I said, two can play this game. I wrote down, these green trees and wreaths are not to be construed as Christmas decorations, because they're not. So I just turned it right around on them. So there you go. But anyway, like I said, chain gangs, where one teacher, we were all put into teams, and that way, if one person didn't do the right thing. But I mean, I could go on and on as people are speaking. It's jogging my memory, and I'm thinking of all the things that I was asked to do. I did, at one time, our custodian was a veteran, and I asked him why the UN flag was flying. I said, please take that down. I think I gave him a 15-minute little speech about the UN controlling us through the federal government, and that's also complicated. You can't really educate someone on that. But he got it, and he took that UN flag down. And some people may have thought I was a kook, but I know I was right, because I am only in politics today and trying to change things, because I saw this happening in the schools, and I knew there was something wrong. And Sam jogged my memory when he talked about kids constructing their own reading. It didn't have to be what was on the page, but they're supposed to construct their own learning. That's constructivism. You're supposed to put them in the corner, let them read a book. Yeah, you let them pick their books to apply what they've learned, but this was the whole curriculum. Imagine trying to keep track and then grade 25 first graders on their reading progress when you couldn't, they were all reading different books. One day, one of the consultants came in, and she put the kids in a row, and she said to the kids, okay, go ahead and read out loud. Well, they all had a different book. They all looked at me like, even they thought she was crazy, because we're not supposed to let them, you're not supposed to hear them read. Well, how do you know if they can? Yeah. So there were a lot of things that didn't make sense. I had just about had it at the end, but I have not stopped talking about it, and that's the thing. I will not stop talking about it. And I have a printout here that has some URLs on it. If you'd like to find out about the International Baccalaureate, that's a whole other story. It's ibo.org. And Sam talked about jargon. There's a wonderful website called illinoisloop.org. It has all the jargon, all the methodologies, and all the language that is used to confuse parents that sometimes, well, usually means quite the opposite of what it's supposed to. And if you go to the jargon page, it has all that information on it. And I often refer to it when I tell someone why something is bad, because he explains, well, this is what it really means. And it's a wonderful one. And then the parents of the Merrimack Valley School District asked for this website to be put up, and it dissects the International Baccalaureate. It tells you, what their mission is, and the material comes right from their website. Their mission, what the requirements are, and the examples, and you'll see that little primary years program exhibition. This is mvsd-ib.org. On that website, the parents of Merrimack Valley School District were upset because, unbeknownst to them, in the quiet way they do things, the whole school district is going to be turned over to the UN IB program. They want to be a world school. And the objection to that, for money-wise, is we don't want our tax dollars going to Geneva, Switzerland, being under Geneva's Swiss law. If you have a problem, can you imagine having to go to the Swiss court to solve a problem with your school? So that's one of the big things, in addition to the fact that everything the kids learn has to be tainted with this UNESCO worldview. And you'll see if you look at that little video of the children's exhibition, they make wonderful little reporters, but each table is just, it's reports. They're reading. It's not like my first graders did things with minerals. We actually had things on the table. We did things with butterflies that we hatched them. Science, projects where they actually got their hands dirty and did the experiments. This was all little reporting, very professional, and it was all promoting propaganda. So, if you want to call that having a tinfoil hat, not liking that, I'm sorry. Children should be able to learn devoid of political agendas. And as I said, the bias is heavy. It always has been since 1970, but now it's concentrated with this program, and they're trying to influence all the schools with it. That's it.